Hey guys, how are you all? I hope you all are doing well. Today we are gonna see an amazing what if story, but before we start, it's just a humble request that if you are new here, please subscribe because it actually motivates me a lot to post more. Also, the stories on my channel are fully written by me, so if you have any suggestions for what if stories, please let me know below the comment section. Now without any further delay, let's start. What if Naruto relived his past to build Harem? Part 1. Hoarse coughs disrupted the heavy surroundings as dying flames crackled quietly across the corpse-littered ground. A body stirred amongst the rubble and ash as one bloodied hand reached up to sweep aside dirtied locks of blonde hair. Is he dead, Kurama? Demon Fox's voice was faint when the answer came. As dead as he possibly can be, Kit. Even his body's been completely destroyed. A pause followed for several heartbeats. But we're not far behind either. A dry half-chuckle was offered at this statement as Naruto heaved himself into a sitting position, ignoring the blood that dripped from his wounds and joined the dark crimson already staining the battlefield. No doubt, I can practically feel our chakra leaking away. Can't believe how strong that bastard is. The fox didn't reply, and under normal circumstances, Naruto would have been worried. That the demon merged with him now found it too exhausting to even speak. Instead, the blonde turned dull blue eyes to the broken figure lying only a few feet away, a hole in his chest, limbs twisted in an ugly rendition of a ragdoll. Naruto released a bitter scoff at this, too drained to even consider crying for his fallen best friend. He hadn't cried since his godfather had died. The irony here was painful. Once upon a time, he had been the one struck down like this, almost killed by the very attack that Madara had slaughtered Sasuke with not even an hour ago. And the Chidori hadn't even been aimed at the raven-haired Anbu general in the first place. His stupidly proud, unbelievably protective, brilliant best friend had jumped in the way at the last second. Hey Kit, Naruto blinked slowly, pulling his wayward thoughts back together as the Kyuubi's soft, almost wavering voice thrummed in his mind. What is it? What do you think you're doing? The blonde frowned, dragging himself veer to some leftover debris to lean against a slab of fallen rock. He doubted he could stand anymore. What does it look like? There's nothing left. Konoha has gone. Madara's gone. Not much left to do but wait until I go too. A feeble snort batted at him, somehow managing to convey the same amount of annoyance the Kyuubi once did at full strength. That's a pathetic way to die. And I for one am going to just roll over and wait until death takes us like some common dog. Naruto would have rolled his eyes if he had the energy left to do so. Don't think we have much choice, Kurama. Unless you want me to commit traditional suicide. A growl berated him. Think, you damn brat. Last time I checked, you were a Fuinjutsu master. What were you working on after that pervert of a Sannin was killed? Naruto blinked, mind sluggishly retrieving the memory of a complex seal he had started on after Jiraiya had died. In his grief, he had holed himself up in his apartment and had gone through stacks of paper and numerous jars of ink in a half-crazed attempt at reversing the event of the Toad Sannin's death. It had been a stupid thing to do, and he had always known, in the back of his mind, that he would never go through with it. One man's death, no matter how precious to him, was not worth erasing his other friends' futures. He had put it aside after a week and a furious beatdown from a sub. Panicking Sasuke once the Uchiha had managed to break through his seals and into his apartment. But now, what was there to lose? I have no paper, no ink, he thought stupidly even as he eared a rough patch of ground in front of him. And it takes a huge amount of chakra. And it might not even work. You have blood, Kit. And we still have enough chakra to pull this off if we pour everything we have into it. I'll be damned if you won't at least try. We have nothing to lose anymore. Focusing now on the seal he had come up with years ago seemed to lift the haze fogging his mind. Naruto held no doubts that it was mostly a last rush of adrenaline that forced him to concentrate even as his life continued to slip away like sand through spread fingers. But his hand was steady as he drew out the seal in his own blood. He only paused when he started drawing the time frame of the jump. Originally, he had drawn it out to be before Nagato's attack on the Toad Sannin, but if he was going to travel back, he might as well do it properly. Kurama, How many years do you think we can jump? Single quote. A decade, maybe a little more than that, the fox responded after a considering pause. And it would be easier if you jumped back to a significant point in time. Significant to you, I mean. Naruto remained still. The day of the Kyuubi attack was out of the question. That had been a significant date, and he had played a large part in it, but he had also just been a baby. There was no way he could jump back so far to a time he couldn't even remember. The Uchiha massacre was also impossible. As much as he wished to spare his best friend the loss of his family, he hadn't known Sasuke back then, and the Uchiha clan's destruction had never affected him directly. The best date to jump back to would probably be the day he had been assigned to Team 7. It had been one of the happiest days of his life, and had occurred before everything had gone downhill. Good choice, Kurama approved. Chi will take every last drop of chakra we have, but that is a strong point in time. It will serve as an anchor for us. Naruto nodded absently and quickly drew out the correct symbols before finishing the rest of the seal. His hand dropped back into his lap, studying the seal with a critical eye for any mistakes. Kurama, where will I end up once I get back? My apartment, on the streets of Konoha. He frowned. In my 12-year-old body. I can't do anything like that. The demon fox was quiet for a long moment, the silence contemplative. You will most likely still have your own body. The Kyuubi admitted eventually. Seals this strong consist of symbols, chakra, and the user's own desires. You wish for the ability to save your friends and family, as well as the village you call home. To do so, you would need the knowledge of this future and the abilities you have gained along the way. But to retain this self, you risk a paradox, where there will be two Uzumaki Narutos running around in the same timeline. That should not be possible. It should not happen at all. But it will happen, Naruto thought back fiercely. I am going to change it all. Yes kid, I understand that, Kurama replied with a surprising amount of patience. And your desire to prevent another war of this magnitude and the eventual deaths of everyone around you will be strong enough to keep the paradox at bay. But it will not last forever. Your ultimate goal is Uchiha Madara. The things you change along the way will either help you towards this goal or simply hasten the inevitability of the same thing happening once again. Time is as rigid as it is flexible. You could prove to be strong enough to end up creating a completely different timeline, or prove too weak and end up with the same results. Time does not like being tampered with. But whichever outcome you end up with, it does not change the fact that you do not belong in that timeline. When your job is done, for better or for worse, you will simply cease to exist. As to where you will end up, that I do not know. Naruto had remained almost unresponsive throughout this entire explanation. Now he sighed, the movement causing a wave of agony to his already damaged lungs. I don't think I really mind, he thought detachedly. I've lived long enough. The only reason I want to go back is because this could be a chance to give everyone a different future. A better one. But if I am to disappear, you will disappear with me. I thought you wanted to live. A derisive scoff echoed in his mind as the Kyuubi shifted irritably. Only fools and cowards wish to live forever, and I am neither nor both. I simply do not wish to die due to a murder-suicide and at the hands of Uchiha Madara no less. At this moment in time, we have accomplished nothing more than ridding a broken world of a madman. When I finally leave this plane of existence for the next to meet my maker, so to speak, I would like a little more than murder to my name. And since those higher beings up there seem hopelessly enamored with such pathetically weak humans such as yourself, preventing the apocalypse from wiping out your pitiful kind would be excellent fodder to throw back into their faces. Amusement stirred in Naruto's chest as the insults flew past him without harm. He was far too used to the Kyuubi reiterating his stance on humans to care. You don't seem to like those higher beings very much. I don't. They place 9 demons in a world where much weaker creatures roam and give us unlimited power only to condemn us to an imprisoned life in a human contain. Because we brought destruction to those who sought to destroy us. There is neither logic nor intelligence in their decision. No doubt, once I pass on, they will try to condemn me for said destruction. A dark smile curved the fox's mouth. But with this, I shall be ready to face them. Naruto just shook his head. He had never asked Kurama about any of the higher beings on high, simply because he had no interest in them. As far as he was concerned, he carved his own path in life and he would deal with any judgment dealt to him when the time came. All right then, are you ready? Immediately, the demon fox settled down and the Kyuubi's red chakra rose to the surface along with his own. Naruto focused on the seal, one hand pressing over it as he concentrated on that fateful spring day 14 years ago when he had finally made Genin. Chakra flared around him and the seal flared up under his hand. Gritting his teeth, he forced as much chakra as he possibly could into the seal, ignoring the immediate warning bells that told him when he was at his limit. This technique would take everything he had. All around him, the world exploded into a blinding landscape of white, the very air around him trembling with energy. An invisible force seemed to close around him and Naruto only had a moment to wonder, distantly, whether or not he would end up arrested and in a prison cell before the day was up. And then, with a deafening roaring ringing in his ears that Naruto instinctively knew to be the rush of time, darkness engulfed him and he knew no more. Kit, wake up, you Laz. Why midget-sized pathetic excuse for a midday snack? Wake up this instant. Blue eyes snapped open and Naruto jerked up, almost banging his head against a low-hanging branch. With a low groan, the blonde's hands reached up to clutch at his head as a jackhammer set off inside his skull. Goddamn it, you stupid fox. I'm awake. What do you want? A snort and Naruto could almost see Kurama stretching smugly in his mindscape. We're back, Kit. Just thought you want to get a move on. You've been out for 3 hours. I was getting bored. Naruto would have shot something derogatory back at the demon if he hadn't been caught up in the fact that he was back. Because he knew this forest, knew it like the back of his hand. He was at the very edges of the forest of death in the shadows of one of the trees, and from his position, he could see the rest of Konoha, real and bustling with life spread out before him. Kurama, we did it. Another snort, this one more of fond amusement than anything else sounded in his mind. Yes, Kit, that's what I said, and it seems your wounds have disappeared. You have the scars to prove it, of course, not to mention that your clothes are abysmal, but your chakra reserves are almost back to normal and I feel better than I have in a long time. Naruto couldn't quite help the small grin that tilted his lips as he staggered to his feet, tugging absently at the torn clothing that hung off his thin frame. He hadn't felt happy in a long time, and it had been even longer since he had shown it openly, but this was it. This could be everything he had ever wanted, and the best part was that his younger self could grow up, ascend the ranks, and become Hokage without half as much suffering as he had gone through. This time, Uzumaki Naruto would have his friends around him, supporting him. And there would be no war to take away the millions of lives that had been lost in that other timeline. What will you do first? Naruto blinked, frowning thoughtfully as his eyes drank in his village. The old man. At least one person will have to know who I am. And I still have Ba-chan's necklace to show him. He's reasonable. I'll be able to convince him. The fox made a sound of agreement. Go on then. I'm going to sleep. Try not to get killed between here and the Hokage Tower. If anyone could, it would be you. Naruto rolled his eyes before performing a henge. His blonde hair faded to normal brown. Blue eyes quickly turned brown as well, and his clothes matched those of an everyday civilian. His henge was also a few inches shorter, but his frame was the same slender build. All in all, he looked harmless and nondescript. Still, Naruto hurried along the streets of Konoha, not lingering as he hurried towards the Hokage Tower. He would not be able to get in like ever. Yon else as he had no identification on himself, but his gaze flitted to the open window of the Hokage's office, his eyes quickly pinpointing the small squad of Anbu on guard duty at the moment. Casually, he turned left, putting him parallel to his destination even as he disappeared from the Anbu guard's line of sight. And then, with a quick half-step to turn back towards the tower, Naruto pushed off from the ground, flashing past the guards and through the open window before coming to a halt in front of a startled Sarutobi Hiruzen. It was so easy that it would have been funny if Naruto didn't know. This also meant that if he had been an enemy, the third Hokage would have been dead before anyone could have reacted. Speaking of reaction, Naruto already had his arms in the air in the universal CGN of surrender as Anbu rushed towards him, kunai extended and pointed at him. Sarutobi had risen to his feet, eyes narrowed at him, body tense as his sharp gaze assessed the intruder. Hokage-sama, Naruto started formally. I mean you no harm, but I have something of great importance to speak to you about. If you would allow me to show you something, I would ask you to consider granting me a private audience with yourself. The Sandaime stared hard at the brown-haired man, observing the now obvious henge. This man, obviously a ninja, had entered his office before any of his Anbu had even been able to react. And then had stood still while his guards had surrounded him. If he had meant any actual or immediate harm, this man could have already done it. Wordlessly, Sarutobi nodded curtly, keeping his eyes on the man as one of the ninja's hands slowly reached into a hidden pocket and withdrew a necklace. Sarutobi immediately stiffened, recognizing the necklace instantly. Where did you get that? He demanded as he came around his desk and contemplated whether or not the man would give it up without fuss. The hanged nin held out the necklace without hesitation. From a slug currently on quite the losing streak. Sarutobi's eyes widened at the analogy and he studied the brown eyes for a moment longer. This man knew Tsunade, and while an enemy nin could just as easily have gotten this information, he also knew his former student would never give up this necklace to some random shinobi. With a decisive nod, he turned to his Anbu guards. Wait outside, he ordered, ignoring the silent protest that immediately flared up. Go, I can handle this. Reluctantly, the Anbu withdrew, and once they had left the office, Sarutobi quickly activated the privacy seals set up around the room. He turned back to the stranger, blinking in shock as the henge dropped and a tall, slender-framed blonde with piercing blue eyes stared back at him, a puzzling sort of affection tilting his lips. Minato, Sarutobi whispered, taking a shaky step back. The blonde sighed, brushing a stray lock of hair away from his face. Not quite, old man. Try his son. I'm Naruto. The Sandaime quickly pulled his thoughts together, steadying himself in the present as he studied the man in front of him. Now that he took the time, he could see the differences between the Yondaime and this blonde. While the two had the same hair and eyes, this man, Naruto, was more slender than and not as broad-shouldered as Minato had been. His jawline and facial structure were deceivingly delicate but also held the same strength Minato had had. And the faint smile that still quirked the blonde's lips as the man waited patiently for him to finish his observations was all Kushina. Absently, Sarutobi wondered if his laugh would be like Minato's. If what you say is true, Sarutobi finally voiced carefully, then you must be from the future. Naruto nodded, the slightest flicker of relief flitting across his features. Yes. 14 years in the future to be exact, give or take a few months. Here, the blonde hesitated before forging on. You could ask me some questions to make sure. Sarutobi didn't think anyone old pull off this sort of henge, and not many people knew Minato and Kushina even had a son, not to mention that the whisker markings on the blonde's face and the distinct Kyuubi chakra he could now say NSE inside the younger man were dead giveaways, but a few identity questions couldn't hurt either. Who were your parents? Again, that faint smile appeared briefly, and Sarutobi frowned inwardly at this implication. Naruto had always been optimistic, and always had a ready smile for all. For his expressions to have faded to a mere shadow of what it once was still as now, was a clear indication things in the future had not turned out well. Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. Sarutobi nodded. Your godfather and godmother. This time, a shadow of pain and deep sorrow darkened the cerulean eyes before that too disappeared. Raya and Tsunade. Sarutobi blinked, startled. He lets you call him Raya. Naruto, for it really could be no one else, blinked back. Well, I also call him Ero Sennin. But after I did that a couple of times in front of those women he tries to get to as well as a few dignitaries, he finally told me I could call him Raya instead, at least while in front of other people. The blonde scoffed a bit. There's nothing wrong with Raya. It's not perverted or degrading or anything. It's just a nickname. If he hadn't told me that he didn't let anyone else call him that, I would have ignored him altogether. Sarutobi chuckled, finally relaxing entirely. I used to call him that, but he insisted on his full name after he turned 15. He thought the name sounded too female, and I believe Tsunade somehow Teased him enough when they were younger that Jiraiya now has the irrational impression that the name is a patronizing insult to his sense of self. Or something of that sort anyway. He paused before continuing softly, "You two must have been very close." The blue gaze darkened once again even as the blonde nodded curtly. "Yes." Sarutobi nodded and made no further comment on the matter, instead taking in the ripped clothing the ninja was wearing. "Very well, I believe who you are. Now, why have you come back? Are things really that bad in the future?" Naruto closed his eyes briefly before nodding. "Konoha is gone," he said simply even as Sarutobi frowned at this revelation. "Razed to the ground. It's civilians and shinobi all dead. I was the last." For a moment, Sarutobi couldn't breathe as he tried to imagine a world where Konoha no longer existed. He glanced at the window towards the rest of the village before looking back at the blonde. It wasn't just the inner strength that was so like Minato, Sarutobi realized, because Kushina had that strength as well. It was Naruto's entire bearing that reminded him most of Konoha's yellow flash. This man currently standing in front of him, frame relaxed but ready, had the air of a Kage, and a powerful one at that. The kind of power that Sarutobi had only ever seen Minato exude. "You became Hokage then?" Sarutobi couldn't help but inquire. Naruto inclined his head in affirmation. "Rokudaime Hokage." The haunted look passed over the blonde's features once more. "Just in time to watch my village burn." Sarutobi almost shuddered at the near-overwhelming grief in the younger man's voice. It was always hardest on the Kage when their people's lives were lost. The entire village was their responsibility after all. "I came back to change it." Naruto suddenly looked almost anxious, and Sarutobi found himself relieved as he caught a glimpse of the Naruto he knew in this time. The Sandaime nodded briskly, turning to step back behind his desk. "Of course, if Konoha will fall then we will have to find a way to prevent it. But not now. Can I assume that nothing drastic will happen in the immediate future?" Naruto frowned in confusion but nodded nonetheless. "Everything will start going downhill at the next Chunin exams. Before that, as long as I keep an eye on things and root out some spies, things should be alright." "Good." Sarutobi pulled out a list of empty apartments and sent a reassuring look when Naruto stared in bewilderment at his assessment. "If nothing will happen anytime soon, I would like to get you settled in. You look ready to keel over, Naruto." The blonde blinked before looking down at himself. "Oh, I just finished fighting Ma." Sarutobi put up a hand to halt the younger man's explanation. "Not now, Naruto," he chided gently. "No doubt, if you continue, I will have many questions for you and we will be in here for another few hours. Right now, you need rest. Not to mention we still have to create a background for you." Naruto seemed to consider this for a moment before nodding silently in agreement. "Very well. While you are here, you will need to use a different name. Do you have one in mind?" "Kazama Heruki," Naruto said after a moment's thought. "That's the name I used when I infiltrated Iwagakure." Sarutobi opened his mouth to ask before shaking his head ruefully. Questions later. But who knew Naruto had the potential to be a spy? "All right," he continued on. "I'll write up the necessary papers and tell anyone who asks that you've been on a mission for me for the past 8 years. We can use the Hyuga affair, you know what that is." "Good. We can use that and say you've been in Kumo to make sure they wouldn't try anything again." "They won't try anything again, will they?" Naruto shook his head. "They won't be stealing any more Hyugas anyway. But the council will want proof." Sarutobi frowned. "Indeed. Is there any knowledge from the future that you can use here?" Naruto stayed silent, gaze flickering over to the window to stare absently out at the sky. "How long can you keep the council at bay before they start asking questions?" Sarutobi shrugged. "As long as you keep a low profile, word won't get back to them too quickly, but even if it does, I can hold them off for several days, maybe a week." Naruto nodded. "All right, give me 5 days. I can get to Kumo and back within that time. And I'll bring back Hyuga Hizashi's body. The bastards preserved it so I'll still be able to present an actual body." If Sarutobi had been anything other than a Kage, he would have gaped. Wouldn't they keep that well guarded? Naruto shrugged. "I can do it, old man. I'm above Anbu level, plus I've done it before. And I'll leave a body clone behind so they won't notice. As long as the Hyuga clan doesn't go flaunting it through the streets of Kumo, everything should be fine." The Sandame considered this for a few seconds before nodding in agreement. All right, I'll call a council meeting when you get back. You'll leave tomorrow. The blonde nodded. And I'll be back in 5 days. Good. Now for your looks. The village will be in an uproar if they get a good look at you. At first, and maybe even second and third glance, you look very much like Minato. Naruto frowned thoughtfully before performing a few one-handed seals. His long golden locks immediately washed away, leaving a crimson fire in its wake. The new redhead cocked a questioning eyebrow at the surprised Sandame. Sarutobi smiled and nodded, approvingly. While there were still traces of both Minato and Kushina on the former blonde's features, anyone would just dismiss it as a coincidence if they noticed. He couldn't detect the henge either. Moving on to where you will be staying then. I'll take the apartment next to my younger counterpart. Sarutobi blinked. How did you? Oh. Right. Are you sure? Very. This way, I'll be able to keep an eye on him. Keep him company too. He'll get lonely sometimes. The Sandame frowned sadly but said nothing. He had a feeling this Naruto wouldn't appreciate it. Very well. Just show these papers to the landlady there and she'll give you the keys. He smiled warmly at the redhead. This Naruto exuded a quiet strength and seemed comfortable in his own skin. He had grown up well. Get some rest, Naruto. Naruto offered that faint half-smile again before tucking Tsunade's necklace away and withdrawing a small paper seal instead, extending it towards Sarutobi. The Sandame blinked, taking the seal and noting the complex design. Just press it against any piece of clothing you wear and it will automatically imprint itself onto the material, Naruto explained quietly. If you are ever in trouble, sending even a drop of your chakra into the seal will automatically inform me of your position and I will be able to step to your location in an instant. Sarutobi examined the seal curiously before pressing it to his Kage cloak's inside collar. A flash of chakra and the ink on the paper dissolved, reappearing on the cloak instead. What does it do? This time, Naruto's smile held the faintest trace of mischief and Sarutobi found himself hard-pressed not to smile back in the face of such familiarity. Try it. Reaching up, Sarutobi sent a small current of chakra into the seal and then almost ebbed back when Naruto appeared beside him, a quiet crackle of dry lightning as his only warning. Wide-eyed, Sarutobi stared between the spot the redhead had been and the spot where he was now standing. Hiraishin. Naruto was already shaking his head. One of my own actually, although it is based on the Hiraishin. I call it Raiko Hitokiri no Jutsu. Same concept but less, well, like my dad's I suppose. Enemies rarely see it coming. The seal helps me lock onto the location but if I have a very clear picture of where I'm going in my head when I perform the jutsu, I can get there just as easily. Sarutobi was speechless for several seconds. While he knew that this Naruto was essentially an adult version of the 12-year-old Naruto, it was still hard to connect the two. To think that Naruto would one day grow up to create his own jutsu sent a thrum of pride rushing through the Sandame. This is amazing. The younger man seemed to brighten a little, blue eyes glowing with momentary pride at the compliment. Thanks old man. Sarutobi nodded before making a shooing motion at the redhead. All right, go on then. We'll figure everything else out later. Get some sleep. And, he reached into one drawer and withdrew a wallet, deactivating the seal with a flick of his hand before offering several bills. Buy some clothes and food. That should be enough for a month, and then you can start doing missions to earn your own money. Naruto eyed the bills before accepting them with a nod of thanks. I'll pay you back, old man. Sarutobi would have refused if he wasn't certain Naruto would be stubborn about it. So he simply nodded in acknowledgement, deactivating the privacy seals as Naruto, now Heruki, sketched a simple salute before jumping out the window and disappearing over the rooftops within seconds. Hokage-sama. Sarutobi glanced absently at his bodyguards as they slipped back into the office. He waved a dismissive hand in the air as he sat back down and started on a new stack of paperwork. One of my spies. He had to pull out quite suddenly though, so I was not expecting him. I sent him out a long time ago and haven't seen him in a while. He was also under a hengen. It took me a moment to realize who he was. Now I better start on this. I swear, the paperwork grows every time I turn around. The Anbu on guard duty seemed to accept this easily enough as they rela. Exton moved back into the shadows again, some almost palpably amused at Sarutobi's grumbling. But even as he started scanning a request for new medical equipment at the hospital, Sarutobi contemplated the few things he had learned in the last 20 minutes. Dark times lay ahead, waiting in shadowed corners. But perhaps, with the time traveler's help, a man who seemed both familiar and foreign to him at the moment, they would somehow manage. They would have to. Raiko Hitokiri no Jutsu, Lightning Step Jutsu. This FIC as well. Technically, Naruto was already working on the time travel seal, and Kurama only suggested Naruto try it before he just gives up. I've read Tragedy of Repetition as well as Doomed to Repeat, and I would have to agree that both fics are quite good. I hope you could give my FIC a chance, but regardless, thank you for the straightforward review. Sasuke. He fell back, horror twisting his heart as a familiar figure shoved him away, darting in front of the oncoming Chidori. Sasuke. No, move. The raven-haired general glanced back a heartbeat before the attack struck, a smirk playing on the man's lips even as Sharingan eyes met cerulean. And then blue-white lightning seemed to explode. In front of them, engulfing the Uchiha as Madara's hand thrust clean through Sasuke's chest. Streaks of lightning spread outward like snakes, wrapping around arms and legs and twisting them to awkward angles. Through it all, he stayed frozen to the ground, breath frozen in his lungs as the lightning died and a broken body tilted backwards. He barely managed to poo enough brain cells together to catch the deadweight before the general hit the ground. Sasuke. His eyes drifted to the gaping bloody hole in the Uchiha's chest, seeing the damning injury and smelling the sickening scent of burnt flesh but not comprehending. This was Sasuke, his teammate, his rival, his best friend, his brother, and this was not supposed to happen. Don't you dare. Shocked blue eyes flickered back up to meet dull onyx, the light inside them fading fast even as the Uchiha's gaze clung desperately to his. Don't you dare. Sasuke rasped again, crimson spilling from his mouth and staining his lips. Let him win, Naruto. And then he was gone, black eyes becoming sightless as the last spark of life spluttered and died, his entire body turning slack. He couldn't breathe, couldn't think, couldn't hear anything as he strained his ears in vain to catch the telltale breaths from the prone figure he was crouching over save for the harsh raucous laughter of the man standing only steps away from them. He's gone now too, Naruto-kun. Another one you led to his death. Another one you killed. When will you learn your lesson? It is futile to stand against me. This one's last of your pawns too, is he not? Or do you have another one to sacri? In the next moment, all he could hear was screaming and he barely registered that the agonized sound splitting the air coming from his own throat as he hurtled at the mocking figure with a vengeance, insanity threatening to conquer his mind. Yet still he could hear the sound of mad laughter, cutting into him. With terrifying accuracy because Madara was right, it was his fault again, and once more he had lost another of his precious people, lost the last of whom he had sworn to protect. With a choked-off cry, Heruki shot up in his bed, momentarily disoriented and drenched in sweat as he gasped for breath. One shaky hand reached up to cover his eyes, mentally pushing the most recent of his former life's memories back. Sasuke had been the last of his friends to go, loyal and unwavering to the very end. That Sasuke was gone now, the one with whom he could banter with and spar with and be Naruto with, not Hokage. But there was another Sasuke he could still save, one that he now had a chance of giving a better life to. Breathing finally steadying, Heruki lowered his hand, dropping it back into his lap as he glanced at the plastic clock he had bought yesterday. 5:10 a.m. stared back at him and the redhead could only sigh as he tossed back the blankets and got out of bed. 3 hours of sleep was actually pretty good in his book, so he wasn't complaining. A quick shower and a cup of ramen later and Heruki was on his way out the door, whisker markings hidden behind a henge and his new weapons concealed on his body. He had gone on a shopping spree yesterday and had even managed to find a lightweight katana, one with an indigo hilt and a blade of tamahagane so strong that a hint earring blue flashed across the blade when wielded properly. The katana could channel elemental chakra, which was perfect for Heruki because most of his attacks with his old katana consisted of combining chakra with the sword. Heruki had bought it at Tenten's family store, and while he hadn't seen the future weapons mistress, he had shaken hands with her father. The man had recommended this katana after listening to Haruki's detailed description of his former blade. Locking his apartment door behind him, Heruki turned in the direction of the village's front gates, only to stop and blink in mild surprise when he caught sight of familiar blue eyes staring inquisitively back up at him. "Good morning," Heruki greeted his younger counterpart after a short, contemplative moment. While he was now living next door to the 12-year-old, he hadn't expected to have to interact with him until after he got back from Kumo. "I believe I'm your new neighbor, Kazama Heruki. Nice to meet you." This meant to snap the boy out of whatever fascinated trance he had been in. "I'm Uzumaki Naruto." The blonde chirped brightly, but there was an undercurrent of uncertainty that Heruki easily detected, recognizing it from his own childhood whenever he had to force aside the fear of being rejected and hated so he could introduce himself. "You're living next to me now." Heruki offered a faint half-smile to the genin. "Yes, I just got back from a long-term mission." Naruto frowned, eyes narrowing in suspicion. "So you had to get a new apartment?" "It was an 8-year-long mission," Heruki clarified, pressing another smile at the odd expression that spread across the blonde's face. Had he really been this open when he was a child? "Having to keep up the rent on my old place would have been a waste of money, so I had to find a different place to live in now that I'm back." "You must be really good for the old man to give you such a long mission," Naruto exclaimed, eyes lighting up with excitement. "And you're living next to me." The blonde fell silent for a moment as he eyed Haruki's ninja garb. "Are you going on another mission already?" Heruki nodded, slipping his hands into the Junin vest he was currently wearing. An Anbu had dropped off both the vest and a brand new hit I ate last night. "Yes, but it's a top secret mission and I'll be back in 5 days, so don't tell anyone, okay?" If there was one thing Heruki knew his current self and his younger self would always share, it was the adamant refusal to break their word. When Naruto nodded seriously, Heruki knew the younger boy would take the information to his grave. With a satisfied nod, Heruki checked the sky, noting the rising sun before turning back to Naruto. "I still have some time before I have to leave. Have you had breakfast yet? We could go get some ramen or something." As expected, Naruto immediately brightened at the mention of ramen, but deflated again almost immediately. "I can't. I have to meet my new T6 for our test to become genin and our sensei told us not to eat anything." Heruki considered this thoughtfully. Really, looking back, Kakashi could have at least let them eat, especially when the man was going to be late. "Who is your sensei?" "Hitaki Kakashi." Naruto made a face. "He's kinda weird." Heruki found himself grinning a little at this. "Ah, I've heard of him. He's famous for being late to everything by at least 2 hours. You must have met him yesterday." "Was he late?" Naruto's eyes widened as he nodded vigorously. "Yeah, he was over 3 hours late." Heruki's sweat dropped. He had forgotten how long it took for Kakashi to pick them up the first time around, but even for the copy nin, over 3 hours seemed a bit excessive. "Then I don't think you have anything to worry about. I guarantee he won't meet up with you and your team for at least a few hours. A little breakfast now wouldn't hurt either. You'll have digested it all by the time he arrives anyway." Still, Naruto hesitated, shifting indecisively from foot to foot. "But Sasuke Tem and Sakura-chan won't have anything to eat." Heruki smiled again in approval. "How about this then? We still have some time before 6 so we can swing by Ichiraku's. Pick up some ramen, and then you can take some back to your teammates. My treat, since you're keeping a secret for me." The blonde's eyes lit up again, obviously pleased by this suggestion. Thanks, Kazama-san." Heruki quirked an eyebrow as they began their trek to the ramen stand. "Heruki is fine. Kazama-san makes me feel old. Although," he thought reflectively, "I feel old either way." "Heruki-san then." Naruto peered almost shyly up at him. "You're being really nice." The redhead suppressed the faint stirring of anger welling up inside him. While he knew the blonde was simply him as a child, it felt worse this time around seeing the loneliness in someone who, technically, was another person. His younger counterpart very much reminded him of Yusuke at the moment. And thinking of Yusuke, Heruki would have to find a way to adopt him again, but that would have to wait, no matter how much he disliked the idea. Leaving a 6-year-old alone in his apartment was hardly ideal. He would work on it when he came back. Can't I be nice to a new friend? Heruki smiled gently down at the boy, who ducked his head and flushed red with embarrassment but seemed equally pleased at the same time. The redhead decided at that very moment that this Naruto, who had already suffered 12 years as the Konoha's pariah, would never know that pain and loneliness again, not while he was here. When he came back from Kumo, if he noticed so much as a glare from any of the villagers, he or she would be getting a taste, only a taste, as he didn't think. Sarutobi would be very pleased with him if he did any real damage to any of them, no matter how much they would deserve it, as to why enemy nin had all been ordered to flee on sight if they ever laid eyes on him before he had even turned 18. By the time they had reached the ramen stand, Naruto had opened up and had gone through all the reasons for disliking Sasuke. He's a jerk and an arrogant bast. And he has the personality of a rock, as well as all the reasons for liking Sakura-chan. She's pretty and cute and she has cool hair. Heruki only chuckled, absently surprised at the sound, since he couldn't remember the last time he had openly shown amusement. Or shown amusement at all, for that matter. What would you like? Heruki eyed his wallet, wondering if he had promised my treat a bit too soon, but Naruto showed a commendable amount of restraint when he only listed 3 types of ramen. Could I have a miso ramen, a tonkatsu ramen for Sasuke, and a teriniku ramen for Sakura-chan? Please. Heruki smiled and nodded, glancing up when Tsuki and the man was a sight for sore eyes. Both Tsuki and Ayame had died when Konoha had been burned to the ground, but up until the very last moment, both father and daughter had carried on working, determined to give the Konoha citizens some semblance of normalcy amidst the depression of war. Stepped out of the back of the shop, already smiling a greeting at the short blonde. Good morning, Naruto. You're up early. Naruto grinned brightly at the owner of the ramen stand. Morning, Tsuki-san. I have training with my genin team this morning. But I came by to pick up breakfast first. Realization dawned on Tsuki's face. That's right. You've been assigned to a genin team. Well, a young ninja can't go hungry. What would you like? While Naruto rattled off his orders, Heruki caught the older man's gaze as Tsuki gave him an assessing look. He could recall that both Tsuki and Ayame had been very protective of him, especially when he was younger. So the redhead figured he should probably put the man at ease. Kazama Heruki, Heruki offered once Naruto finished talking. Naruto-kun's next-door neighbor. Tsuki squinted at him. I haven't seen you around before. Naruto cut in before Heruki could reply. Heruki-san's been away for a long time. He just got back yesterday and he's treating me to ramen as a welcoming present. Naruto blinked almost owlishly as he seemed to realize that welcoming presents were usually given to the person moving in, and Heruki chuckled again, not noticing the way Tsuki relaxed at the unexpectedly warm sound. Nor the way Naruto stilled at it, a look of wonder lighting his eyes as if unable to believe that anyone could laugh like that in his presence. Yes, Heruki shrugged, taking out a few bills to cover the ramen fee. I just moved in and met Naruto-kun this morning. Since neither of us have had breakfast yet, and Heruki reflexively crossed his fingers behind his wallet, I thought we'd swing by for ramen. Please add another miso ramen to the order. Tsuki smiled again, waving a careless hand in the air as he started on the ramen. Half price on everything today. Consider it a welcome home present from me. Heruki-san. Heruki blinked and then nodded his thanks, placing the correct amount of money on the counter before taking the seat next to Naruto to wait. Heruki-san. The redhead glanced down at his younger counterpart, raising an eyebrow in question. The blonde squirmed in his seat, seemingly torn between 2 decisions before finally blurting out, could you show me a jutsu? Heruki blinked at the request, taking in the puppy-like eagerness that was blatant on the blonde's face before nodding. As if he could refuse the blonde anything with a face like that. Besides, the boy reminded him far too much of his own genin team 8 years ago. Those 3 had learned how to play him for a sucker way too quickly, not that he had tried particularly hard to stop them. Staring out at the quiet town, Heruki considered his jutsus before raising his hands and going through the proper seals. Fuden, Go Denketsu Hoshi no Mori. The blue swirl of wind chakra rushed around the street outside the stand. A gentle breeze compared to the maelstrom of wind Heruki was used to whipping up. Lances formed in the air at 5 equal points, surrounding one area before shooting forward. With a flick of his wrist, Heruki quickly dispelled it. Even holding back, a sizable hole would have formed in the ground and he had no wish to do manual labor for the Sandaime anytime soon. Turning back to Naruto, Heruki blinked at the awestruck expression on the blonde's face. That was so cool, Naruto gushed, nearly bouncing in his seat. You're really strong. Heruki found himself rubbing the back of his head in his habitual movement when embarrassed. It wasn't as if the jutsu had been any higher than AB rank, and Naruto would one day be able to do it as well seeing as he had been the one to create it. It wasn't even all that impressive, but he supposed, to a genin, it really was something to see. You'll be that strong one day too, Heruki answered firmly, and watched in satisfaction as Naruto beamed up at him, obviously hearing the sincerity in the redhead's voice. It wasn't as if he was lying either, and the blonde seemed to realize this as he sat a little taller. Your ramen, Chuki cut in, placing 4 steaming bowls in front of them. As Naruto quickly dug into his bowl, the ramen stand owner glanced at Heruki again, his gaze softer this time but also slightly puzzled. You seem somewhat familiar, the man finally voiced, and Heruki forced himself not to tense up. But I could swear I've never met you before. Heruki shrugged and said nothing, plucking a napkin from the counter and handing it to his younger counterpart as the blonde inhaled his ramen before picking up 2 more bowls and waiting for Naruto to finish. Chuki shook his head, offering a warm smile. Never mind. Any friend of Naruto's is a friend of mine. Come back anytime. We're open the entire day. Heruki nodded silently, gaze sliding to Naruto as the boy finished up, shouted his thanks, and picked up the remaining bowl. Sasuke's, with careful hands as he slid off his seat and joined Heruki as he ducked out of the shop. Chuki waved them out with a smile, one which Naruto read with a grin of his own before the two set out towards the bridge. Heruki barely remembered to let Naruto lead, as he wasn't supposed to know where they were going. Soon, Black and Pink caught our attention and Naruto quickly shouted out a greeting. Sasuke only cast the blonde a disinterested look before glancing at Heruki, black eyes assessing, and Heruki felt his heart twist painfully in his chest. He quickly turned his gaze to the last genin of Team 7, watching as she scowled in Naruto's direction but directed a curious look at him. Again, the wide green eyes sent a rush of memories through his mind, some good, some bad, and all of them painful. He finally settled for keeping his eyes on his blonde companion. Somehow, that hurt less. Hey Sakura-chan, Sasuke-tem. I brought you food. Baka. Sakura immediately snapped, swatting at the blonde. You're late, and we're not supposed to eat. Naruto pouted and rubbed his head. But Kakashi-sensei's going to be late anyway and a small breakfast won't hurt. Besides, Heruki-san says it's okay. Heruki almost sweat dropped when 3 pairs of eyes turned on him. Technically, he hadn't said it was okay, per se, but he supposed he had implied it. Which meant he now had to take responsibility for his words. With an inward sigh, Heruki nodded cautiously. Training with nothing in your stomach is dangerous for you. A small meal wouldn't hurt and your sensei will be late anyway. You'll have digested everything by the time he gets here. See, Naruto thrust the ramen bowl he had been holding in Sasuke's direction, taking the boy off guard and somehow managing to dump the bowl into the Uchiha's hands. Eat it, before it gets cold. Sasuke barely spared the blonde a glance before directing his cool gaze at Heruki. Who are you? He asked bluntly, his words falling just short of rude. Heruki, now more than used to Sasuke's personality, replied without being offended while Naruto scowled at the raven-haired boy, Kazama Heruki, Naruto-kun's next-door neighbor. I met up with him this morning and thought some breakfast would help keep your strength up today. Sasuke said nothing more but, after a moment of consideration and a quick scan of Haruki's Junin vest, dug into his breakfast, nodding curtly at both him and Naruto. Heruki turned his gaze on the pink-haired Kunoichi next and offered the Toriniku ramen for the girl. Sakura blushed, ducking her head shyly as she glanced at Sasuke before replying uncertainly, I'm on a diet. Heruki tilted his head contemplatively. He had forgotten that the Sakura at this age was much more, well, girl than Kunoichi. It won't hurt, he assured after a moment, searching for the right words to convince her. Sakura liked books and facts, so Heruki would use that. You need a well-rounded diet to get a good figure, and that includes carbohydrates. As a kunoichi, you'll burn off anything you don't need when you train later. Not eating or only eating certain foods is bad for your body in the long run. Sakura's cheeks darkened as she glanced hesitantly at him. You sure? Heruki allowed a small smile to curve his lips as he extended the bowl again. I'm sure. Mere seconds later, Heruki had Sakura eating her breakfast as well, and he turned to the blonde still standing at his side, now eyeing his teammate's ramen enviously. The redhead smothered his amusement and extended his own bowl instead. I can pick up my own breakfast later, Naruto-kun. Growing boys need food. Naruto only hesitated for a brief moment before flashing a grateful smile up at him and accepting the bowl, digging in with little fanfare. Heruki nodded in satisfaction before glancing up at the sky. I should get going. Things to do. A bit of advice though. Do a bit of a warm-up after you finish eating. It'll help digestion. He directed another smile in Sakura's direction, who promptly blushed. And it'll loosen your muscles when you're running around later. And later, during your test, and even after that. Try not to think too individually. You're a team, now, and your teammates are what will make you strong. Heruki carefully kept his gaze focused on all three of them, not singling anyone out. Sasuke would get defensive otherwise. It's a testament to your own strength if you can see the strengths in other people and learn to work with them. Letting your teammates down because of pride or arrogance means you are just as weak as those who don't have enough physical strength. Weaker, because you have no excuse. All three nodded, even Sasuke, who seemed surprisingly at ease in Haruki's presence. Reminding the redhead of his Sasuke, the one who had been happy with himself and content with the people around him. They looked somewhat puzzled at his last hint, and Sasuke frowned a little at the mention of pride being a weakness, but none of them questioned him further. Heruki hoped it would be enough to get the Uchiha thinking. He knew how the adult Sasuke thought, knew what buttons to push to encourage the part of Sasuke that would one day grow up to be a great man, but he could only start the ball rolling now and give a hand to the boy now and then. The rest would be up to the future Anbu general. Naruto paused from his eating, voicing a question that bordered on insecurity. I'll see you later. Heruki smiled at the blonde's tact as he nodded, reaching out absently to ruffle his younger counterpart's bright hair as he stared down into inquisitive blue eyes. Of course. Good luck on your test, duckling. Naruto blinked, obviously startled, though it was a toss-up as to who was more so, the blonde or Heruki. Duckling. The redhead found himself rubbing the back of his head again, repressing the embarrassment threatening to show on his face. Ah, you reminded me of my old genin team for a moment. Short and small and, well, my apologies. Naruto seemed to consider this for a moment, pouting most likely at the short and small part before flashing an almost pleased grin up at Heruki. It's okay. I don't mind. Heruki raised his eyebrows but said nothing more, nodding a farewell to the blonde before doing the same to the other two. Without another word, the redhead quickly hurried away. He had planned to start out earlier, but he hadn't taken lingering with the rest of Team 7 to give them health advice into account. No matter. 5 days was plenty to get to Kumo and back if he kept moving. Yo! All three Team 7 soon-to-be genin members turned various expressions of murder on the silver-haired Junin in front of them. You're late. Both Naruto and Sakura accused. While even Sasuke glared daggers at the masked nin. Kakashi just smiled at them. Sorry, I got lost on the road of life. Liar. Naruto and Sakura chimed again, scowling fiercely at the Junin. Kakashi shrugged carelessly, eyes flickering briefly to the nearby trash can and noting the 3 bowls of ramen. Ma, ready for your test. Naruto pouted as he eyed the lunch box in each of his teammates' hands. He wriggled from his position, struggling with the ropes holding him to the tree stump. His stomach suddenly growled, breaking the silence, and the blonde promptly scowled, ducking his head as both his teammates glanced at him. He jerked a little when a bento box appeared in his line of sight and, following the hand that held it, Naruto blinked in confusion as he found himself staring into onyx. Sasuke only frowned a little, extending some tempura in the blonde's direction. Eat! Sasuke snapped gruffly. You got us breakfast earlier. I'm just paying you back. Naruto gaped before grinning widely and accepting the food. He almost choked on it when another bento was thrust into his face, a red-faced Sakura scowling at him. Just this once. The kunoichi snapped, offering one of the rice balls from her lunch. And it isn't as if you bought us breakfast, but like Haruki-san said, you'll be useless if you don't eat something. Naruto grinned again, features bright. Thanks Sakura-chan. Sasuke-tem. Sasuke just rolled his eyes. Just hurry up Dobi, before sensei gets back. Naruto quickly swallowed the rice ball, smiling contentedly for a moment before his eyes widened. Watching as a strong wind rolled in and the sky darkened. Kakashi appeared, staring forebodingly at them as the ground shook. You three, he barked, looming over them. Sasuke, Sakura, I told you not to feed him. What have you got to say for yourselves? Sasuke only glared right back, chin tilted up defiantly as he unconsciously shifted to place Naruto further behind him. Beside him, Sakura had flushed and her eyes were wide with alarm, but her shoulders squared as if preparing for battle, and her gaze never wavered from the copy nin. Behind both of them, Naruto scowled at Kakashi, blue eyes narrowed. This was his team, damn it. They had gone to bat for him. He couldn't let them take the fall. We're a team. Naruto glared fiercely as their sensei's gaze turned on him. Don't just single them out. Besides, I'm the one who ate the food. Shut up Dobi. Sasuke tossed a dark look over his shoulder at the blonde. I offered when you were already hungry. It's not just your fault. Sakura scrambled closer to her two teammates, elbowing the tied-up genin roughly. Yeah, I chose to feed you too. Stop trying to act tough. It makes you look stupid. All three turned back, K to their sensei as Kakashi came even closer, visible eye unreadable. If that's how you three, then I have no choice but to pass you. A stunned silence fell over the three genin as their Saron. Dings returned tomorrow and Kakashi eyes smiled at them again, crouching down to their level. You three are the first team I've ever passed, he told them cheerfully. You stuck up for one another instead of just listening to me. His eye turned somber, studying them with careful consideration. You have to remember, in the world of ninjas, those who break the rules are scum, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum. All three genin were quiet for a moment, taking this in as Haruki's last piece of advice came back to them. They glanced at each other. How had the redhead known? Well, Kakashi continued in a lighter tone, rising and stuffing his hands into his pockets. Team 7 will start missions tomorrow. Meet at the bridge at 6. With a poof, the copy nin disappeared and, unbeknownst to the newly formed Team 7, reappeared in a tree nearby, observing them with a steady eye. Below, Sasuke rose to his feet, dusting himself off as Sakura quickly packed up the lunches and placed them by the stump. Kakashi would probably come back for them later. Both of them turned to stare at the blonde of their team before Sasuke finally heaved a sigh and took out a kunai, cutting the ropes with quick efficiency. Oi Dobi, Sasuke voiced, idly twirling his kunai as Naruto landed on his feet and stretched out his limbs. Who is your neighbor? How did he know Kakashi-sensei's test would be based on teamwork? Naruto shrugged sheepishly as even Sakura focused on him with curious attentiveness. I dunno, he just moved in next to me. He just returned from an 8-year-long mission and needed a new place to live. And he knew Kakashi-sensei was going to be late, which was why he offered to buy us breakfast. Just like that, Sakura questioned, looking puzzled. I mean, he doesn't really know us, does he? And he's a Junin. Why would he bother with a bunch of genin? Naruto shrugged again, one hand reaching up to rub the back of his head. I don't know, but... Dobi, stop, Sasuke suddenly ordered, and Naruto instinctively froze as even Sakura was blinking at him with a startled expression on her face. Sasuke studied the smaller boy with careful consideration before murmuring, he did the exact same thing. Quote, did what? Naruto glanced nervously between his two teammates. Can I put my arm down now? Sakura quickly nodded but didn't look away as Naruto dropped his arm back to his side. Naruto, she said in a hushed voice. Are you sure you don't know him? Haruki-san rubbed his head like that too. Naruto tilted his head in confusion. Lots of people do that, don't they? I mean I'm sure I'm not the only one. Sasuke and Sakura actually exchanged a look before turning back to the blonde. Yeah, Sasuke agreed carefully. But the way he does it just gives off the same. He trailed off, eyes flickering away as he seemed to realize he was taking far too much interest in something unrelated to his training. Sakura quickly picked up the train of thought from her crush though. It gives off the same feel, she tried to explain. I mean, when Haruki-san did it earlier, the action seemed really familiar to me but I didn't make the connection until I saw you do it now. You always rub your head like that. Naruto frowned but dropped any suspicions easily enough. Well, I've never met him before but I think he's nice. And I don't think he was faking any of it either. I mean, even Sasuke-tem listened to him without pretending not to. Sasuke twitched before tucking his kunai away and turning in the direction of his home. Whatever, I'm leaving. Do us all a favor, Dobi. And don't get tied to any more tree stumps. And just like that, everything went back to normal as Sakura rushed after the raven-haired genin asking for a date with a rising blush in her face. And Naruto scowled after them and went on his own way, deciding to head to Iruka's apartment first to tell the man the good news. Still hidden in the shadows of the nearby tree, Kakashi ran an absent hand through his hair. Interesting. Someone in Konoha knew of his tardiness and more importantly, his tests, someone who had been away from Konoha for the past 8 years. Last time he checked, he hadn't been a sensei 8 years ago. He paused to consider this. Surely the Sandaime would be willing to tell him something about this Heruki. He checked the sun's position and, deeming himself a sufficient 3 hours late for reporting back to the Hokage, disappeared in a puff of smoke. Late, Kakashi. I don't even know why I bother anymore. Kakashi eyes smiled at the Hokage. Before whipping out his newest Ika Paradise book. Around him, several of the other Junin twitched and Kurenai looked ready to deck him. The Hokage just sighed and waved a dismissive hand in the air. All right, now that we're finally all here, tell me whether you passed your teams or not. Team 1, pass. Team 2, pass. Team 3, fail. Team 4, pass. Team 5, fail. Team 6, fail. Team 7, pass. Dead silence met this announcement as all the present Junin turned to stare dubiously at the copy nin. Kakashi glanced up from his book, eyes scanning the room lazily, and a faint smirk became visible behind his mask. The Hokage only shook his head, a small smile curving his lips as he marked the answer down. He hadn't expected anything less, seeing as Heruki had given no indication that his younger counterpart would fail, but it was still shocking for Kakashi to actually pass a team. Team 8, pass. Team 9, fail. And Team 10, pass. Sarutobi nodded his approval. He knew batch of genin seemed to show promise. Very well, missions for your genin teams will start tomorrow. Dismissed. The Junins piled out of the office, some shooting curious glances at Kakashi as the copy nin made no move to leave. Kakashi, Sarutobi started, some idea of what the man wanted already forming in his mind. Can I help you with something? Kakashi straightened, tucking his book away as he made sure the office door was shut before turning to the Hokage. I came across something interesting today. Oh, yes, a man named Heruki. I only got his first name. My students were talking about him. A Junin recently returning from an 8-year-long mission who knows how my tests work. Sarutobi forced down the urge to show his amusement, carefully keeping his face neutral. As he studied the curiosity flashing in Kakashi's visible eye, you must mean Kazama Heruki. Sarutobi offered, watching the faint frown pass over the Junin's brow. He just returned yesterday from an infiltration mission. He's good at what he does. Getting information on you wouldn't be too hard for him. Kakashi nodded slowly but added bluntly, I've never heard of him. Sarutobi shrugged nonchalantly. You were Anbu 8 years ago, Kakashi. And I didn't exactly announce his mission to the village. He's a quiet man. You might have missed him. Kakashi nodded again. Do you know where he is now? Around. Sarutobi voiced vaguely. I've given him some vacation time. He deserves it. Planning to interrogate him yourself? Kakashi had the decency to look sheepish. Just curious, Hokage-sama. My kids seem quite taken with him. Besides, if he's a fellow Junin, I'd like to get to know him. What does he look like? Sarutobi chuckled. Look for red hair. You can't miss him. Once he returns, of course. He added mentally. Kakashi nodded his thanks, sketching a quick salute before disappearing in a swirl of leaves. Sarutobi stared disapprovingly at the pile of foliage now in his office. Really, couldn't they just use the door? It was there for a reason. A figure slipped unseen over the wall surrounding the shrine, passing by the lax guards placed at the entrance. Red hair tucked neatly away. The black-clad nin quickly sped into the interior of the shrine, pausing only long enough to deactivate the simple seals placed around the small building housing the body of Hyuga Hizashi. For someone as hated as the Hyuga clan head's brother, the man really did get quite a resting place. Heruki supposed this had more to do with the fact that they simply wanted to flaunt the fact that they had Hizashi's body while ignoring the fact that they had failed to get their hands on Hyuga Hiashi. Either way, while the shrine was simple enough, the place was also built quite elegantly. Trees planted on either side of the shrine with statues lined up on either side of the path. The red paint coloring the roof was well maintained as well, and the grass surrounding the shrine was well kept. No torches were lit inside the shrine, which made Haruki's work that much easier. Reaching the dust-covered coffin in which Hizashi had been laid out, Heruki noted the somewhat complex seal on the lid. He frowned. This was not the seal he had come across in his former life. That seal had just been placed on the coffin for keeping the corpse from decomposing. A simple enough seal. This one. Heruki leaned in closer, studying the symbols that made up the seal. When he had retrieved Hizashi's body with Neji in the other timeline, he had been 19, 7 years from now in this current timeline. Why would the seal on a dead body be different between the two times? His eyes suddenly focused on the center of the seal, a swirl of symbols that defined suspended life. Suspended life. The only reason that would be here. With a mental curse, Heruki silently pulled out a piece of paper, ink, and a brush. He really hoped this wasn't what he thought it was. He had worked with life suspension seals before, having come across them when going through Sasori's heart container. He knew how to counter it. A few minutes later, he slapped the counter seal on top of the coffin. A brief flash of chakra lit the coffin lid before the ink on both seals disappeared. Quietly, Heruki lifted the lid of the coffin, putting it aside carefully before taking a deep breath and looking inside. He stared. It was official. Someone up there seriously hated him. Impassively, he watched the gentle rise and fall of Hyuga Hizashi's chest as his mind raced at this new turn of events. The man had clearly been dead when he and Neji had gone to fetch the body. Clearly, which meant Kumo or someone else had killed the man sometime before Heruki had turned 19. He leaned closer and noted the familiar thin scar marring the man's throat, a calculated cut for murdering prisoners. Obviously, they had planned on killing him. Someone had figured out what the Hyuga's curse seal would do once the man was dead. Someone else had then managed to save him, and then had Hizashi preserved until they could figure out how to break the curse seal. Naruto scoffed. He had figured that out by the time he had turned 16. Apparently, one had a lot of free time on their hands when infiltrating enemy countries. He had spent an entire year in Iwa and had managed to figure out both the caged bird seal and Orochimaru's curse seal. Not bad for a 15-year-old. But right now, none of those thoughts helped. On one hand, if he didn't take Hyuga Hizashi's body back, he would have a guilty conscience for not getting the poor man out while he was still alive. The Hyuga clan would be up in arms if they ever found out. Neji would probably want his head on a silver platter if the same thing happened. And he would have no proof of his spying in Kumo for the council, and it was one hell of a but nothing unexpected would happen in this timeline if he stuck to his plan and retrieved a dead Hyuga Hizashi and not a live one. On the other hand, if he did take Hyuga Hizashi's body back, he would be guilt-free, and Kami knew how much guilt he already had on his shoulders. He didn't need any more. The Hyuga clan would be indebted to him for forever and a day. Neji would have his father back, and he would have sufficient proof for the council, and there was a shitload of buts this time. The Hyuga clan would never keep quiet about something like this. He had no idea how the Sandaime wanted to play this. Konohagakure would probably regain an age-old enemy out of Kumo before the week was out. Another war would start. His purpose for coming back would become null and void, and the timeline would be completely fucked up. It would be unbelievable what the difference between AD EAD man and a live one could make if it wasn't currently staring him in the face. Literally. Kami, he wasn't even being paid for this. Heruki grimaced, closing his eyes briefly and pinching the bridge of his nose as he debated on his next action. Given his two choices, the logical one would be the first. There was a whole lot less that could go wrong. His mind said option 1. Too bad his heart said option 2. He breathed deeply, staring down at the comatose Hyuga again. Neji had once told him a little about his father during one of the rare lulls in the war, when it had just been the two of them holed up in one of the shabby tents set up on the battlefield. Neji had told him how his father had been quite bitter with the main house because of the caged bird seal. But he had later learned from Hiashi that, while he had been angry about this, his father had also taken Hiyashi's place during the Hyuga affair of his own free will, having forcefully stopped Hiashi from refusing his decision. To Naruto, Hyuga Hizashi seemed like a good man, and Naruto knew all about how angry one could get over having a seal put on oneself without consent. Heruki sighed and straightened, quickly awing up another life suspension seal and unsealing the body clone he had brought along to replace Hizashi. In the end, he was just stalling for time. He had known, from the moment he had realized that the man was still alive, that he would not be leaving without his future, second-in-command's father. Besides, he doubted the Kumo shinobi came regularly to check up on someone the rest of the world thought was dead. With a little chakra manipulation, the body clone was now an exact replica of Hyuga Hizashi, down to the scar running across his throat, with the exception of the no-breathing part. Gently, Heruki lifted Hizashi from the coffin with minimal difficulty, making sure the simple kimono he was wearing didn't catch on anything and carefully placing the man on the ground against a nearby pillar. While the seal had kept the man alive without food or water, seals like that also didn't work forever and the seal's recipient's health would decline over time. Hizashi was already too thin. From there, the redhead quickly replaced Hizashi with the body clone, shutting the coffin again and activating the new life suspension seal. The body inside the coffin would still be nanimated since it had never been alive in the first place, but the seal would look like it was working at the very least, clearing up any evidence of his presence from the shrine and brushing away few fingerprints he had imprinted on the coffin. Heruki scanned the room one last time before scooping up the Hyuga clan head's brother and slipping out of the shrine. Again, leaving the shrine was just as easy as getting in, even with an extra burden. Stopping once he reached the mountain pass that would eventually lead him back to Konoha, Heruki paused to consider his options. He couldn't see the man into a scroll and he really didn't want to use his space-time ninjutsu with a physically fragile man in tow. Heruki scowled. This seriously put a wrench in his plans. He had been planning on flashing back to the Konoha gates to cut down travel time, getting him back to the village in the promised 5 days, but now, with a little over a day to get back. Kurama, you awake? Silence, N.D. Then a low grumbling growl reverberated in his mind as the fox yawned. What do you want, Kit? I need a lift back to Konoha. Got an unexpected passenger. Heruki felt the Kyuubi stir in his mindscape. Isn't that human supposed to be dead? The redhead sighed gloomily. I feel like an ass for thinking this, but things would be so much simpler if he was. The demon fox snorted and then a bright flash of red glowed briefly beside Heruki and Kurama appeared beside him, stretching languidly as he waved his nine tails behind him. Hop on, Kit. The Kyuubi turned one intelligent purple eye on Heruki. I'll get you home on time. Naruto smiled gratefully before clambering on, settling Hizashi in front of him to make sure the man didn't fall off along the way. Riding Kurama was a lot like flying during a storm after all. Kakashi found himself with a slight tick over one eye when his genin team managed to find Tora in record-breaking time. Again, and the record they had broken was their own. From 3 days ago, he had no idea what had happened to his team. What had happened to the fangirl and the Avenger and the dead last? Ever since the genin test, the three seemed to have clicked. ND Kakashi couldn't be happier that his students were now working well together, better than he could have ever hoped for, but changes like the ones he had observed didn't happen for no reason. While Naruto and Sasuke still argued and Sakura was still violent prone towards the hyperactive blonde, all three seemed content enough to put aside their differences, or at least work with their differences. Enough to complete all the D-rank missions Kakashi had thrown at them. Whatever the mysterious Heruki had told them before he had arrived the day of the Genin test seemed to have stuck with them, and even Sasuke, the so-called Avenger and loner of the group, seemed to have put serious consideration in what they had heard. But it wasn't even the fact that some other Junin had managed to inspire Hem to work together and not Kakashi that irked the copy Nin so much, it was the fact that he couldn't find the man. He was an ex-Anbu captain for Kami's sake. How hard could it be to find one red-haired Junin in his own village? And worst of all, he had even gone back to the Sandaime to ask for the redhead's whereabouts, only to be told that what Heruki did in his own time was his business, and Sarutobi was not going to drag the man back to work just because Kakashi was dying of equal parts curiosity and paranoia. For the rest of his life, Kakashi would swear blind that his Hokage had been silently laughing at him the entire time. With a hidden grimace as Naruto bounced up to him, Tora in his somewhat scratched hands and Sakura and Sasuke coming up behind him, Kakashi sighed and nodded. "Alright, good job, Naruto. Let Sakura and Sasuke take the cat back to the daimyo's wife." Before any of them could ask why, the copy Nin quickly doled out a half-lie. "You returned the cat last time. I want Sakura and Sasuke to do it this time. Make sure to be polite, no matter what happens. Understand?" Sakura nodded quickly enough, happy to spend more time with Sasuke, and took Tora from Naruto. But Sasuke shot him a searching look before glancing at Naruto, eyes speculative even as he turned away. That was another difference. Whatever Heruki had said, Sasuke now seemed to study his two teammates more seriously, and, on several occasions, had already made use of Naruto's Kage Bunshins. The Uchiha had half suggested, half ordered Naruto to send his Bunshins to scope out the terrain. Kakashi had set up an obstacle course for them, and then had Naruto disperse them and relayed back to the team what traps the copy Nin had managed to set up, and had also gotten Sakura, with her knowledge of theory and facts, to teach Naruto whenever the blonde couldn't quite understand something Kakashi was teaching them. Sometimes, even Sasuke would listen in, his face carefully blank and turned away, but a telltale glint of concentration in his eyes nonetheless. The Uchiha prodigy was cataloging his team's strengths and weaknesses and utilizing them accordingly. Kakashi knew Chunin and Eve, and Junin who couldn't do what Sasuke was learning to do. And it wasn't just Sasuke either. Sakura and Naruto had also changed a little. Sakura, though still obviously crushing on Sasuke, seemed better able to concentrate now that the Uchiha was not completely ignoring the pink-haired Kunoichi. She was now eating more too, even though the file Kakashi had received from the Hokage had mentioned that the girl was on a diet that leaned towards unhealthy. In addition to that, the regular, civil interactions she had with Naruto when Sasuke asked her to explain something to the blonde seemed to gain some toleration towards Naruto as well. Naruto on the other hand was still just as cheerful, but the confidence that had seemed somewhat forced when Kakashi had first met him on the roof now appeared more genuine. It showed in the way the blonde walked through the streets as the civilians threw him dirty looks and whispered behind his back. Sakura and Sasuke had both picked up on this and would always make sure that the blonde walked between them, though Kakashi wasn't sure if this was done unconsciously or not. In turn, Naruto held his head a little higher, and his grins were a little more real. The sunny smiles sometimes causing a slight pain in his chest for reasons he wasn't sure of, though that was slowly fading and being replaced by fondness for his bright-haired student. Naruto was also surprisingly gracious when he couldn't do something that his teammates could, as he had seen during the few obstacle courses he had set up one day. Even Sasuke would try something himself and on. Lee turned to Naruto or Sakura when he had frustrated himself in trying to do something he obviously couldn't without help. Naruto instinctively trusted his teammates to take care of themselves in the areas they were good at and back them up when they couldn't. Kakashi could actually see the beginnings of what could be an amazing team a decade from now. They were still rough around the edges though, still mere children, and far from skilled enough to pull off any real missions outside of the village no matter how well they worked together, not to mention that they still fought a little too much. Though Kakashi couldn't actually see that ever going away, but he could see it. If he squinted and looked hard enough, maybe turn his head a little to the left and tilted it at just the right angle under the mid-afternoon sun. He could make out what they could eventually become. While Sakura was the voice of reason on Naruto's left and Sasuke the shadow guard on the blonde Jinchuriki's right, Naruto would be their center. Bright and shining, and suddenly, in the rare fascinating times Kakashi could see all this, Naruto's dream of becoming Hokage didn't seem all that impossible anymore. Of course, then Naruto would do something stupid, Sakura would slap him upside the head, and Sasuke would roll his eyes and heave a put upon sigh at having been stuck on Team 7, and then Kakashi would be Link and wonder if he had gone temporarily insane. But all these changes, in less than a week. Kakashi's curiosity had kept his genin team out for training for more than the allotted half a day. But none of them seemed to really mind, and Kakashi had managed to learn more about his team this way. It was seriously throwing a wrench in his lifestyle. He wasn't even late by more than an hour anymore, sometimes even less, and while he usually had his book out in front of him, more often than not, he was observing his team instead. Which brought him back to the fact that he still couldn't find the man responsible. Kakashi had even dropped by Naruto's apartment building at odd times, though only in passing since waiting for the man outside his apartment was borderline creepy, even for him. And the copy nin had drawn the line at outright stalking. But since the Sandaime wasn't inclined to help him and his fellow Junins were worse than useless since none of them seemed to know Kazama Haruki, Kakashi was now stooping down to drill his blonde student. Surely Naruto, who lived next to the man, could give him a hand. In some part of his mind that Kakashi was adept at ignoring since he had more than his fair share of odd quirks, a voice was cheerfully informing him that his so-called curiosity was quickly becoming an unhealthy obsession and that perhaps he should head over to the hospital for a mental checkup. Like everything else that voice told him, Kakashi ignored it. Naruto, Kakashi started casually. Do you know where Kazama-san is? He wasn't sure how old the red-haired Junin was, but Sarutobi talked about Heruki the same way he talked to Kakashi, so the copy nin assumed they were at least around the same age. Somewhere around, I guess. Heruki-san is kinda quiet, so he probably likes spending some time alone. Blue eyes blinked innocently up at him throughout the blonde's answer. Kakashi was instantly suspicious. For one, he had seen the Hokage himself fold wet paper when Naruto batted those eyes at him, and for another, Naruto had said almost the exact same thing the Hokage had told him on more than one occasion. Really? Kakashi crossed his arms. He supposed it wasn't really fair to seem intimidating, but it wasn't as if it actually worked. All three of his genins seemed immune to his posturing after that first day. But Naruto only grinned up at him, an excited gleam entering his eyes as he almost bounced on the spot. Really? You can even stop by our apartment building tonight. You'll probably see him then. I can introduce you. Kakashi blinked. This was not what he had been expecting. Naruto was actually giving him a time when the redhead would actually be present. Maybe he should have asked the blonde earlier. Well, okay then, Kakashi Q. Uukly I smiled at his student and whipped out his book to hide his sudden confusion. He was sure he was missing something here. I'll swing by at around 8, okay. Naruto nodded before waving go. ODBYE and bouncing off in the direction of his favorite ramen stand. Kakashi sighed and almost slapped himself with his book. Seriously, he felt like he was completely out of the loop here. But he wanted to meet this Kazama Haruki. He wanted to know what kind of man could influence a bunch of kids so much with only a few choice words. Thanks for the lift, Kurama. I can take it from here. The demon fox nodded distractedly, eyeing the village they could just see beyond a thick crop of trees. I don't see it, the Kyuubi finally decided. I have no idea what you see in that village. Humans. Emotional lot, all of you. And with that said, the fox disappeared with a swish of his tails, reappearing in Haruki's mindscape and promptly settling down for another nap. Heruki huffed in amusement but paid the fox no mind. A demon just didn't see things the same way humans did. Adjusting his grip on Hyuga Hizashi, Heruki quickly summoned a small yellow fox without using seals. Go to Sarutobi-sama, he ordered. Tell him that I've finished but some complications have risen and I need a private audience. Tell him to use the seal once his office is cleared. The fox dipped her head in Aknowel. Degement before loping off in the direction of the village. Mere minutes later, Heruki felt a faint tug in his mind and he stepped without hesitation to the Sandame's location, tightening his hold on Hizashi. A shorter distance was better when he traveled with an unconscious person in tow. Appearing in the office, Heruki looked up to find a frozen Sarutobi staring at the man Heruki was carrying with deceiving placidity. Several seconds ticked by and the redhead waited patiently for the Sandame to pull himself together. "Oh dear," Sarutobi finally managed faintly. Heruki snorted, glancing around and walking over to the couch in the side office to put Hizashi down. "Yeah, understatement, old man." Sarutobi sighed, walking over to stand beside him. "This really is Hyuga Hizashi." "Yup, ha." Heruki pulled off the bandana that had kept his hair out of sight. "Startled the hell out of me too. In my time, Neji and I went to get him and he was very much dead, but I was 19 at the time. The seal from that time was different too. It was just a body stasis seal. The seal I came across yesterday was a life suspension seal, and you managed to break it." A note of amazement rang in the older Hokage's voice. Heruki smirked just a little, a thrum of pride warming his heart. "I'm a Fuinjutsu master, old man. I'm better than Raya." Sarutobi smiled warmly up at him, noticeable pride glowing on the old man's features, and Naruto found himself smiling back just a little. This man's opinion had always been important to him, even after he had died. "So what should we do now?" Heruki cleared his throat a little, stepping away. He wasn't too used to private emotional moments and too much time actually part of one made him uncomfortable. Sarutobi hemmed thoughtfully, tactfully ignoring the slightly embarrassed shift in Haruki's expression. "Well, the Hyuga clan will have to be notified. You replaced Hizashi-san with the clone." Heruki inclined his head, arms crossed in front of him. "I did, and I replaced the life suspension seal as well. So long as no one opens the coffin and examines it too closely, the switch should go by unnoticed. At least until one of those Kumo nins get it into their heads that they might know how to get rid of the caged bird seal without killing the man and the rakage lets them." Sarutobi shot him a speculative glance. "Do you?" Heruki smiled thinly. "I can get rid of any seal, old man." The Sandame's eyes widened. "Even Orochimaru's curse seal?" Haruki's face darkened. "Especially Orochimaru's curse seal." Sarutobi stared for a moment longer before shaking his head fondly. "You've grown up well, Haruki-kun." Heruki shrugged. "Circumstances, old man. Circumstances and necessity." The Hokage only nodded this time, understanding without asking. "Well, we won't be able to keep this a secret for very long." Kumo only asked for Hiashi-san's body though and then eventually settled for Hizashi-san's body. There were no terms for a prisoner. We could use that to our advantage. "War, old man," Heruki reminded, running a hand over tired eyes. "We don't want war." Sarutobi nodded in agreement, eyes briefly showing concern at the desolation in the redhead's voice. "Of course not. We would need some legitimate way to place Hizashi-san back in Konoha without alerting them to the fact that Konoha managed to send someone into Kumo for his body." Heruki absently unsealed his Junin vest from a scroll and tugged it on, eyes distant as his mind recalled all those strategy sessions he and Shikamaru had sat through, suggesting tactic after tactic, building on them, perfecting them. An idea formed in his mind and Heruki looked back at Sarutobi who, to his credit, had stayed patiently silent as Heruki took a trip down memory lane. "Ah," Heruki rubbed the back of his head. "Sorry, I have an idea. What if we say that the life suspension seal had been weakened with time? The coffin was covered in dust so it's obvious no one's poked around there for a while. We could say that Hizashi-san managed to escape because the seal's hold on him slipped enough for him to get out. I could go back to Kumo and blow the shrine sky high. I'll leave some evidence of a faded life suspension seal lying in the wreckage before making my way back to Konoha. We could say Hizashi-san blew up the place. I mean, a disoriented man waking up inside a box is hardly ideal for anyone. He would try to get himself out and he could claim temporary selective memory loss. The mountains in Kaminari no Kuni are distinctive and he would have realized where he was in, not remembering much of anything. Immediately set out for home. That could place him in Konoha without us ever having to lift a finger. Konoha finds out, the shit hits the fan, and Kumo has no room for deniability this time around. You said so yourself. A prisoner was not the deal we made with Kumo. We get Hizashi-san back, Kumo can't declare war on us, and we'll have total control of the entire situation. This will also solve the problem between me and the council. In my time, it took a while to find out where Hizashi-san's body was hidden. 8 years in Kumo is sufficient time to find out, N.D. long enough for a less than average seal's power to decline enough for someone to break through. Dead silence met him as Heruki finished and the redhead blinked at the almost slack expression on Sarutobi's face. The man looked slightly dumbfounded and seemed to be trying to find the right words. Luckily, another voice cut in before Heruki started worrying about shock. I agree with this plan. The voice came from the couch and both of them started, snapping their heads to stare into distinctive Byakugan eyes. Hizashi's voice had been gravelly with misuse, but still steady as he gazed straight at Heruki. Heruki froze, immediately wondering how long the man had been awake. He had been stupid. All ninjas were trained to be able to go from unconscious to conscious without any visible signs. He should have made sure. Heruki-san, was it? Heruki tensed under the Hyuga's contemplative gaze. How long have you been awake? He asked stiffly. Hizashi slowly shifted into a sitting position. Long enough to gather that you seem to be at least acquaintances with a version of my son old enough to infiltrate Kumogakure. An uncomfortable silence settled over the three of them and Heruki IDL. Why wondered if he could whack the Hyuga over the head hard enough to actually give him memory loss. Then again, he doubted the Hokage would be very happy about it. I will not pursue this issue any further. Hizashi suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Nor will I repeat anything I have heard today to anyone else. It is the very least I can do for the man who seems to have saved my life. Heruki blinked at this unexpected turn, studying Hizashi's face for any sign of deceit before glancing at Sarutobi. The Sandame was smiling faintly. It seemed neither of them believed the Hyuga to be lying. Heruki grunted and shrugged, backing away into the comfort of the shadows before moving into the side kitchen and out of sight of the other two occupants of the office. He had gotten used to staying high. Den whenever he could back during the war. The habit would probably never leave him. Well then, moving on, Sarutobi finally spoke, ignoring the slight tension in the air mostly caused by the redhead. Hizashi-san, how do you feel? Hiashi shifted a little, testing his limbs as he clenched and unclenched his hands. Stiff, but that will go away soon enough. May I trouble you for a cup of water, Hokage-sama? Sarutobi immediately nodded, but Heruki was already moving back into the room, a cup of water in one hand. Wordlessly, he handed it to the Hyuga before backing away, glancing back into the kitchen as Sarutobi and Hizashi realized that they could hear water beginning to boil. Hizashi nodded slowly in thanks, studying the redhead half hidden in shadows with puzzled curiosity. The man didn't give off an unapproachable aura, and when he had woken up halfway back to Konoha on the Flying Fox, Heruki's hold on him had been careful and protective. Now the man just seemed uneasy, as if He wasn't sure what to do with Hizashi now that Hizashi knew. And yes, he knew. He had picked up enough to realize this was the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, and last time he had checked, Uzumaki Naruto had been the vessel, and should only be, by all means, 8 years older than the last time he had glimpsed the boy. He suspected that the red hair was a henge, though he couldn't detect anything. Hizashi had also figured out that this man was most likely from the future, or at least a parallel universe, not that he was an expert on the subject. And the casual way he had mentioned his son's name, even in passing, held a certain quality of warm affection, and Hizashi had no doubt that the two had been friends. He could tell that this man was powerful too, a Fuinjutsu master, and an excellent strategist. If the plan the man had spun on the spot was anything to go by. Studying the redhead carefully, Hizashi frowned at the exhaustion he could see in the tense line of the man's shoulders, a fatigue that he doubted was from his so-called mission to Kumo. Eyes far too old for such a young man confirmed that, and the way Heruki had mentioned war earlier, the deep disgust and grieving sorrow mixed. Toge. There to form the word could only have come from a war veteran far too used to blood and death. But he had also felt the innate kindness in the redhead when the man had carried him home, had seen the A.B. solute trust the Sandame had in Heruki, and the instinctive attentiveness Heruki possessed when he had guessed what Hizashi had wanted before he had even asked for it. The kettle suddenly sounded and the redhead was already moving. A flash of crimson fire amongst the shadows. The kettle cut off and the sound of cupboards opening and closing reached their ears. A minute later, Heruki was back, ramen in one hand and a fork in the other. Hizashi's eyebrows rose. The redhead had even caught the fact that there was no way his fingers would have enough dexterity to use chopsticks at the moment. "Thank you," Hizashi spoke aloud this time, hoping to allay some of the worried anxiety flashing in the man's blue gaze by showing his own sincere gratitude. The redhead studied him for a moment, yes piercing before the intensity disappeared and a softer look replaced the earlier tension in Haruki's features. "You're welcome." The redhead huffed a little, the slightest hint of embarrassment showing on his face, and Hizashi caught a glimpse of the blonde boy this man had grown up from. Sarutobi, watching this exchange, tried not to let his amusement show. Really? First Kakashi, and now Hizashi. Heruki was reeling people in without even being aware of it. Alright, back to the plan. Sarutobi drew their attention back to him as he turned to Heruki. It's an excellent plan. There are a few parts that will have to be smoothed out, but overall, since Hizashi-san has agreed, we can work with it. Heruki nodded once in acknowledgement and Sarutobi turned back to Hizashi. For now, Hizashi-san will have to stay here. No one comes into my office and the seals on the doors hide any chakra signals anybody give off once I activate them. Is that all right? Hizashi nodded as well and Sarutobi turned once more to Heruki. Good work, Heruki-kun. Go home and get some rest. I'll have one of my Anbu go get you when the council convenes. You'll want to be present. Yes, Heruki ran a hand through his hair, adjusting his Junin vest as he got ready to leave. There is also another matter I want to speak to you about, but it can wait until tomorrow, much as I don't like the idea. Right now, I suppose you'll want to move fast. Indeed, Sarutobi agreed, already grinning. And Heruki-kun, you might want to prepare yourself for a visit from Kakashi very soon. He's been running all over the village looking for you since you left 5 days ago. Heruki eyed the Hokage dubiously. Kakashi? Why? Sarutobi shrugged. You seem to have made quite an impact on his genin team. He wants to meet you. But it's been quite entertaining watching him looking for someone who hasn't even been here the entire time. I haven't seen him work so hard in a long time. Heruki snorted, rolling his eyes. Great, not only is he a pervert, Kakashi's turned into a stalker. Just my luck. With one last shake of his head, the redhead nodded at Hizashi, who had managed to stand, if somewhat unsteadily, and had sketched a respectful bow, the slightest of smiles on his face when he straightened up again. Thank you again, Heruki-san. Heruki flashed him the briefest of smiles, something on his face relaxing before. He turned to Sarutobi again and sketched his own salute. With a wave, the redhead disappeared and the remaining occupants could just catch the sound of Haruki's foot pushing off from the windowsill of the outer office. He's an interesting man, Hizashi commented after a short pause, sitting down again and picking up his ramen. Yes, Sarutobi agreed genially. He has been great once, and there is no doubt in my mind that he will be great again, whether or not he wishes to be so. Fuden. Go Denketsu Hoshi no Mori, Wind Release, Lance of the 5-Point Star. Finished. Wow, that was long. I was only planning to write half this length, but I just couldn't find a nice place to stop. Anyway, please review and tell me what you thought. Tatenchi sa wada. I will be putting more plot twists into this fic, some sudden. Some not so much, but that's the direction I'm seeing this story in. As for the speed of this fic, I covered about 5 days in one chapter, but I don't really want to go into detail about each person every day. Team 7 is coming together a bit quick, but there will be some trouble between them further down the road, mostly between now and the Chunin exams. They obviously won't be best friends forever anytime soon. Some parts will be as fast as chapter 2, though I could slow down other parts throughout the story. And about calling the older Naruto Heruki, I just want to get everyone used to calling him that. If both Narutos are together, Sarutobi can't call both of them Naruto, and the rest of the characters in this story will get to know Naruto as Heruki. Everyone will eventually find out who he is. But in this timeline, he is essentially Heruki to them. To Bellum. Glad you like it. I loved writing chapter 2. Like I said above, the older Naruto will be known to other people as Heruki, and everyone will have gotten used to calling him that by the time the majority of the characters in my FIC figure out who he is. To Lightning HSW. At the moment, the younger Kyuubi can't communicate with the younger Naruto. Technically, he's still dormant and can't see or hear anything in his cell. The older Naruto is also very good at hiding both his and Kyuubi's chakra, which is why, on that first day, no one could sense anything off about him when he walked to the Hokage tower. Welcome home, Heruki-san. Blinking tiredly, Heruki turned to see a familiar blonde bound up to him, blue eyes wide. A bright smile already splitting his features. Only the faintest traces of uncertainty lurked just under the surface of that expression, and that too quickly dissipated when Heruki openly smiled down at the boy. Hello duckling, I didn't expect to see you so soon. Did you pass your genin test? Naruto beamed up at him. Yup, Kakashi-sensei wanted us to learn teamwork. But we didn't know that at first, and we all tried to attack him to get the bells, 'cause that's what we had to do to pass the test before lunch, but none of us could, and then I was tied to a tree. Stump. Heruki reached out and ruffled the boy's hair as Naruto broke off for air. Breathe, Naruto-kun. What happened next? Naruto grinned sheepishly up at him but quickly launched back into the story. So, I was tied to the tree stump as punishment while Sasuke and Sakura-chan got to eat the lunches. Sensei told them they couldn't feed me and then he left, but he came back and passed us when Sasuke and Sakura-chan gave me some of their lunches. The blonde frowned a little and peered curiously up at the redhead. He told us that those who break the rules are scum, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum. He passed us because the three of us stuck up for each other. How did you know he would? Haruki's smile faded, absently withdrawing his hand. Perhaps he had revealed a little too much that day. I didn't really. He spoke carefully. But teams can't work well together without teamwork. Most senseis would want to see their genin team have some ability in working together. Naruto still looked a little puzzled, but his expression cleared in the next moment, accepting this explanation easily. Well, I think what you said before you left really helped. Sasuke Tem's being less of a Tem and Sakura-chan is being nicer to me. But Kakashi-sensei gets this weird look on his face sometimes. The blonde frowned in concentration and somehow managed to look confused and ticked off at the same time. He also looked a bit like he had been concussed, and Heruki neatly tucked away the amusement threatening to make itself known. And he's only been around an hour late every day. Heruki considered this for a moment. Had he really made that much of a difference? He had only said a few words, but if Kakashi had taken notice of this to the extent that even Naruto had noticed Kakashi's interest, and Sarutobi had even warned him that he would most likely be accosted by the copy nin sometime soon, then the team dynamics of Team 7 must have really changed. All the better, Heruki decided, running a hand through his hair. Team 7 needed to create strong bonds before the Chunin exams, especially Sasuke. Well, maybe I'll see your sensei around soon, Heruki replied aloud. He sounds interesting. I'd like to meet him. Quote, that wasn't actually the entire truth. The last time he had seen Hitaki Kakashi had been over 2 years ago on the battlefield. The man had eventually been RW helmed by enemy forces where he had been stationed, and his Sharingan had burned out. He had fallen at the hands of Madara himself, but not before taking down an entire encampment of Odo nin single-handedly. Kakashi had died in his arms, and his last words to Heruki while choking on his own blood had been an apology for failing to save the Redhead's genin team. Kakashi's death had hit Konoha hard and Heruki even harder. The copy nin had died with regrets, and Heruki had lost another of the handful of people he had been particularly close to. To see him now, alive and healthy and still unmarred by the bloodiest war in all of shinobi history, but not his Kakashi, would hurt. This Kakashi didn't know him, didn't trust him, not like his time's Kakashi whom he had been able to talk to and confide in, and vice versa. In front of him, Naruto was already nodding enthusiastically. Sensei will be coming by tonight. For some reason, he really wants to meet you. Heruki frowned. I guess that's all right, he allowed reluctantly. But I should probably get some rest now. I haven't slept in days. What time is he coming? Naruto rocked back on his heels. He said 8. I don't know if that may ns he's actually going to arrive at 8 though. Heruki considered this before shrugging and moving to his apartment door. Doesn't matter. I'll be up before then. Just knock on my door when he gets here, alright? Naruto nodded, unlocking his own apartment. Sure. You must be tired after your mission. Sorry for keeping you out here. Heruki waved a dismissive hand as he stepped into his apartment. Don't worry about it, duckling. I'll see you later. He smiled at the wave he received in return before closing the door behind him and stifling a yawn. He didn't really want to sleep. He hadn't wanted to sleep for a long time, but he had felt tired for just as long. He couldn't physically remember the last time his body had been free of the heavy weariness that insisted on making itself at home in his very bones. With a heavy sigh, Heruki tossed his scrolls on the coffee table and placed his shuriken, kunai, and katana aside. Not bothering to change out of his ninja wear or make the trip to the bedroom, the redhead simply dropped onto the couch, throwing an arm over his eyes but making sure he would still have a clear view of the front door. A short nap should be all right. If he was lucky, the nightmares would leave him alone for a little while. Hokage-sama, you wished to speak to me. Sarutobi glanced up with a smile as Hyuga Hiashi stepped into the office, quietly closing the door behind him. The Sandaime quickly activated the privacy seals before standing and coming out from around his desk. I did, Sarutobi nodded. I will get right to the point as we may be short on time. You recall the Hyuga affair 9 years ago, of course. Hiashi's already stony countenance shuddered completely. Of course. The affirmation was clipped and cold, but Sarutobi paid it no mind. 8 years ago, the Sandaime continued carefully, he and Hizashi had worked out an abridged version of the recent events before summoning Hiashi to the tower. I sent a spy to Kumo to make sure nothing like it would ever happen again. A week ago, that spy came back, bringing with him some very startling news. Hiashi stiffened at this. Will Kumo try again? Sarutobi quickly shook his head in the negative. No, it isn't that. It seems Kumo has been keeping a secret of great magnitude from the rest of the world, and, after my spy relayed the information to me, I sent him back out to retrieve that secret. He has just returned with him earlier today. He paused here, glancing at his private office. I believe showing you would be best. Hizashi-san. Out of the corner of his eye, Sarutobi watched the Hyuga clan head freeze. Eyes widening when the small office's door opened and Hizashi stepped out, face calm but an almost amused gleam in his eyes, mixed with a healthy amount of cons. RN as the two brothers stared at each other. It has been a while, Ni-san. Hizashi hesitated when Hiashi made no move to even speak, only continuing to stare at him, his face having paled considerably. The younger twin glanced wryly at the Hokage. Perhaps you should have told him first, after all. Sarutobi shrugged unrepentantly. He rarely ever saw any of the stiff clan heads acting out of character, and he needed his own way of keeping himself entertained, Hokage or no. Ni-san, it's me. Are you all right? Hizashi stepped closer and Hiashi finally seemed to pull himself together, rounding on the Hokage with a mixture of confusion and anger blazing in his eyes. What is the meaning of this, Hokage-sama? The clan head bit out, jaw tight. This is not my brother. Hizashi died 9 years ago. Sarutobi raised his hand in a calming gesture and briefly considered calling Heruki back to explain but decided against it. The redhead was still too thin in his eyes, and the shadows that he had seen on the man's face when Heruki first arrived had only deepened. He hoped some rest would do him good. Hiashi-san, I assure you, this is your brother. My spy happens to be adept at fuinjutsu and has assured me that the coffin your brother was found in had a life suspension seal placed on it. He managed to break the seal and bring Hizashi-san back safely only hours ago. Kumo managed to save our brother's life after realizing what the caged bird seal would do upon his death, and has kept him alive but unconscious ever since while letting the rest of the world believe him to be dead. Hiashi. I took this in with a heavy frown as he glanced between Sarutobi and his brother. Seeing this, Hizashi stepped forward again and bared his throat, letting the older of the two see the obvious scar marring his skin. I am real, Ni-san. Hizashi reassured softly. And I am back. Hiashi continued staring at his twin, eyeing the scar before glancing at the curse seal that, without a Hiaite, stood out clearly on Hizashi's forehead. The clan head almost stumbled forward a step, unable to look away as if mesmerized. "What was the last thing you asked me to do before you took my place 9 years ago?" The man's voice was nearly a whisper. Hizashi smiled ever so slightly. "I asked you to tell Neji why I chose to take your place." He paused in thought. "Though knowing you, you probably have done so out of some sort of misplaced guilt." He was cut off suddenly when Hiashi did stumble forward this time, one hand hovering in front of his younger twin as if afraid that touching him would prove everything to be nothing but a genjutsu. Mere seconds later, the hand reached out and closed tightly around Hizashi's arm, dragging the startled man into a desperate hug. Several feet away, Obi turned to look out the window to give the two men some semblance of privacy. A smile broke out on his face. It had been a long time since Hiashi had shown any outward emotion. He ignored the quiet murmurs behind him as the two Hyugas exchanged words and went over the plan in his head instead. The sound of someone politely clearing their throat behind him caused Sarutobi to turn back, his smile lingering when he saw Hiashi standing with his hands at his side once more, Hizashi a half-step beside him. Both were composed again, though far more relaxed, and an invisible weight seemed to have been lifted from the Hyuga clan head's shoulders. "Could you please explain the circumstances, Hokage-sama?" Hiashi restarted, voice somehow warmer while still retaining the neutral formality he typically used. Sarutobi nodded, moving back around his desk. "Obviously, the fact that I sent one of my shinobi into Kumo cannot be revealed. My spy came up with a plan that should cover this truth, and we, Hizashi-san and I, believe that this is the version we should give the council." Quickly, Sarutobi recounted the plan Heruki had come up with, smoothing over the rougher parts. "Hizashi-san will be back outside the village perhaps 5 to 6 days after Heruki-kun is finished. If we time it correctly, no one will suspect anything." Hiashi mulled this over silently when Sarutobi finished, glancing briefly at his brother again as he had been every 2 minutes since Hizashi had shown himself. The other two occupants of the room politely pretended not to notice, though Hizashi made the effort to stare back reassuringly whenever Hiashi looked over. "It is a good plan," Hiashi admitted before glancing around the office. "Where is this spy now?" "I dismissed him for the day," Sarutobi revealed. "He deserves the rest." "What is his name?" Hiashi persisted. "Kazama Heruki," Hizashi provided helpfully. "A Junin." Hiashi frowned. "I have never heard of him." Sarutobi quickly took over again. When Hizashi shot a subtle glance at him. "Heruki-kun hasn't been back in Konoha in 8 years, and before that, he was one of the newer Junins. All his reports to me have been through his summons. He showed an aptitude for infiltration, so I sent him into Kumo on this long-term mission. I've personally erased his files so he wouldn't be traced back to Konoha if he were ever caught. As it is, he's done a wonderful job and even brought back an important figure of our village." Hiashi tilted his head thoughtfully, looking between his brother and the Hokage as if suspecting something, but Sarutobi kept his face bland and Hizashi blinked calmly back at his brother. The clan head accepted this knowledge with a simple nod after a moment, though Sarutobi had a hidden suspicion that Hiashi didn't entirely believe the story he had spun. "Very well," Hiashi continued without giving voice to any thoughts he had on the matter. "If you believe this to be the best course of action, I will accept this plan. I assume Hizashi will stay here in the meantime." Sarutobi nodded, mildly relieved. Hiashi was on the council and he might have been inclined to inform at least a few other members or desi. That revenge against Kumo immediately would be the best course of action. As if sensing his thoughts, Hiashi elaborated after a contemplative moment, "You have said that this plan was suggested by Kazama-san. I will not accuse you of anything, Hokage-sama, but there is something not quite right about your description of this spy. I keep an eye on all shinobi above genin level and I have never heard of this man in my life. But it seems as if you feel he needs to be protected from the council. And while this plan gives Konoha an upper hand against Kumogakure, it also conveniently gives Kazama-san a concrete standing in Konoha. If this is so, I will abide by this plan." Sarutobi stared back at Hiashi impassively, a glimmer of well-hidden curiosity prompting him to question, if this were true, you would not question Haruki-kun. Hiashi arched an eyebrow. Hokage-sama, you seem to place quite a lot of trust in this Kazama-san. He paused and Sarutobi inclined his head in agreement. That would be my only concern. If you trust that he would not bring any harm to this village, then who am I to call out the man who has given me back my brother? Sarutobi blinked, understanding flashing through him as he nodded thoughtfully. Hiashi now considered himself indebted to Heruki. He wondered what the redhead would think of that. Having a clan head and essentially an entire clan standing behind you could be a powerful weapon. All right then. Sarutobi spoke briskly now, nodding to his side office. If you wish, you could use my office to catch up on recent years. Both Hyugas bowed quietly, Hizashi quirking a wry smile at him before both brothers disappeared into the office, the door shutting behind them and their chakra signals disappearing instantly. Sarutobi deactivated the P-Rivasi seals but did not summon his Anbu back in as he settled down to work again. He decided to call Heruki back tomorrow. The situation wasn't so desperate that he would need to send the redhead back out when he had just come home. Naruto perked up when a knock sounded. He glanced at the plastic clock on the kitchen wall. His sensei was only half an hour late. He was sure this was some sort of record. Hi sensei. Naruto greeted as he opened his door. Kakashi smiled at him but glanced distractedly next door and the blonde wanted to snicker. Why was his sensei so hung up on talking to Heruki? Haruki-san was taking a nap, Naruto announced as he stepped out of his apartment, closing the door behind him before making his way to his neighbor's apartment. But he told me to knock when you came over. Kakashi accepted this without a word, standing behind him in his usual slouch as Naruto knocked on the door. There was a moment of silence before muffled footsteps approached and the sound of a lock clicking open was heard and the door swung open. Immediately, Kakashi stiffened from his place behind his student as his eye met a pair of clear cerulean. The man had the red hair he had been looking out for and he had high cheekbones and a deceptively delicate facial structure that seemed distantly familiar to him, but it was the eyes that drew his attention in the end. A pair of blue eyes. A mix of sky and ocean that Kakashi had only ever seen on one other person. Sensei. Kakashi blinked and glanced down, breaking eye contact with the other Junin to stare inquiry. NGLY at his student even as his mind raced. Even Naruto's eyes weren't quite that shade, though Kakashi supposed that could change when he grew up. Heruki had a shock of red hair that reached past his shoulders, but why was Kakashi's first impression of the man a jolting reminder of Namikaze Minato? Sensei, this is Kazama Heruki, Naruto introduced proudly, and Kakashi absently noted that the blonde had probably never had the opportunity to introduce anyone before. Heruki-san, this is Kakashi-sensei, the one I told you about. A slightly stilted silence descended on them as Naruto looked between the two in confusion. In contrast, Kakashi was caught up in that blue gaze again, but this time, now that the shock had died somewhat, he could see several differences between Heruki and his former sensei. Heruki had a more slender build. He was by no means feminine looking, but the redhead's muscles were subtly defined under his ninja uniform instead of the more solid build Minato had had. Kaka, she thought the man should have been tanner as well, since the current paleness of his skin didn't quite seem to suit him and leaned towards unhealthy, especially with the faint bags under Haruki's eyes. That one could only see upon closer observation. The eye color was the only similarity to Minato that Kakashi could see at the moment, though now that he looked more closely into them, he could see the dark, haunted shadows lurking in them that not even his sensei had had after the war. Heruki was Kakashi's age. What had he seen that would leave darkness like that in his eyes? Who was this man? Hatake-san. The soft tenor snapped him out of his scrutiny and Kakashi instinctively sent an eye smile at the other Junin. Kazama-san, I'm Naruto's sensei, as I'm sure you've heard. I heard you were talking to my cute students and they seemed to take you word to heart, so I wanted to meet you. Heruki studied him for a moment, head tilting in a considering movement as he leaned against the doorframe. Are you angry? Kakashi blinked. Did he seem angry? He was honestly just curious about the redhead. He sighed inwardly. This was what he got for trying to be straightforward. He should just return to being himself. No doubt, it would tick the other man off in no time. With that thought, he whipped out his orange book, ignoring the groan from Naruto as he flipped it open without reservation. No, no, he assured cheerfully as he focused on his precious Ika. Just curious. A long silence followed and Kakashi could see Naruto face palming over the top of his book. He could also feel Heruki's stare on him and he glanced up to make sure he hadn't scarred the man too much. Again, he was surprised and could only blink when he caught sight of the definitely fond smile playing on Heruki's lips. A touch of wistfulness now lingering in his eyes. It's nice to meet you, Heruki offered when he saw that he had Kakashi's full, if somewhat bewildered, attention again. The redhead glanced down at Naruto and reached out to ruffle his hair. I've boiled water for ramen. Would the two of you like to join me? Naruto brightened immediately and nodded enthusiastically. Heruki only smiled again and stepped aside to let the blonde in. He glanced questioningly at the copy nin and Kakashi, after a moment of contemplation, nodded. He wasn't in the habit of accepting dinner invitations from near strangers, but there was something soothing about this man's aura that should have put him on alert but only served to relax him instead. Plus, he had wanted to find out more about this man and there really was no better time than the present. 3/4 of an hour later had both Heruki and Kakashi staring with slightly morbid fascination as Naruto downed his 17th bowl of instant ramen. Ah, I'm full, the blonde finally announced, sitting back as he set down the now empty bowl. Finally, you sure you don't want one more? Heruki and Kakashi glanced at each other, exchanging low oaks of wry amusement as Naruto pouted at them. In the span of 45 minutes, the two adults had fallen into a quiet sort of camaraderie, exchanging casual words now and then but comfortable when. Silence fell between them as they listened to Naruto babble about his training in between slurps of ramen. Kakashi didn't think he had ever taken to anyone so quickly, not even Minato, but the redhead didn't seem to mind his reading material when he brought it out for a while during the meal, nor did he seem at all offended when Kakashi pulled his, I was reading and I was definitely listening to why. Oh you, but I'm going to pretend I wasn't just to piss you off. Routine after Heruki had questioned him on his reasons for being late all the time. Instead, Heruki had only nodded as if Kakashi had actual why told the man that he didn't want to talk about it and had promptly done as he wished and changed the subject. But what confused Kakashi the most were the expressions on the redhead's face when Heruki thought the copy nin wasn't looking. When he was supposedly immersed in his Ika, sometimes, out of the corner of his eye, he would see flashes of emotion cross the other Junin's face. A wistful sort of affection several times, even a desperate kind of fear on occasion, and once, the one that alarmed the copy nin more than any of the other expressions, a deep, grieving sorrow when Kakashi had commented offhandedly that he would rather go down fighting than spend any time in a hospital surrounded by nurses who didn't even have the decency to let him keep his reading material while he was there. It had been a joke really. After Naruto had wondered aloud whether or not it would bore him to death if he ever had to spend time in the hospital after a mission. Heruki had flinched minutely at this as if he had been struck, and Kakashi had found himself hastily steering the conversation away after that. Heruki-san, Team 7 took a photo the other day. Naruto was now saying, already on his feet. Do you want to see? The faint half-smile that was already becoming familiar to Kakashi appeared on the redhead's face. Sure, why don't you go get it while I clear the table? The bee. Lon scratched his head for a second before smiling sheepishly up at Heruki. It might take a while. I haven't gotten a picture frame for it yet, so I put it somewhere in my room. Be back soon. With that said, the boy scampered out of the kitchen, his full stomach doing nothing to slow him down. As Heruki stood up to gather the empty plastic bowls of instant ramen, Kakashi rose as well and pulled over the garbage can before giving the man a hand. Heruki looked faintly surprised but nodded a silent thanks instead, and the two worked in silence until the table was cleared. So what did you say to my students? Kakashi asked when they moved into the sitting room. He noted the Junin vest thrown over the back of the couch on one end and quickly took the other side of the couch, taking in the katana leaning against the wall in one corner of the room. Heruki shrugged, sitting down as well. Nothing special. I told them to work together. That working as a team would make them stronger and being able to use your teammates' strengths and being able to cover for their weaknesses, as well as letting them do the same for you in return as a testament to how strong you are. His eyes grew distant. I told them that pride and arrogance had no place on a team if it got in the way of protecting your teammates. That those would just be weaknesses in the end. Kakashi stared at the redhead until Heruki actually turned to stare back. The copy nin wondered idly if Heruki had Sasuke in mind when he had given that last piece of advice. You'd make a good sensei, he finally said, not Bothiri. To hide the respect in his voice at the obvious sincerity that had been in Haruki's words. He didn't expect the frown that appeared after he spoke. I wouldn't, the redhead voiced with quiet certainty. He seemed about to say something else before suddenly closing his mouth again, eyes sharpening, and in the sudden silence, the two Junins heard a faint crash of broken glass next door. Heruki was on his feet and at his door in a flash, Kakashi only a step behind him. Outside, Naruto's door was open and jeering voices could be heard. A sharp crack of skin on skin reached their ears. Got some new things since we last visited. Demon. Trash like you shouldn't waste space like this. It's too good for you. You don't deserve to get your murdering hands on such good merchandise. The man Ho had spoken bent down to pick up a plate off the ground that hadn't broken yet. He was just about to throw it when steel-like fingers curled around his wrist and, in one decisive twist, broke it without effort. The man screamed, plate slipping from his hand only to be neatly caught as the intruder spun around, clutching his arm and backing up to stand with the other two that had come with him. You bast. The words died in his throat, air freezing in his lungs when he met an icy gaze, pinning all three men in place with cold efficiency. Behind Heruki, Kakashi quickly moved to the blonde crew. Ching wide-eyed in a corner of the apartment, an ugly bruise already blossoming on one cheek. With his lips set in a thin line behind his mask, the copy nin crouched down beside his student, doing a quick scan for any other injuries and breathing a small sigh of relief when he found none. Seeing Naruto's attention completely focused on his red-haired neighbor, Kakashi too turned back to Heruki. Staring dispassionately at the three intruders cowering in front of the redhead. He couldn't quite bring himself to pity them. Heruki was currently exuding a frigid rage, tightly reined in, but curiously enough, his body was still relaxed. Moving Naruto to the side, Kakashi just managed to catch a glimpse of the redhead's face and had to suppress a shudder. While Haruki's visage remained deadly still, it was the eyes that seemed to bring the most fear to the men in front of him. Unforgiving and ruthless, the usual cerulean had darkened to a near twilight blue, almost demonic in its nature. Get out! The order, for it could be mistaken for nothing else, had not been shouted, nor had Heruki snarled at them. In that even, calm tone, Kakashi had grown used to earlier that evening, the only difference being the impassive steel that now edged his voice. Heruki had the men scrambling for the door, giving the redhead a wide berth. If you or any of your friends ever come back, Haruki's voice, still soft, froze the men in their tracks again as they reached the door. Bottomless Indigo turned to stare at them. I will hunt you down and you will only live long enough to regret every action you ever took against this boy. Heruki held their gazes for a moment longer, letting the promise sink in. And then the redhead blinked and the spell broke, and the men were gone a fraction of a second later, fleeing the apartment building as if the devil itself was at their heels. It might as well have been, Kakashi thought with satisfied amusement, visible eye studying the figure still facing away from them before glancing down at Naruto. The blonde was staring open-mouthed at the redhead, and Kakashi suspected that there might even be stars in the boy's awestruck eyes at the moment. Naruto! Heruki suddenly barked and the blonde jumped from his spot. Why yeah, Do you know what fuinjutsu is? This question was so completely off topic that even Kakashi blinked in confusion for a moment. Naruto scratched his head. No, doesn't matter, Heruki snapped, finally turning around. The ice had melted from the man's eyes, leaving only a protective ferocity behind. You'll learn one day. For now, I'll maintain the seals on this place. With that said, the redhead stalked out of the apartment, leaving both Naruto and Kakashi to scramble after him. You know fuinjutsu, kakas. High-eyed the redhead with new interest as he leaned against Naruto's counter, studying the intricate symbols Heruki was currently writing out with a skilled, steady hand. On Haruki's other side, legs swinging in the air, Naruto was perched on the counter, peering at the redhead's work. The bruise on his face was already fading and Kakashi knew it would be gone by morning. Some, Heruki replied without looking up. I picked it up over the years. It was obvious to Kakashi that Heruki did not want to speak further on the subject, so he dropped it without another word. Perhaps another time. If you know Fuinjutsu, Naruto chimed in. How come you can't teach me? Earlier, after the intruders had fled, Heruki had given the blonde a simplified run-through of what Fuinjutsu was and what the protection seals he was currently making would do. I could make ones that could set those bastards on fire, Heruki had explained nonchalantly as he glanced at Kakashi, but your sensei over there is duty bound to protect the citizens of Konoha, so he would have to report me. Kakashi had refrained from asking why Heruki wasn't duty-bound to protect the citizens of Konoha and report himself, and could talk so easily of setting them on fire. The small demonic light in the redhead's eyes when Heruki had mentioned said citizens, as fiercely protective as a mother over her child, had convinced him that Heruki wouldn't care. Frankly speaking, Kakashi wouldn't care either, but he didn't feel like getting a dressing down from the sandaime, so he had kept quiet. He figured if they ever managed to get to Naruto again, seals would be the least of their problems when he and Heruki got through with them. Naruto had readily agreed to the seals and had been asking questions non-stop since Heruki had started. Heruki paused briefly at the question, brush hovering above the piece of paper for a second before continuing. There are better teachers out there. And I'm not teacher material. Naruto pouted. You gave Sasuke, Sakura-chan, and me, and I, Heruki corrected automatically as Kakashi watched on. And I, Naruto repeated obediently. A lesson before Kakashi-sensei arrived that day. And they both listened. And we've been doing really good on our missions because of your advice. Right, sensei? Kakashi nodded with no small amount of amusement when Heruki reached out and flicked the blonde on the forehead, straightening from the seal as he put down his brush. Doing really well on our missions, duckling. The redhead corrected gently. And like you said, all I did was give you advice. I didn't teach you anything. Naruto only pouted some more, but couldn't stay annoyed when Heruki picked up the small stack of now finished seals. What now? The blonde asked inquisitively, jumping down from the counter. Kakashi followed them, hands stuffed into his pockets. It had been a long time since he had seen a Fuinjutsu user at work. Now we just placed them around the apartment. The door, of course. They stepped outside and Heruki slapped one on either side of the door, discharging a small amount of his chakra into each of them. The symbols on the paper flashed an electric blue before dissipating from the paper. For a moment, once the paper was removed, the same symbols could be seen on the actual wall of the apartment. They shone brightly in the night before they too disappeared, but Kakashi, extending a tentative hand forward to touch the ordinary-looking wood, could feel the steady hum of power under his fingers. He turned back to Heruki, keeping quiet since he was sure he wouldn't be able to keep the amazement out of his voice if he spoke. Most Fuinjutsu users stuck seals, paper and all, to a surface and the chakra placed into it would keep it activated and in place. Kakashi knew of only two other people who could transfer seals directly from paper to the actual object with so little effort, the Yondaime and the Toad Sannin Jiraiya. Did this mean that Heruki was as good as either of them? The way the redhead had spoken about it earlier, Kakashi had thought that Heruki only knew enough to get by. Anyone wanting to do harm will be thrown back before they can get within 10 feet of this doorway. Heruki announced, sounding satisfied. If they don't get a clue the first time and try again, they'll get electrocuted and then thrown back. If they still don't get it, they'll die. Kakashi cut in dryly, arching an eyebrow at the redhead as he listened with growing amusement. Heruki looked highly unimpressed. Fortunately for them, no. I put a transportation component into the seal. They'll be dumped in the Naka River if they try a third time. Kakashi was very grateful for his mask at the moment since he couldn't help the grin that surfaced on his features. As it was, the laughter that no doubt showed on the visible part of his face caught Haruki's attention instead, and the redhead smirked in response. Shaking his head, the copy nin pointed out, 1. They need to go to the hospital once they get electrocuted. Heruki waved a hand as he headed back inside. When I say electrocuted, I mean that's how I'd like to imagine it in my head. In reality, they'll only get a nasty shock and, if they're smart, go home with mild burns. Otherwise, they'll risk pneumonia. Naka River's still cold this time of the year. And if they try again after that. Heruki stopped, glancing briefly down at Naruto, who blinked curiously back up at him before focusing on the copy nin now leaning lazily against the doorframe. I don't think they will. Kakashi's eyes smiled knowingly at Heruki. He had spent almost 2 hours now in the redhead's presence and knew, if nothing else, that Heruki was a very careful man. Careful people were dangerous people since they were prepared for almost anything. They had contingency plans for contingency plans. Heruki glanced sharply at the copy nin before continuing in a steely voice, there is also a gravity component in the seal. It will hold them to the ground until I release them, and by that time, I will know, and I will come and deal with them myself. Kakashi cocked his head, studying the redhead carefully as the man turned to face the nearest window. He had not yet seen Heruki fight, but he imagined it would be both amazing and terrifying. The unyielding resolve in Haruki's voice rang true, and from experience. Kakashi knew men like that were dangerous to face on a good day. They were downright suicidal to go up against on a bad day. His former sensei had been like that, and Kakashi had seen enemy nin leader ally flee for their lives at the first sight of an enraged Yondaime. Hell, they had run when Minato hadn't been angry. Watching Heruki now though, with the redhead listening attentively to Naruto's his student babbled on excitedly about the first time they had chased Tora around Konoha, actually listening when others would have nodded disinterestedly and tuned the boy out. Kakashi could only wonder why. Naruto had said that he had only met Heruki when the Junin had returned from his mission 5 days ago, and only briefly. Yet, even in the short time Kakashi had interacted with him, Heruki had shown himself to be unnaturally protective of Naruto, threatening intruders and setting up seals for the boy as if it was his responsibility to do so. Hatake-san, Naruto wants to try his hand at activating a seal. His sensei should get his mind out of the gutter and come over and watch. Kakashi blinked and opened his mouth to protest the accusation when he noted the teasing glint in the other Junin's eyes. He closed his mouth again and scoffed quietly, whipping out his book in retribution instead. As Kakashi now expected but still didn't understand, Heruki only smiled fondly at him without a single trace of annoyance marring the expression. Inwardly sighing, the copy nin slipped his book away again and tried not to sulk. It was no fun if the other party didn't get mad, though he couldn't quite muster up any real annoyance towards Heruki for this either. Call me Kakashi. Kakashi drew closer, glancing down at the seal now placed on the coffee table. Hatake-san makes me feel old. You are old, sensei. His student retorted, and Kakashi frowned down at Naruto, about to remind the blonde that Heruki was the same age before glancing back sharply at Heruki again when the redhead chuckled. There was nothing special about the action itself. Naruto had given a witty reply and anyone with a sense of humor would have laughed. It was the sound though. Because for one short, painful, pitiful moment, Kakashi could have sworn it had been Minato standing there, chuckling at something Obito had said. Kakashi stared for a moment too long though, and he immediately regretted it when Heruki seemed to realize something had disturbed him. The humor died from his face and his eyes grew wary again. Kakashi hadn't even noticed that the shadows that he had first observed in Haruki's ruling eyes had lifted sometime during their dinner until now, when they settled back in place like they had never left. Kakashi felt like kicking himself. But Heruki spoke again as if nothing had occurred, and his voice was still mild when he replied, "You can call me Heruki then, if you want." Kakashi nodded hesitantly, and then had no more time to think when Naruto, already impatient to begin with, reached out with one hand touched the seal. Before any of them had a chance to react, the seal literally started to smoke before a flash of chakra nearly blinded them and the paper seal promptly disintegrated, along with the part of the table that it had been lying on top of. All three were silent as they stared at the pile of ash and blackened wood on the ground. Was that supposed to happen? Kakashi asked mildly, finally breaking the silence as he glanced sidelong at the other Junin. Haruki's face remained impassive for all of 2 seconds before his lips twitched upwards and amusement entered his features again. Kakashi smiled triumphantly. A smile was better than nothing, especially since he had been responsible for ridding the earlier humor in the first place. As if realizing He wasn't in trouble for damaging the coffee table or getting it wrong, Naruto's face split into an embarrassed grin, rubbing the back of his head. Sorry, Haruki-san. Heruki shrugged. It happens. That was a seal for creating sparks for a campfire. You just put too much chakra into it. Almost as an afterthought, he added, glancing in Kakashi's direction, you could start your team on chakra control exercises. It would help all of them in the long run the sooner they get started on it. Kakashi nodded thoughtfully. I'll get them started tomorrow. Sasuke could do with some training of that sort too. But I think chakra control comes easily to Sakura. Naruto had brightened with the thought of new training and Kakashi was distracted by the hyperactive blonde now trying to wrangle what the exercise would be out of him. So much that he almost missed the look of grim satisfaction that flashed across Haruki's face. Almost, but not quite. Kakashi said nothing though, and filed this new information away into a corner of his mind that he had set aside for all the things that didn't make much sense about Kazama Haruki. He would think on it later. The rest of the evening was spent placing up the seals. When they were finished, Heruki had taken one look at the clock and ordered the blonde to shower and get to bed. Kakashi had snickered quietly on the side when he realized what a mother Heruki could be. The redhead only shot him a dirty look before bidding the blonde goodnight. Now, standing in front of Haruki's apartment door, both with their hands tucked away in pockets, Kakashi glanced at the quiet redhead and decided to try for one more round of questions and answers. He glanced behind him at Haruki's door. Does your apartment have seals too? An almost evil grin appeared on the redhead's face for a moment. Of course, but nowhere near as harmless as the ones I put on Naruto's place. If you had come to my door with the intention to do me serious harm, the seals would have electrocuted you 6 ways to Sunday. And yes, this time, when I say electrocuted, I mean electrocuted. Kakashi tried not to look too disturbed as he edged away from the seemingly innocent-looking doorway. They fell into a companionable silence again and Kakashi wondered if Heruki knew he wanted to ask the redhead questions and that was the reason he wasn't being ordered to go home just yet. Deciding to simply speak his mind, he thought back to Naruto and decided to start with his student. Not that I think it's a bad thing, but why are you helping Naruto so much? Heruki tilted his head just to observe him out of the corner his eyes. Why shouldn't I? He's 12, he lives alone, and his place gets broken into every other week. What kind of person would I be if I didn't help him? Kakashi said nothing, wondering if his student's place really did get broken into every other week, and if so, how Heruki would know about it. You broke someone's wrist, Kakashi reminded dryly. That's a lot of anger for someone as calm as you are. Heruki snorted. You wouldn't believe the temper I had when I was young. Young, not younger, Kakashi noted. I used to get annoyed at everything, though I calmed down pretty quickly too. Probably because of my short attention span. Not anymore though. No, Heruki agreed, and something weary and strained entered his expression as he turned his gaze onto the night sky. Not anymore. I used up most of my anger a long time ago. Kakashi frowned but let the matter go. Heruki would probably clam up if he pushed it any further. You didn't report me for breaking a civilian's wrist. Heruki was staring at him out of the corner of his eyes again. Kakashi snorted. Even if I wanted to report you, do you really think the Sandaime is going to do anything about it? He can't watch Naruto all the time but he treats him like his own grandson. He'd be furious with the civilians. Heruki nodded in agreement. True enough. Kakashi contemplated his next thought for a moment before asking. Do you want to join our training session tomorrow? Naruto would be happy and I'm sure Sasuke and Sakura would be happy to see you. 2. Heruki cast a dubious look at him. Sasuke. Really? Well, maybe not happy, Kakashi amended. Interested. Not grumpy. Could definitely care less. You can pick. Heruki's mouth tilted up in another small smile but shot him a suspicious look this time. I hope you're not trying to pawn your students off on me, Hitaki. I already told you I'm not teacher material. Kakashi attempted a mildly offended countenance. I would never try to pawn my cute little students off on anyone. The humor in his eye faded somewhat. But I don't agree that you wouldn't be a good teacher. Heruki arched an eyebrow at him. You've never seen me teach. Kakashi stared pointedly at him. Not an hour ago, You just explained basic Fuinjutsu theory in a simple but clear enough way that even Naruto understood it. A sharp glance was thrown his way. Naruto will become great at Fuinjutsu. The absolute certainty in Haruki's voice threw Kakashi a little, but he managed to reply lightly, careful not to let his tone be mistaken for mockery. Got all that after he put a hole through his own coffee table, huh? As he hoped, a slight smile appeared on the redhead's face again and the tension that had gripped the man's shoulders released its hold. I'll think about it, Haruki finally allowed. I think the Hokage will want me to report to him in the morning to discuss my recent mission. I've been resting long enough. But I'll see if I can come by sometime afterwards. Kakashi nodded but couldn't quite help asking one last thing. You haven't really been in Konoha for the past week, have you? He got an impassive stare for his troubles but didn't stop pushing. His ego was on the line here, damn it. I'm a tracker. My dogs are trackers. We're the best. But I couldn't find you, which means that you weren't here. Right, enough. Our heartbeat of silence and then soft clear laughter rang out in the night air, brilliant in its genuineness. On the outside, Kakashi was stunned as he watched the face in front of him come truly alive. For the first time since he had met this man. On the inside, he was downright thunderstruck. If he had any doubts before, they were all gone now. This Kazama Haruki, whoever he was, had Minato's laugh. The copy nin couldn't quite help the smile that curved his lips as his posture relaxed again. He didn't care what anyone said. Haruki was not a Junin sent to Kumo as a spy 8 years ago. He didn't know the real story and he definitely planned to find out, but even with all the secrets Haruki coveted, Kakashi also knew he could trust this man. There was no way the redhead could be an enemy nin. Not if he could laugh like that in the presence of someone he had known for all of 2 hours. And yeah, it hurt a little to hear Minato's laugh come from this strange shinobi, but that feeling was dying even as he thought this. Instead, he found himself wondering what had happened to Haruki for the redhead to lock away this laughter, this happiness, what had happened to hide this man away so At Kakashi was only now getting a glimpse of what Haruki might have been or could have been, and what it would take to draw this man out again, and to keep him here instead of hidden away behind the distant, melancholic, weary soldier that Kakashi had first met. But for now, this was enough, and as Haruki's laughter died away, fading to a contented smile instead, Kakashi only smiled back lightly. So does that mean you weren't in Konoha? Haruki grinned and headed into his apartment. Good night, Kakashi. I'll see you around. Kakashi raised a lazy hand. Night then. Come by training grounds 7 if can. A nod and then the redhead disappeared, door closing quietly behind him. Kakashi remained motionless for a while longer before heading towards his own home, his steps lighter than usual, even for a shinobi. That had been an interesting evening. He could honestly say he had not had so much fun in a very long time. He absently wondered if Haruki would ask him over for dinner again. Maybe he could bring Sasuke and Sakura too. That would be all of Team 7. As he continued to muse over the things he had learned that night and made plans for tomorrow's training, Kakashi didn't notice that his mind had already unconsciously placed Haruki with their team. Finished. Okay, so this is more of a bridge or a filler than anything else, but I thought this was a good place to stop. Please review and tell me what you thought. I hope Kakashi wasn't too OOC, but I like him this way, so don't judge too harshly. The next chapter will start up all the drama again as Haruki meets the other team's senseis. Joins Team 7 for a training session, sets out for Kumo again, and face off against the council. To Yami Arashi. I have not planned for any pairings with Haruki Naruto in this FIC. The relationship between Haruki Naruto and Kakashi is more friends right now, and I suppose it could be a start for something more. At the moment, I'm just planning to make them close friends in the future. To Raiden 123, eventually. Other people will find out who Haruki Naruto is. Obviously, not the entire world or even the whole village. Mostly, it will be the people Haruki Naruto will get close to. To Tenchi Sawada, to be honest, I want this FIC to be a mix of serious and fun. Only one or the other is kind of boring for me to write. Yes, I'm going to stick with Duckling. I see no problem with it. Haruki Naruto is becoming a sort of older brother parental figure to Naruto. Naruto's never had anyone to depend on except Iruka once he started at the academy and sometimes the Hokage, but I see Naruto considering Heruki Naruto as someone like Iruka. I can see Iruka teasing Naruto, but Naruto wouldn't throw a fit about it with him. And because of the small changes that are already occurring in Team 7, Naruto will not be completely generic as in canon. But only Hiashi-san knows. This question was directed at both Sarutobi and Hizashi as Heruki glanced between them, arms crossed. He had been summoned by Th. Hokage at 6 in the morning and had spent the past 15 minutes being filled in by Sarutobi about yesterday's conversation after he had left. Sarutobi nodded. He has agreed to the plan. We will execute this before telling the council. Heruki nodded and then glanced over his shoulder when a muffled knock sounded. Is that him? I asked him to come. We will need to finalize the plan. Sarutobi raised his voice. Come in. The door opened and Hiashi stepped in. Immediately, Byakugan eyes clashed with cerulean as the clan head studied Heruki with careful intensity. Heruki only stared back impassively, rising slowly to his feet before dipping his head in a sign of respect. Not a full bow though. He didn't care what time he was in. He didn't bow to anyone anymore. Hiashi closed the door behind him and the privacy seals settled again. He nodded a greeting at his brother and bowed slightly to the Hokage, but his gaze was ultimately drawn back to the red-haired Junin standing in the room as he listened to Sarutobi's introduction of this man as Kazama Heruki, the spy that had brought his brother back. There was a puzzling weariness to this man's stance and Hiashi's eyes lingered on the color of his irises. A distant memory tugged on him but he couldn't quite place it. A mild frown made its way onto his face. Those eyes reminded him of someone but it was just out of reach when his mind tried to grasp it. He dismissed the thought, leaving it for another time and studied the rest of the Junin instead. There was no doubt about it. He had never seen this Kazama Heruki before. There was no way he could have forgotten such bright hair on a Junin or even a Chunin. Hiashi recalled the respectful nod he had received upon his arrival. A nod, not a bow. This man was proud in the quiet sort of way Hiashi approved of most. And instead of looking down while in a clan head's presence, Heruki stared right back, not challenging him, only acknowledging him. So Hiashi returned it. He nodded back, returning the Junin's strong gaze with an equal one of his own. I believe I have you to thank for the safe return of my brother, Kazama-san. I and the Hyuga clan will be forever thankful for what you have done. Heruki blinked once, tilting his head to one side as he tried to adjust to this Hyuga Hiashi. The one in his time, the Hiashi he had gotten used to, had dropped most of this formality. And while his words had still been spoken with all the polite upbringing of nobility, that Hiashi had also been blunter. Heruki could get away with a simple, "You're welcome," to Hiashi's straightforward, "Thank you," and vice versa. Well, he had never learned how to talk like a noble. He wasn't about to start now. "You're welcome, Hiashi-san sama." Heruki replied plainly, ignoring Th. Inquiring quirk of one of the noble's eyebrows when Hiashi caught his slip. "I was happy to help." Hiashi stared at him for a moment longer before the Hokage coughed quietly, drawing their attention back to Sarutobi. The Hokage said nothing, keeping his expression neutral, but Hizashi's features were edged with faint amusement as their somewhat stilted exchange came to a halt. "Now then," Sarutobi said briskly, turning to Heruki first, "your plan is good, but there are a few holes in it. Hiashi-san mentioned earlier, the council will want to know why we did not immediately inform them when you came home with Hizashi-san. Hiashi-san has come up with a solution." Hiashi took his cue and explained, "Hizashi is part of the Hyuga clan, and thus he can be considered clan business. Hokage-san's first action after you relayed the information to him a week ago would be to inform me. As the Hyuga clan head, I can choose to withhold this information from all outsiders and deal with the issue in accordance to my own wishes as long as it will not jeopardize the village. The other clan heads will accept this explanation without question and the rest of the council knows not to interfere with clan affairs." Heruki stared hard at Hiashi before pointing out flatly, "You'll be lying to the council." Hiashi didn't so much as blink. "Yes." Heruki observed the calm resolve Hiashi's eyes before shrugging. "Sounds good to me." But He turned to take in all 3 of the room's other occupants as he continued. Danzo won't fall for it. He may not challenge it right away, but you can be sure he'll be getting some of his root to look into it. Immediate silence descended on the room as Hizashi straightened in his chair and Hiashi turned to look sharply at him. Sarutobi simply stared. Root. Heruki frowned at the sudden tension in the air before realization flooded him. Eyes widening, he blurted out, "Old man, you cannot be serious." Both Hyugas looked a little startled at his outburst, but Sarutobi only shook his head. "I know Danzo is still in command of a few nin whom are loyal to him, but what you are implying?" Heruki almost glowered as he looked between the 3 occupants. He finally opted to close his eyes for a moment. "I honestly don't even know where to start," he muttered darkly. Opening his eyes again, he caught the 2 Hyugas exchanging an unreadable look before turning back to him. "Heruki-san," Hizashi started quietly, "whatever information you can reveal to us here, you have the word of both myself and Nisan that we will not question your information source. Nor will anything of what is spoken here today leave this room through either of us." Heruki eyed them doubtfully for a moment. "You realize you are placing a lot of trust in someone neither of you actually know. I could be an enemy nin, for all you know." "I do not believe that," Hizashi immediately denied. Heruki scowled at him. "Of course you don't." Hiashi inclined his head. "My brother has informed me that he has good reason to trust you. I believe him." Heruki sighed and glanced at Sarutobi. The Hokage shrugged and nodded at him. "It is your choice, Heruki-kun." The redhead frowned at him before staring past him out the window. After a long moment of consideration, he started slowly without looking at any of them. "Danzo doesn't just have a few nin loyal to him. He has an entire army." Heruki ignored the uneasy quiet behind him. Root was disbanded under the Yondaime, but Danzo kept it together in secret. It isn't as big as the Anbu troops, but they're well-trained soldiers. Weapons. Danzo made sure to lock their emotions away. They have a cursed seal on their tongue which will paralyze them if they try to speak about Danzo, so you can't interrogate them. Heruki finally turned back to the others, observing the faint shock on each man's face. True to their word, neither Hyuga asked how he had gotten this information, exchanging a few words and frowns between them instead as Sarutobi leaned back in his chair and digested this. "Do you know where Root is hidden?" Hiashi spoke up. Heruki considered this for a moment. He knew where the future location would be, but he hadn't even known about Root in his timeline at this age, and Danzo was damn paranoid on a good day. There was no way their base would still be in the same place. No, not right now. He finally settled on a compromise, and saw a flash of understanding cross both Sarutobi and Hizashi's face. Again, Hiashi glanced at his brother and said nothing more on the subject. "It does not matter," Sarutobi cut in. "You don't have any personal files. I will tell them that I had them destroyed before you left for Kumo. Danzo will make inquiries." Heruki pointed out. "There aren't." His gaze flickered to Hiashi. "There aren't many people who know me anymore." Sarutobi rested his chin on clasped hands as he stared thoughtfully at the redhead. "I believe your old team was killed on a mission," he said eventually. "Several of the other shinobi of your generation died as well. I don't believe you ever interacted with the other Junin of your age currently in the village before I sent you out on the infiltration." Heruki didn't even bother glancing at Hiashi this time. "That's flimsy, old man. That would never hold against Danzo." "Does that matter?" Sarutobi asked pointedly. "You kept to ourself and have been gone from this village since you were 18. Who can dispute anything? The only thing the other Junin around your age will say is that they do not remember you. There are shinobi from my days that I do not remember." Heruki threw up his hands in exasperation, forgetting himself for a moment. "Yes, old man, but unlike you, I can't claim senility." A muffled cough made Heruki turn, and he just managed to catch Hizashi hide a smile behind his hand. Beside him, Hiyashi's face was determinedly neutral, white eyes blank as he stared ahead. Heruki turned back to the Hokage, only to be faced with an annoyed glare. Blinking, Heruki just shrugged unrepentantly. Sarutobi sighed, shaking his head. "It is the best we have. Should worst come to worst, we will handle Danzo then. For now, it is enough to put him off. Besides, he will be more interested in Hizashi-san's return than anything else. Heruki nodded reluctantly. Danzo would become a major problem eventually, and from experience, Heruki knew he would be a huge pain in the ass. Moving on then, Sarutobi inquired. Are there anyone else in the council you believe will prove a problem? Heruki paused to consider this before shrugging. Well, you can pretty much expect Shikaku-san to not believe a single word, but I don't think he'll say anything. Sarutobi frowned thoughtfully but nodded for the redhead to continue. Inoichi-san and Shuza-san won't kick up a fuss about it even if they suspect something. Those two other council members, Kaharu and Homura, they probably won't suspect anything until Danzo UPD attach them and then they'll back him completely. Again, Sarutobi nodded. He hadn't expected anything else from those two. And the civilian representative is in Danzo's pocket, so he'll go with whatever Danzo wants. Finished. Heruki fell silent to observe the others. Hiashi and Hizashi were talking between themselves again, having frowned when Heruki had mentioned the civilian representative. Tobi was taking this in much more easily though, waiting patiently for the Hyugas to finish their exchange. I will keep this information in mind, Sarutobi finally spoke again. For now, we need to finalize our plan and execute it before too much time passes. Heruki-kun, I want you to leave tomorrow morning. How soon can you get to Kumo and destroy the shrine? A day and a half. Hiyashi's eyebrows shot up in surprise but made no comment. All right, 3 days is the average time a nin can get from Kumo to Konoha. Factoring in rest time for Hizashi-san, we will stage his return 4 days after the explosion. For those 4 days, I will pretend to send you out on a simple information gathering mission to Kase no Kuni. Heruki nodded. On my way back, I can henge into Hizashi-san and let a few people glimpse me. Rumors would start up that way. Sarutobi nodded in approval but Hizashi leaned forward with a sudden thought. One last thing. Wouldn't I be quite a bit weaker once I break the seal? How exactly would I manage to blow up a shrine? Heruki shook his head. When seals are deactivated properly like they should be, there would be no damage to anyone or anything around it. But, when a seal is broken by force because it has become weak or someone managed to overpower it, it can cause quite a bit of damage. He paused and noticed he now had a captive audience. Take the life suspension seal for example. Most human beings, even if they are on the verge of death, all struggle to survive for even just 1 more minute. That is every average human's most basic instinct, to survive, to live. Even under a life suspension seal, the body is slowly dying. Much more slowly of course, but still dying. If that seal slips, the body will automatically start struggling against it. It's instinct. As the body struggles, because the seal is still keeping most of the body's functions alive but blocked off, chakra will begin to build up. The seal is like a dam, the chakra build up like a raging river. Water is patient, water can wait, chakra is the same. Eventually, the dam will burst if not fixed, and like that dam, the seal would also break. After that, I think you can imagine what would happen. There was blatant interest in both Hyuga's faces and, almost like a student at the academy, Hizashi promptly answered, the chakra would explode outwards. And a buildup of chakra like that could destroy a small area. Heruki nodded. Exactly. All I'll have to do is release a burst of chakra strong enough to take out the shrine. Easy enough. It was Hiashi who spoke this time. His question directed at the Hokage even as his eyes remained on Heruki. Hokage-sama, yesterday, I believe you informed me that Kazama-san is adept at Fuinjutsu. His stare grew thoughtful. You do not explain Fuinjutsu theory like someone only adept at the art, Kazama-san. Heruki frowned. That was the simplified version. I mean, I can recite scrolls to you. Rai, the one who taught me, gave me the scrolls. Hizashi shook his head. That is the point. Most novices and even some experts can only recite theory word for word. They are proficient enough at the practical aspect, but if they try to teach others, they simply give them scrolls to learn from. You can talk about it as if you were teaching a class. Heruki stiffened a little, glancing between the two Hyugas. That's how I learn, he finally said. I've never been good with academics. I graduated from the academy at the bottom of my class. And I used to have a very short attention span. When I am handed large sections of text to read, I lose all interest. But I wanted to learn Fuinjutsu, so I compromised. As long as I understood it and I could explain it clearly to someone else, my sensei told me I wouldn't have to memorize it. Eventually, I did memorize all the scrolls, but that took years longer for me. Hiashi nodded thoughtfully, but it was Hizashi who spoke. Have you ever considered teaching Fuinjutsu? This was obviously the wrong to say, and Heruki's face blanked. No. The two brothers glanced at each other before nodding simultaneously, saying nothing more as they turned back to the Hokage. Sarutobi glanced sidelong at the redhead with something like concern, but didn't either. Very well then. We're done here, and I'm running late. I should be handing out missions right now. I'll come with you, Haru. He reached into a pocket and withdrew a hair tie, quickly sweeping his hair into a simple ponytail, leaving jaw-length bangs to frame his face. Both Hyugas immediately frowned, another memory tugging at them but staying just out of reach. Before either could say anything, Sarutobi voiced curiously, eyeing the flak jacket he had given the Junin earlier that week, as well as the dark long-sleeved shirt underneath, matching trousers and calf-length sandals. Will you be training today, Haruki-kun? Heruki nodded curtly. Kakashi wants me to join his team for the day. Ah, he caught up to you then. Sarutobi chuckled, rising from his seat. Minutes later, Hiashi was heading back to the Hyuga compound. Hizashi had retreated into the Hokage's private office, and Sarutobi and Heruki were heading to the mission assignment room. This is a good opportunity to let the other Junin see you, Sarutobi remarked as they drew closer to their destination. I believe you would know Asuma, Kurenai, and Guy. Heruki nodded distractedly, steeling himself for another meeting with people he had seen die. He glanced at the Hokage walking beside him and, recalling some of the things Asuma had mentioned in passing to him and Shika before his death, suggested quietly, you should make up with Asuma. He may seem indifferent to the rift between you two, but he does care. He just doesn't understand you, and he doesn't know how to try. Quote, Sarutobi actually faltered a step as Heruki spoke, but recovered quickly enough that Heruki could pretend it hadn't happened. The Hokage was silent until they reached the mission room. At the door, Sarutobi laid a gentle hand on Haruki's arm. The redhead paused, turning to look questioningly at the older man. Sarutobi only smiled. Thank you, I will try. Heruki cleared his throat uncomfortably, nodding jerkily before opening the side door and motioning for the Hokage to enter first. Inside, Heruki immediately caught sight of the familiar senseis of Team 8, 10, Guy, and, shockingly, 7. They all glanced up and straightened when the Hokage walked in, their gazes immediately drawn to the redhead walking a step behind Sarutobi. Heruki. All eyes turned to Kakashi next. The copy nin had actually taken the time to look up from his book, and his visible eye was watching the redhead curiously. Heruki smiled a greeting. By your standards, you're early today, Kakashi. Kakashi shrugged, stowing his book away and moving forward, ignoring the odd looks he was receiving from the other senseis. I was over half an hour late. You and Hokage-sama are even later. Heruki shrugged without concern before glancing at Sarutobi, who was watching the entire exchange with far too much amusement. Or rather, he was watching the other senseis' confused expressions. As they watched the exchange with far too much amusement. Kakashi never acted this way with anyone. Sarutobi idly wondered what had happened yesterday for the two to seem completely at ease in each other's company. Then again, Heruki was Naruto, and he had always thought Naruto could get to anyone if he tried hard enough. The Hokage quickly handed out the day's missions: painting a fence, mowing a field, weeding, and patrol duty for Team Guy before he nodded a goodbye to Heruki. After this, he wouldn't see Heruki again for several days. As they left the mission room, Heruki walking beside Kage, she'd appear down at the mission scroll Kakashi had in hand. The other three senseis immediately drifted closer, all of them eyeing Heruki curiously. Who's your friend, Kakashi? Kurenai was the first to speak, features friendly as she faced Heruki. Kakashi glanced at them before patting the redhead on the shoulder. Ma, this is who I was looking for earlier. Kazama Heruki, you're the one that had Konoha's famous copy nin running around on a wild goose chase. Asuma peered at Heruki with interest. Heruki offered a small smile and nodded as Kakashi's eye twitched. Yes, I guess Kakashi just kept missing me all week, Here. The copy nin muttered something that sounded insistently like, you weren't here. I just came back 5 days ago from a pretty long mission. As Asuma nodded thoughtfully, Guy bounded up, already beaming. Haruki-san. To best my rival in his area of expertise, your springtime of youth must shine brightly in you. Kakashi had whipped out his book the moment Guy had opened his mouth while Kurenai was already face-palming as Asuma sighed on her left. Give it a rest, Guy. Kurenai chided. You're going to scare him off. At least introduce yourself first. With Chi waiting for the spandex-clad Junin to respond, Kurenai turned to Heruki and offered a welcoming smile. Hi, I'm Yuichi Kurenai, sensei of Team 8. Turning to gesture at Asuma, who nodded cordially, she continued, this is Sarutobi Asuma, sensei of Team 10. Before she could say anything more, Guy leapt in, and I'm Maida Guy. Everyone calls me Konoha's sublime green beast of prey. Heruki chuckled, much to the consternation of the other 3 Junin, and Kakashi quickly cut in, Guy, no one calls you that. You only introduce yourself to other people like that in the hopes of scarring them for life. Guy just flashed a white-teethed grin. My eternal rival, there is no reason to be jealous simply because you do not have a name as cool as mine. In this time of spring, all shinobi are in the springtime of their youths and thus will discover their own names for themselves. Kakashi had already gone back to his book and now glanced up from it, visible eye disinterested. Huh, did you say something? Guy took on an affronted countenance, and watching them, Heruki couldn't help but smile wistfully at the banter. Kakashi had died before Guy, and the optimistic Junin had never been the same after that. No matter how much Guy ranted at Kakashi and Kakashi pretended to ignore him, the two had been good friends. Oh, that was so hip of you, Kakashi. But you should listen to me. He turned to Heruki, eager to prove his point. Spring is the best season for one to blossom into true beauty. I prefer autumn myself. Guy looked appalled at this even as the other 3 looked on, dubious expressions on their faces as Heruki continued the conversation. How could you? Spring is the stage of life where every ninja starts to grow their roots. We can show our springtime of youth to the world as we begin to flourish. Heruki nodded, absently turning his gaze to a nearby window to catch sight of the clear morning spring sky as his voice turned regretful. Yeah, but once we reach autumn, we've led a successful enough life that we've managed to see half of it. An abrupt silence fell around them and Heruki turned back to see all 4 Junin staring at him in surprise. The red had shifted minutely as he realized that no one really understood Guy's diatribes, at least not before the first several dozen times. It had taken himself a few years to pick up the subtle insinuations behind the blaring words. As it was, Guy was now staring at him almost thoughtfully, a rare somber expression shaping his features. Heruki hated it. That expression had become far too common during the last years of the war. As it was though, Heruki was careful to keep his face blank. Guy was much more observant than most people gave him credit for. A second later though, the spandex-clad Junin had reached out and clapped him on the shoulder, grin splitting his face again. Yash, I've decided, your springtime of youth is indeed exceptional. I would like you to meet my team. They will be delighted to meet such youth. Honestly, Heruki couldn't imagine Neji delighted to meet anyone, especially at this age, and he quickly turned the offer down as he motioned to Kakashi. Sorry Guy-san, but Kakashi's already invited me to train with his team. Perhaps another day. Guy immediately rounded on Kakashi, pointing accusingly at him even as Kakashi heaved a deep suffering sigh. My eternal Riva, L works swiftly when the result is worth it. Very well, you win this round, but he rounded on Heruki again. Tomorrow, you will train with us, Heruki-san. I insist. Heruki paused briefly, considering the option of leaving a Kage Bunshin behind but dismissed the idea. Sarutobi had already given him a reason to be out of the village and it wouldn't be fair to Guy's team. I'm afraid I am busy tomorrow. Hokage-sama is sending me out on a mission. Kakashi glanced at him. So soon? He asked casually. Heruki hid a smirk. It has been 5 days. Kakashi scowled. He didn't believe the redhead had been in the village since the beginning of the week. It just wasn't possible. Guy looked disappointed but perked up again when Heruki continued. I'll join your team for a training session as soon as I'm free once I get back. Is that all right? The Junin flashed another blinding grin at him. Of course, I will hold you to your word, Haruki-san. His eyes flickered to the window as well before waving his mission scroll in the air. Now, I must be off. It is not very youthful for the sensei to be late. He shot a pointed look at Kakashi, who expertly ignored it, before jogging away, waving a hand in the air. They all watched him go before Kurenai turned back to Heruki. You actually held a conversation with Guy when he's like that. I wish I had your patience. Heruki smiled lightly. He's easy enough to understand if you just ignore the youthfulness. Kurenai and Asuma both chuckled at this and Heruki turned to elbow Kakashi. Come on sensei. Haruki's hand shot out and snatched the orange book out of Kakashi's surprised grasp. You're the one who invited me and I am not going to be late. He nodded to the other two Junin while holding the book out of a glowering Kakashi's reach before shining away. Kakashi disappeared a moment later, hot on his heels. Asuma and Kurenai blinked before glancing at each other. Have you noticed? Kurenai remarked. Recently, Kakashi's been a little different. Not as late as usual, Asuma agreed. Because of him, Heruki. Kurenai shrugged gracefully before the two started for the door. Maybe. But did you see Haruki-san when he grabbed Kakashi's book? I didn't even see his hand move. And Kakashi couldn't stop him. Asuma nodded contemplatively. He must be really fast. And he got Kakashi moving. His genin team might get collective heart attacks when he shows up on time. He scratched his head. Maybe I should invite Heruki to train with my team. They could definitely use the motivation. I'd like to see what he can do. Kurenai announced. He seems kind of interesting. But it's weird that none of us seem to know him. Asuma just frowned, glancing briefly in the direction where he knew Team 7 trained. That was strange, and now that he thought about it, he hadn't been able to sense Haruki's chakra signal at all, even when they were standing together. Not many could hide their chakra so well, and even less did it in their own village when they were amongst friends. Guy stared thoughtfully in the direction of the Team 7 training grounds as his team started on their taijutsu sets. There weren't many who actually knew what he was talking about underneath all the drama he thought was definitely necessary to brighten the world. Especially not the first time. Guy had been impressed when Heruki had offered his own opinion on the matter. Still, there was definitely something off about the redhead. For one, Guy hadn't missed the depression that had surfaced briefly on the other Junin's face when he had said he liked Autumn. That had actually been part of the reason why Guy had immediately offered to drag Heruki to training with them. The depth of that sorrow had troubled him greatly and he hadn't wanted to leave the redhead alone so soon after that. And for another, where had this man come from? Guy was sure he had never seen the red-haired Junin before. Perhaps he had changed his appearance. But Searle, why he would have at least recalled the name. Guy-sensei. Are you all right? Guy blinked before smiling winningly down at his only female student. Of course, my youthfulness would not allow me to be anything but. Tenten rolled her eyes but smiled good-naturedly and returned to her katas. Further away, Lee was challenging Neji to a youthful contest of who could do more high kicks and Neji was simply ignoring him but still doing said high kicks with deadly accuracy. Guy smiled broadly at his three students, putting thoughts of the mysterious Junin to the back of his mind for the moment. They were almost ready. He would be entering them into the Chunin exams this year. Good morning. All three genin straightened from their warm-ups and spun around to blink at the approaching red-haired Junin. Naruto was the first to speak up, greeting Heruki enthusiastically. Morning, Heruki-san. Naruto chirped brightly. Behind him, Sakura scowled at the blonde but bowed a little in the redhead's direction and greeted him shyly. Good morning, Heruki-san. Heruki nodded at the kunoichi, studying the more healthy flush to her cheeks. She hadn't developed much muscle yet and there was still some by fat here and there but Heruki could see she was eating more regular meals now. He turned to the last genin of the group and nodded a greeting as well. Sasuke stared back at him with consideration before nodding as well. He seemed to contemplate something for a moment before finally asking politely, Heruki-san, would you be willing to spar with me? Heruki tilted his head thoughtfully, absently, pushing a few stray locks of hair out of his eyes. He glanced back towards the village. Kakashi had managed to snatch his book back a minute before they had reached the training grounds and had disappeared to Kami knows where. It would be a while before the copy nin showed up. He turned back to the waiting Uchiha. "Are you finished your warm-up?" Sasuke immediately nodded, moving away from Naruto and Sakura before getting into the standard Uchiha-style taijutsu stance. "Not fair," Naruto complained, crossing his arms. "Why does Sasuke get to spar with you? Kakashi-sensei never spars with any of us." Heruki smiled faintly down at the blonde. He asked, "Naruto, if you want, I'll spar with you afterwards." Naruto brightened at that, nodding readily as Heruki moved to stand opposite to Sasuke. Heruki shrugged his shoulders a few times before nodding at Sasuke. "Whenever you're ready." The Uchiha darted forward a second later, lashing out with a fist to Haruki's abdomen. Heruki immediately blocked it before jumping smoothly over the follow-up sweep of Sasuke's leg. Heruki frowned faintly when an entire second passed as Sasuke drew back into a ready position before lashing out again. A series of punches and kicks that Heruki easily blocked or pushed aside. This was very boring. Dodging a kick that came from the side, Heruki started pushing back, blocking a fist and reaching out to tap the boy's left shoulder. Adjusting a slightly wayward palm thrust before tapping at a rib, and then finally twisting effortlessly past the boy and tapping him on the back of the neck. Sasuke finally jumped back a few feet away, obvious frustration flashing across his face. Heruki held up a hand to momentarily halt the boy. "Sasuke, your moves are predictable. Try." Heruki motioned vaguely at the boy in general. "Improvising." Sasuke frowned heavily, wiping away beads of sweat that had gathered on his forehead. He seemed about to snap something back but stopped, watching the red EAD carefully as he mentally reviewed the spar so far. On the side, Naruto was bouncing on the balls of his feet while Sakura shouted encouragement. A moment later, Sasuke rushed forward again, starting with another fist to the abdomen. But instead of dropping to the ground to sweep out the redhead's feet after his punch was blocked, the Uchiha used his other hand to balance on the ground and kick his feet up to lash out at Haruki's jaw instead. Heruki easily dodged it but smiled inwardly. For some reason or another, Sasuke was listening to him. So, instead of just mostly blocking or dodging the next rain of blows the genin sent his way, Heruki started adjusting the strikes the boy used. Pushing a fist a little to the left one time and gently nudging a hip into a better alignment during a high kick another. He slowly mended some of the holes in the genin's fighting style. Sasuke seemed to realize what he was doing and accepted it wordlessly, continuing to throw punches and kicks at the Junin. Finally, panting hard but still determined, Sasuke leapt away and into the air, quickly bringing his hands together to form the seals for a jutsu as he started falling back to the ground. Kaden. Gokaku no Jutsu. Heruki had already recognized the signature hand signs and now quickly danced away, the fireball soaring harmlessly behind him even as he felt the heat stream past the fur. E-ball quickly faded away and Heruki turned to look down at Sasuke who was gasping for breath as he rested his hands on bent knees. But Onyx's eyes met his evenly and there was a certain amount of defiance in them as he stared back. "Sasuke, you cheated." Naruto bounded forward, Sakura a step behind, already reaching out to bop Naruto on the head. "Sasuke-kun didn't cheat." She glanced hesitantly at Heruki. "He didn't, right Heruki-san?" Heruki glanced briefly at the two other genin before looking back at Sasuke. He remained silent for a few seconds and wondered if the boy would look away. He didn't. Satisfied, Heruki jerked his head a little and the hair tie that had been holding back his hair snapped, having been too close to the fireball to escape damage. Heruki watched impassively as all three genin stared wide-eyed when the hair tie fluttered to the ground and crimson locks fell around his shoulders again. Waiting until he caught Sasuke's gaze again, Heruki offered him a single nod and a faint smile of approval. "Much better, Sasuke." The raven-haired genin straightened at the praise, eyes lighting up as a pleased smile tilted his lips for a moment. Heruki glanced at Naruto with an arched eyebrow. "Naruto, I didn't say no ninjutsu. There is honor in battle, but we are ninja, and most of what normal people would consider underhanded, we call it fair game. And in a real fight, there are no rules. Your enemies will not abide by any standards you set. Understand?" The blonde nodded, frowning hard as he digested this, and Heruki turned back to Sasuke. Cool down with some katas and drink some water. The redhead withdrew a scroll and unsealed a bottle for the boy. From now on, try developing your own fighting style. Your clan's style is a good foundation to build up from. But you'll need more variation if you want to strengthen your taijutsu. Sasuke nodded attentively before sketching a half bow, respect flickering in his eyes when he looked up again. Thanks, Heruki-san. Heruki managed a small nod, but almost reeled inside as he heard the genuine gratitude in the boy's voice. He couldn't recall Sasuke ever thanking anyone at this age. Then again, he had been the dead last back then. Sasuke was hardly going to thank him. My turn now, Heruki-san. Heruki smiled and nodded, glancing at a nearby tree as he waited for Naruto to finish a quick stretch. He had sensed the copy nin's presence a moment before his spar with Sasuke began, and he now wondered what Kakashi was trying to do by letting Heruki spar with his students. Lazy bastard, Heruki mutt. Read under his breath as Naruto got into position in front of him. Not going to pawn your students off on me, my ass. Ready, Heruki-san. Heruki studied the blonde with concealed amusement as the boy couldn't seem to stop moving from excitement. Whenever you are. Immediately, Naruto brought his hands together and Heruki really did smile at the familiarity of it. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 7 clones appeared around them, all holding kunai, and Heruki cocked his head and glanced around before focusing on the real Naruto again. Come then, he voiced, letting a challenge edge his tone. Let's see what you can do. All 8 Narutos grinned and charged, simultaneously lashing out with their kunai as soon as they reached the redhead. Heruki dodged the swipes without difficulty, noting the wide sweep of each reckless strike. Clumsy, Naruto, he called out as he continued to avoid the kunai. Don't just swing at my closest body part. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Sasuke draw close. To their spar before restarting his katas again. That just wastes both energy and time. Aim at openings. If your opponent doesn't have openings, then make one. He ducked a rather wild swipe of AK. Unai from one of the clones before flipping back, balancing on one hand as his left leg came up, catching said clone under the chin and throwing him into the air. Following through, he twisted his body as his right leg came up as well and caught the clone from the side, neatly tossing him away and sending him crashing into the trunk of a tree. The clone disappeared in a puff of smoke as Heruki HTED himself again and watched the remaining Narutos back away. Make an opening. The Naruto near the back scratched his head. How do I do that? Surprise me. When Naruto still looked confused, Heruki clarified. Do something unpredictable, Naruto. You're good at that. Play to your strengths. Another moment of thought passed before a wide grin grew on the blonde's face. You asked for it, he called out almost gleefully as he brought his hands together. Harem no Jutsu. Sakura immediately began yelling as 6 Narutos turned into beautiful naked blonde females. Heruki caught a glimpse of Sasuke wheeling around to face the other direction and heard a faint spluttering sound from the tree Kakashi was still sitting in. Grinning, he shook his head as he felt the real Naruto run at him from behind. Dodging at the last minute, his hand reached out and snagged the boy by the collar before tossing him neatly into the group of female clones. Good distraction, Naruto, Heruki called out cheerfully. But that won't always work. You need to follow up on it if it doesn't. I know. Haruki's gaze slid to the side as another Naruto came charging at him, leaping into the air with his kunai drawn. So the boy had made more Kage Bunshins behind the smoke his earlier jutsu had produced. Heruki smiled even as he sidestepped the Bunshin and flipped him to the ground face first where it dispersed. Good. Naruto was learning. 3 more Kage Bunshins came up from behind, but Heruki caught 2 of them with quick sharp jabs to the abdomen before flipping away from the third. The Bunshin followed him though. Hands balled into fists as he charged the redhead. Heruki glanced briefly at the ground as he balanced on his hands and quickly swiped up a familiar item, snapping it towards the Bunshin. The clone reeled backwards when the hair tie hit him between the eyes, and Heruki quickly took the opportunity to swing around and sweep the clone's feet out from under him. Straightening again, he noted that the female clones had been dispersed, but the Naruto clones were still going strong. There were nearly 24 of them in the clearing now, scattered around in a loose circle around him. We've got you now. One Naruto shouted as they all charged with childlike battle cries. Heruki sighed, tucking a few stray locks of hair behind one ear as the clones descended on him, some coming from the air, others charging at a flat-out run. With the ease of someone who had done little save train, eat, sleep, and fight in open battle, Heruki launched into a counterattack, executing his own coup. Nches and kicks to disperse the clones one by one. Up in his chosen tree, Kakashi observed the spar, unable to look away. This was the first time he had seen Heruki fight, and the grace and strength in each action had him mesmerized. Even earlier, during the spar with Sasuke, when Heruki had chosen not to fight but to only silently fix the holes in the Uchiha's fighting style, Kakashi hadn't even pulled out his book. The way Heruki had adjusted each stance or punch had Kakashi wondering if Heruki had ever taught before. Now, the copy nin absently speculated whether or not Heruki would agree to spar with him sometime. Kakashi suspected the redhead had yet to show even half of his real skill in taijutsu, and he wanted to see how far he would have to push the other Junin for him to show his true strength. Leaning forward even more, he squinted suddenly, picking up some familiarity in the somewhat odd style Heruki was using. Wasn't that the Hyuga clan's gentle fist style? Heruki wasn't closing off any tenketsu points, but he was definitely targeting certain areas with deadly precision. Where the hell had Heruki learned the Hyuga's prized taijutsu style? And it wasn't just the gentle fist. Heruki used a mix of martial arts, all molded together to form the unique style he now used with easy efficiency. There was the graceful stance and direct but subtle palm thrusts that Kakashi was sure was a variation of the taijutsu the Uchiha clan used, and as Heruki danced out of reach of the Naruto clone's attacks, Kakashi could also see bits and pieces of the taijutsu that the Nara clan usually stuck to, as well as. He leaned forward even further, ignoring the fact that he would have probably toppled out of the tree by now if he hadn't been a ninja. That was definitely the unique style only Guy knew and taught to that equally disturbing protege of his. The redhead had just pulled off Konoha Senpu that Guy used and had created. But Heruki had just met Guy this morning. There was no way he could know that. Down below, Heruki finished off the last of the clones with a series of high kicks that sent all three Naruto lookalikes into the air, tumbling away head over heels and dispersing before they could hit the ground. Whirling around, he caught the fist that had been aimed at his back, and with a gentle but deft twist only strong enough to throw the blonde off balance and spin him around. Heruki had Naruto's arm neatly pinned behind him as he flipped out a kunai and finished the spar by tapping the flat side of the weapon against the boy's left shoulder. "I believe this match goes to me," Heruki said mildly as Naruto craned his head around to scowl up at him. Smiling slightly, he released the blonde and Naruto scrambled up, shaking out his arm as Sasuke and Sakura approached them. "You're crazy strong, Heruki-san," Naruto complained as he flopped onto his back, blonde locks damp against his forehead. Sasuke came to a stop beside them and towed the blonde. Dobi, you need to get faster." Naruto glared up at the Uchiha, swatting away the genin's foot. "Shut up, Tem. I already know that, Naruto." Sakura had her hands on her hips and was scowling down at him. "Don't be so rude to Sasuke-kun. He's giving you good advice." Naruto huffed sulkily before sitting up and peering at Heruki, who had unsealed another water bottle and was now holding it out to the blonde. Naruto grinned and took it, downing half the bottle in one go. "Good job, Naruto." Heruki sank down to a crouch in front of the blonde. "Your use of Kage Bunshin is excellent. What you need to work on now is polishing up your taijutsu and, of course, increasing your speed. Right now though, I'm more concerned about your fighting style. You don't follow the standard style the academy teaches, and while that's good for keeping your attacks unpredictable, it also means you don't have a very strong foundation." Naruto frowned, glancing up at Sasuke, who was listening just as intently. "The sense is shows some stances in the standard style," Naruto admitted, rubbing the back of his head. "But we usually have to learn from the scrolls they give us." He made a face. "I don't like sitting all day studying." Sasuke snorted while Sakura just sighed, but Heruki nodded instead. "That's all right. Not all shinobi learn best by studying. You're better at learning by doing, right?" At Naruto's immediate nod, Heruki stared thoughtfully at the blonde before glancing up at Sasuke. Sasuke, if you were the one fighting Naruto earlier, what would have happened? The Uchiha had an instant retort at the tip of his tongue. I would have won. Heruki arched a challenging eyebrow even as Naruto protested loudly. With no trouble. Sasuke's curt nod seemed to stall halfway through the motion as he glanced briefly down at Naruto. Then, with obvious reluctance, he admitted grudgingly, I might have had some trouble defending against all the Kage Bunshins. His second jutsu, Heruki hid a smile at the boy's obvious embarrassment at this. Would have been distracting as well, but it would be his clones that would be dangerous since they can come at all sides. Heruki nodded. How would you have defended against that then? Sasuke cocked his head, a faint frown making its way onto his face. I would have used my fireball jutsu to get rid of most of them. Because his taijutsu is sloppy, I would be able to dispatch any remaining clones by myself. Heruki nodded again and turned back to Naruto. And you, Naruto, if you had been fighting Sasuke, what would you have done if he had countered by doing this? Naruto scowled, striking an unconscious thinking pose as he dropped his chin in one hand. I would have made more clones to distract him. Blue eyes suddenly sharpened slyly as he glanced up at his rival. And then, while he was busy with them, I'd attack from his left side, from behind. Haruki's eyes narrowed as Sasuke started slightly. Oh, and why would you do that? Naruto grinned brightly as he pointed at Sasuke's left leg. You hit Sasuke 3 times there back when you were sparring with him. His left side is obviously not as well defended as his right side and his leg should be at least bruised from the spar. It's a weakness. Sasuke scoffed loudly but subtly shook out his left leg. Heruki smiled in approval. Naruto really did learn better by watching doing things hands-on. Good observation, Naruto. In battle, every weakness should be exploited. He rose to his full height again, eyeing them both thoughtfully before nodding decisively. Train together, he advised, much to all 3 genins' surprise. Both of you have weaknesses that the other can see through. Sasuke is more disciplined and has a better grasp of his own actions when he attacks, but Naruto has better instinct and he's good at improvising when he gets into tough situations. You can help each other improve in different areas. I think you'll find a spar between you two interesting. The 2 boys glanced at each other, curious but trying not to show it at the same time. Heruki smiled a little, ignoring the sadness that welled up inside him. In his timeline, Sasuke had been his favorite sparring partner. Every spar they had managed to fit in before things really went to hell had been truly enjoyable. Alright then, I've talked enough. Heruki turned to blink at the last of Team 7's genin. Sakura, would you like to spar? The kunoichi blushed a little, hands wringing uncomfortably as she glanced at Sasuke who was suddenly concentrating on drinking more water. Maybe not right now. I don't think I'd do very well. Before Heruki could respond, Naruto, with his usual amount of non-existent tact, piped up, come on, Sakura-chan. It'll be fun. Sasuke and I couldn't win either. But you could learn some things. Naruto. Heruki cut in, and Naruto's mouth closed with a click at the redhead's sharp tone, blue eyes wide when he caught sight of Sakura's rapidly reddening face. That's all right, Sakura. Heruki drew her attention again before she could lash out at the blonde. Actually, it's probably best that you don't spar right now. Kakashi has an exercise for all of you that I think you'll do especially well in. You'll probably move on to more advanced stuff today and you'll need your energy for that. Sakura blinked up at him in confusion, though she seemed a little relieved at the change of topic. What exercise? Oh yeah. Naruto scrambled to his feet, dusting his jumpsuit off. Kakashi-sensei said we were going to learn chakra control today. When did he say that? Sakura rounded on the blonde. Naruto grinned. Yesterday, after we had dinner with Heruki-san. Both Sasuke and Sakura turned to look at Heruki, who shrugged, trying not to scowl at his younger counterpart. Kakashi wanted to meet me. Naruto invited him around, and we all ended up eating at my place. Without waiting to hear what either of the other 2 genin thought about this, Heruki hurried on. Turning to stare directly at the tree. Kakashi was still sitting in. Speaking of Kakashi, why don't you come down and actually teach, sensei, or have you decided to just sit on the sidelines for the rest of the day? All 3 genin peered in the direction Heruki was looking at and a second later, Kakashi dropped out of the tree, orange book in hand as he strolled towards them. "Yo, you're late." Naruto and Sakura snapped as Sasuke looked on. This time though, none of them seemed particularly upset by the Junin's tardiness. "You were here all along too." Kakashi smiled at them and waved his orange book at them. "Well, I was in the middle of a great chapter." Miki-chan seduced. He got no further than that before Heruki flipped out a kunai and eyed his orange book menacingly. "Not in front of minors, Kakashi." Kakashi chuckled nervously and quickly tucked his book away. Behind Heruki, Sakura and Naruto were making faces and even Sasuke looked faintly disturbed. "Well, I suppose we should get started on our training session today. You guys still have AD rank to finish afterwards. Follow me." As the three genin trailed after Kakashi into a more forested area of the training grounds. Heruki fell into step beside him. "You've been watching since I started sparring with Sasuke," he commented. "You could have come out sooner." Kakashi shrugged unrepentantly. It was interesting to watch." He paused to glance sidelong at the redhead. "You knew what you were doing. Have you ever taught before?" Heruki predictably stiffened and remained silent, gaze focused ahead. "Once," he finally revealed without looking at the copy nin. "A long time ago, and only for a little while." Kakashi nodded and said nothing more. He knew he probably wouldn't get anything else out of the redhead if he continued to push. Now then, the group had come to a halt at the base of 3 moderately tall trees. "You 3 are going to climb a tree." "Climb a tree, sensei." Naruto's fact. Fell as he glanced at the trees in front of them. "How does that help?" "Climbing a tree without using your hands," Kakashi amended before moving forward to demonstrate. To the side, Heruki tuned copy nin out as he explained the concept to the 3 genin. He moved a little ways away where the trees were farther apart and scanned the small clearing. He could still see Team 7 from here and it was big enough for his jutsu. Returning to the others, he noted the mild annoyance on the 2 boys' face as they gazed up at Sakura, who was already sitting on one of the upper branches. "Good." Quietly, he moved to where Kakashi was standing, drawing the Junin's attention. "Kakashi, may I teach Sakura how to walk on water?" The copy nin turned a puzzled eye on the redhead. "I don't mind, but Naka River's pretty far from here." Heruki shook his head. "I have a jutsu that Sakura can use to practice with." Kakashi's eye lit up with interest. "I'll come too. The boys are probably going to be at it for a while." Heruki nodded and moved away, coming to a stop at the base of Sakura's tree. "Sakura," he called up. "You're pretty good at climbing trees already. If you want, I can teach you how to walk on water." Next, perched on the branch, Sakura brightened a little. She had thought Heruki was only being nice when he had told her earlier that she would be good at this exercise, but it came pretty easily to her. She wasn't sure if he would really teach her something else since she had turned his offer down the first time, but the Junin now waited patiently for her reply. "Okay," she called down, concentrating chakra at her feet again before descending the tree. She jumped the last several feet and shot the redhead a surprised smile when he automatically reached out to steady her. He nodded, dead back and motioned for her to follow him. "You can do it, Sasuke-kun," she called out encouragingly as she passed the other 2. Pausing, she added fairly, "You too, Naruto." She felt Haruki's eyes on her and glanced up in time to catch a startled look passing over his usually neutral features, but the redhead looked away again before she could ask. "Nay, Sakura-chan, where will you be going?" Naruto's tone was tinged with envy and even Sasuke looked over at her. Flustered as she didn't really know, Sakura glanced up at Heruki again as he answered. "Just over there." He nodded to a small clearing a short distance away. "I just need a bit of space to use my jutsu." Sakura could practically feel the excitement emanating from the boys and she could admit to a little curiosity herself as she accompanied the 2 Junin to the clearing. Stepping away, Heruki brought his hands up and went through a long series of seals. Sweden. Kagami no Mizu. The air in front of the Junin seemed to wave. Before a swirl of white chakra extended across the clearing, a thin plane of light briefly lighting up the area and then fading away again as the quiet sound of rippling water reached their ears. In front of them, a thin plane of water that took up the entire clearing but was only perhaps an inch thick floated about a foot above the ground. Drawing closer, Sakura's eyes widened as she realized that it was indeed a lake, Quite literally, bottomless lake. Ducking her head, she swept her hand under the flat plane of water and found nothing but empty air beneath it. Mystified, she turned to Ace the red-haired Junin even as Kakashi stepped up beside her to peer into the water. Sasuke and Naruto had completely abandoned their trees and had hurried over as well, enchanted by the jutsu. Impressive, Heruki, Kakashi commented, dipping a finger into the water and setting off a ripple effect. How deep is this? Heruki shrugged, stepping up beside them and looking pleased that he seemed to have caught their interest. I have no idea, I've never tried to touch the bottom. But how? Sakura stammered, dipping a hand into the clear lake. The water was cool against her skin. Besides the occasional ripple caused by some invisible wind that Sakura knew wasn't real because the wind that ruffled her hair was blowing in the opposite direction, the water was the clearest of blues. It was the most beautiful lake she had ever seen. It's a combination of water ninjutsu and space-time ninjutsu. Heruki explained. Basically, it's a dimensional pocket filled with water. Why? Water of mirrors? Sasuke inquired from the ground, having dropped into a crouch and was trying to stick one hand into the lake from underneath. Said hand passed completely through the plane of water, dry and untouched. Heruki pointed at the sky. It reflects the weather. Have you noticed the wind? It's blowing east today but the ripples in the lake are moving west. It's a calm, sunny day so the lake is calm and clear as well. His mouth twisted into an odd smile. In a storm though, this lake becomes a typhoon. That is so cool, Naruto crowed, looking about ready to dive in. Before he could move though, Kakashi's left hand had dropped onto his head and his right onto Sasuke's. All right you two, Kakashi announced cheerfully. Back to work. You're supposed to be climbing trees. This lake is for Sakura right now. Visibly sulking, Naruto stalked back towards his tree, throwing longing looks over his shoulder as he reluctantly moved away. Sasuke lingered as well, a scowl etched on his face as he headed after Naruto. Both looked determined to master climbing trees before the day was out or die trying. All right Sakura, Heruki turned to the pink-haired Kunoichi. It's the same concept as climbing a tree. But water is always moving so you'll find balancing that much harder. Give it a try. Sakura nodded resolutely and placed a foot on top of the water, testing the surface as she made sure her chakra coated her feet evenly. 3 small wobbly steps later, a particularly large ripple threw her off balance and she dropped into the lake with a loud splash. Spluttering as she came up again, she caught Haruki's gaze and felt her cheeks burn with embarrassment as she clung to the thin edge of the lake. Hey, a hand dropped on top of her wet locks as the stern voice made her look up. None of that, you got 3 steps, Sakura. When I first started, I couldn't even get 1 step without soaking myself to the bone, and that was after I half-killed myself learning how to climb a tree. A giggle slipped out before she could stop it and Sakura glanced apologetically up at the Junin, but Heruki only grinned back at her, amusement clear in bright cerulean. Your chakra control is near perfect, so if anyone can get this down in a day, it's you. Now get back to work. I didn't summon a lake just to give people pep talks. This drew a grin from her even as Heruki stepped away, and she at the edge of the lake to heave herself out of the water to try again, confidence restored. Her chakra control was pretty good, not to mention Heruki did seem to think she could do it and the Junin had yet to be wrong about anything. She was going to learn how to walk on water by the end of the day if it killed her. Retreating from the lakeside, Heruki settled himself against a tree and found himself joined by Kakashi a moment later. My students are going to be demanding a switch of senseis by the end of the day, the copy nin told him mournfully. Heruki just rolled his eyes. Don't sell yourself short, Kakashi. Just pay them all equal attention and push them a bit. Kakashi tilted his head to study him. You handle them pretty well. Heruki shrugged. They remind me of my old team. Kakashi glanced across the clearing as Sakura fell in again. Your students. Heruki frowned and shook his head. No, my team. The team I was on. Who would you be then? Kakashi asked lightly, cautious of the redhead's reaction. Haruki's mouth twitched up into a bitter smile. Like Naruto, I guess. Kakashi mentally compared the two. One quiet, the other loud. One patient, the other brash. One calm, the other hot-tempered. But both friendly enough, both unpredictable, and both charismatic. I can see that, he nodded, only to be met with a sad smile. You shouldn't, Heruki said quietly, tilting his head back to set his gaze on the morning sky. I never want to see him turn out like me. A frown crept onto his face as Kakashi studied the redhead. It was clearer right now, but no matter where he saw Heruki. Yesterday in his apartment, back in the mission assignments room, even during the spars with Naruto and Sasuke, a shadow of something dark and unhappy always seemed to cling to the Junin, never letting go. I'm rambling again. Kakashi blinked when cerulean eyes turned back to him and Heruki rubbed the back of his hand much like Naruto, he noted. I still do that, now and then. Sorry. Kakashi shrugged, I smiling at him to assure the redhead that he didn't mind. The sadness still remained though, so he subtly led the conversation in another direction by nodding at Sakura. The kunoichi seemed to be able to walk 6 or 7 steps or so before slipping a bit, but she didn't completely fall in anymore. So I'm guessing that jutsu is yours. Heruki smiled a little. Yes, I created it several years ago. And you know space-time ninjutsu. It was not a question. Heruki hemmed noncommittally. Some. Kakashi arched an eyebrow. You said that about fuinjutsu. Heruki shrugged. It's true. Kakashi gave him a flat stare. You transferred those seals from paper to wall with a drop of your chakra. Most people who know some fuinjutsu can't even get it off paper. I practiced a lot, and I suppose I have a knack for it. Kakashi just shook his head and glanced back at the lake. He was itching to try out this jutsu and was now kicking himself for keeping his Sharingan hidden earlier. Would you like to learn? Kakashi glanced over and scratched his head sheepishly at the amused smile on Haruki's face. Ah, well, you went through quite a lot of seals earlier. Use your eye then. I'll go through them one more time. Kakashi started, turning sharply to face the redhead. How did you know? He finally asked. Haruki's mouth pulled up into a grin that never reached his eyes. I know everything, Kakashi. Abruptly, he pushed off of the tree to face the copy nin. So do you want to learn? Kakashi studied him for a moment longer before nodding silently and reaching up to uncover his eye. He wasn't sure what Heruki meant, but it wasn't as if it was a great secret either. He was called Konoha's copy nin after all. As soon as his Sharingan focused on Haruki's hands, the redhead quickly went through the seals again and Kakashi memorized them, making a mental note to start practicing the jutsu as soon as he had some free time. Space-time ninjutsu. You was nothing to fool around with in a real fight if he didn't actually know how to use it properly. Thanks, Kakashi said as Heruki finished. He quickly hid his Sharingan again and the two were soon back to observing Sakura practice her chakra control. You give out your jutsus pretty easily, Kakashi remarked after a short silence. Heruki chuckled. I've got more in my arsenal, Kakashi. That jutsu I just showed you was one of the earliest I created. How old were you when you made it? 16, maybe 17. Kakashi snapped his head around at this. You made a water and space Tim ninjutsu combination when you were a chunin. Heruki opened his mouth as if to refute this but closed it again and settled on a stiff nod. There was a strange look on his face now but it was gone when Kakashi blinked. But I've never seen enemy nin use it before. Surely someone would have been able to figure it out and copy it eventually. Kakashi pointed out. Heruki shrugged. All the enemy nin I used this jutsu against aren't in any condition to try to reproduce it. Kakashi blinked before nodding reluctantly. He supposed that made sense but he had a feeling he was missing something here. Here was a sudden yell from the trees and both Junin turned to look as the sound startled Sakura enough that the kunoichi went under again. By the trees, Naruto seemed to have made it halfway, lost concentration, but had somehow managed to transfer chakra to his hands and was now hanging from a side branch by his palms. Kakashi's sweat dropped. That's different, he commented, watching the blonde flail in midair as he contemplated whether or not he should give his student a hand. I've never seen that happen before. Heruki smirked, leaning back against the tree again. Leave him. He'll figure out how to get down on his own. Kakashi shrugged and settled back as well. You have a lot of faith in him. With fuinjutsu and this. Heruki turned to glance at Naruto, who would no doubt become Hokage one day. At Sasuke, who would become Anbu General and Naruto's trusted second. And at Sakura, who would be Naruto's head medic and the occasional nudge to keep the blonde focused. I have a lot of faith in all of them. Heruki turned a smile on Kakashi, less shadowed and more genuine. They'll be great one day. 3 hours later found Heruki walking through the village, having parted ways with Team 7 a few minutes earlier. Sakura could finally walk across the lake without falling in, though she still wobbled almost drunkenly every few steps. Naruto and Sasuke had managed to reach one of the topmost branches of their respective trees but had yet to actually stick there for longer than a few seconds. At that point, Kakashi had announced that it was time to do their D-rank mission A. All three had reluctantly stopped their training. But while the boys had been smudged with dirt after all the times they had face-planted back to earth, at least they were both still completely dry. Sakura on the other hand had been soaked from head to toe and highly embarrassed as she shivered next to her teammates. Heruki and Kakashi had taken one look at her before they had each picked up on of the boys and promptly dumped them into the lake. Naruto and Sasuke had surfaced quickly, one shouting while the other glared, but Sakura had started laughing even as she had made a valiant attempt to look sorry. All three had been ordered to go home for a change of clothes before meeting up again for their mission, and Heruki had excused himself for the rest of the day, explaining that he had a few errands to do before his mission tomorrow. All three children had had varying degrees of disappointment etched on their faces, but Kakashi had nodded and wished him good luck on his mission before ushering his students away. Now, Heruki found himself walking a familiar route down a side street to where one of his future students lived. In his timeline, he hadn't met Kasaragi Yusuke until the boy was 12 and he was 18 and saddled with a genin team by the Godime. It had taken one look for him to realize that the boy was being neglected and a grand total of 3 weeks to remove the boy from his home and into Heruki's. Up ahead, Heruki caught sight of a familiar head of dark brown near black hair, walking hand in hand with a tall man with similar features. Heruki stiffened but kept his distance. Yusuke had eventually told him that the negligence and occasional abuse had only started after his mother had died in a house fire. Before that, his father had been a good man and as good a father as anyone could ask for. Judging by the 6-year-old's smile as he listened to his father speak, the mother probably hadn't died yet, which meant that Yusuke still had an opportunity to keep his family intact. Heruki couldn't take the kid if there was nothing wrong. Weighing his options, he decided it was better this way. Yusuke was 6, not 12, and Heruki wouldn't be able to stick around as much. He wasn't a sensei anymore and he would probably need to leave the village from time to time. He wouldn't have time to look after a child on top of everything else. Mind made up, Heruki quickly summoned a small orange-furred fox. Stay out of sight and follow them, Heruki ordered softly. Protect them. Make sure nothing happens to any of them. The fox dipped high's head to show he had understood before trotting away, disappearing into the hedges of a nearby house. Satisfied, Heruki turned and walked away. Perhaps, in 6 years, this time's Naruto would become a sensei again. And perhaps the Godime would see fit to give him the same 3 genin she had given Heruki in his time. Welcome. Heruki nodded a greeting at the smiling shop owner as he stepped into the bookstore. He hadn't actually been planning to stop by this place, but his feet had taken him here and he had decided that another trip later would only waste time. He automatically moved to a section set apart from the other books. Gaze skipping over the rows of distinctive orange spines before coming to rest on the plain brown covering of the book he was looking for. The shop owner blinked down in some puzzlement as Heruki brought the book over to the counter to pay. She had watched the Junin head over to the special section set aside for the legendary Sanin's books, but most who wandered over there came back with at least a few volumes of Ika Ika. She shrugged mentally and quickly accepted the money that the handsome redhead held out. Oh well, the less perverts in Konoha the better. Thank you and please come again. Quote. Heruki nodded his thanks and headed for the door, Tale of the Utterly Gutsy Shinobi tucked under one arm. He had read it numerous times already, but the book was still his favorite read. Heruki's next stop was a clothing store for ninja and he immediately headed over to the coat section, scanning the trench coats on display with a critical eye. His old coat had been made by Shizune as a gift for becoming Anbu General. He had loved the short-sleeved, open-collared, chakra-infused, midnight blue coat with tongues of flames decorating the bottom edge, coupled with pockets on the outside for his hands and on the inside for storing weapons and poisons. He had worn it everywhere after Shizune had presented it to him, much to the woman's delight. The MEDIC had admitted that she had based the design on his father's coat after hearing a description of it from Tsunade, but Heruki had been quick to assure her that he didn't mind. Unfortunately, said Ko, it had been all but shredded barely halfway through his battle with Madara and he had been forced to leave it behind. The redhead finally decided on a simple dark brown trench coat, lightweight and durable and similar in cutting to his old one. It would do for now, until he could perhaps convince the Shizune in this timeline to make the coat again. He just didn't feel right without a long overcoat thrown on over his uniform. Haruki's final stop for the day was, of course, the Hokage monument. Thinking back, he figured he had spent a good third of his time in Konoha simply sitting on the edge of the mountain staring out across the village and beyond that. The view was always excellent from so high up and he had done everything from drinking sake to napping to doing absolutely nothing up here. Standing here now with his eyes closed and the wind weaving through his hair, Haruki could almost pretend that he was still in his own time, back before Konoha had fallen, and was simply waiting for Team 7, all of Team 7, to join him on one of those rare days when they were all free from their duties for a few hours. With a sigh, his eyes blinked open and he settled down into his usual spot on the Hokage monument, leaning against one of the spikes of the Yondaime's hair. With his eyes open, everything was different. There were no foreboding dark clouds on the horizon like there had been throughout the entire war. The clouds made it seem as if the battlefield was an entirely different world. It could be as bright and sunny as any summer day could be, but the world darkened and the temperature dropped the moment one stepped onto the battlefield. And the village. It was almost sleepy, lazy, careless. The village he had come to recognize as his own had always had a certain tension and weariness weighing it down, as if Konoha itself had been tired with the war. Now though, in the distance, Haruki could make out the civilians talking easily with one another and a smattering of shinobi exchanging easy conversation. Happy and ignorant of all the things that would eventually lead this village to its doom. But that was what he was here for. The future was his burden to bear. His duty was to give these people a chance to live out their lives on their terms. And this time, he would not fail. Sunrise saw Haruki slipping out of the village unseen, hair tied back and brown coat flapping behind him as he ran through the forests of his home country. He never had much opportunity to just let loose and run to his heart's content anymore, but if he kept up this speed, he could run out of Hai no Kuni and right through Yu no Kuni and Shimo no Kuni before hitching a ride with Kurama to reach his destination in the promised day and a half. Hokage-sama. Sarutobi glanced up the formal address as his two counselors filed into his office. Homura, Kaharu, he acknowledged. What can I do for you? Word has reached Konoha of a sudden explosion of chakra in Kumogakure, Kaharu began stiffly. And there have been sightings of someone who appears to be Hyuga Hiashi in Yu no Kuni and Shimo no Kuni. We wish to know if you have received any information on the recent events. Sarutobi hid a satisfied smile and frowned thoughtfully instead. I have spoken to Hiashi-san, but he too has expressed his lack of knowledge on the matter. I have also checked over the recent Seijins, but we have not had many requests from either of those countries, and no Hyuga has been sent on the ones that have come to us. Both of his old teammates frowned and Homura took over for the two. Yet there must be some sort of connection. The rumors that have leaked back to us were very clear that the man that was sighted has Byakugan eyes. Sarutobi mentally congratulated Haruki on a job well done, making a note to have the man's pay ready for him upon his return. Before he could come up with a reply though, rapid light footsteps reached their ears and all three of them turned to fact. The open doorway as a Chunin skidded to a stop just outside the office. Hokage-sama. The Chunin sketched a hasty bow in the general direction of all three shinobi in the office before focusing on Sarutobi. Sir, a man, definitely a Hyuga, just appeared at the gates. He claims to be Hyuga Hizashi. Sarutobi forced a look of surprise on his face as he watched his counselors stiffen with shock. Before either could say anything, Sarutobi quickly rose to his feet. You are certain, he said. Hizashi. The Chunin nodded. Yes sir, the Junin at the gates asked several times. Sarutobi nodded curtly. I will go myself. Please go to the Hyuga compound and inform Hiashi-san of this development. The Chunin shook his head. Hiashi-sama is already there. Hokage-sama. I believe he sensed E-man's chakra signal and went to verify it himself. Sarutobi came out from behind his desk. Then I think I will join him. Homura, Kaharu. Both counselors nodded grimly and all three shinobi swept out of the Hokage tower. The Chunin leading the way. As they passed one of the open windows in the hallway, Sarutobi instinctively glanced outside, just in time to catch a familiar flash of crimson disappearing over one of the nearby rooftops. This is a surprising turn of events indeed, Hokage-sama. Why was the council not informed of such a significant development? Once Hyuga Hizashi had been confirmed as Hyuga Hizashi through 2 blood tests, a verification of his chakra signal, curse seal, and Byakugan, and a somewhat lengthy interrogation that Hiashi adamantly insisted on performing. The council, the clan and civilian representatives, Danzo, the newly returned Hizashi, the Hokage, and Heruki had all assembled in the council chamber. Sarutobi hadn't wasted any time and had immediately launched into the heavily edited version of what had really happened, introducing Heruki and explaining his part in the discovery and resulting retrieval of the Hyuga clan head's brother. Heruki had stood at his shoulder, face about as helpful as a stone wall when the other occupants in the room all tried to gauge the redhead's reactions throughout Sarutobi's explanation. Currently, Homura was staring frostily at Heruki even as he directed his question at Sarutobi, but it was Hiashi who answered, rising from his seat amongst the clan heads. This was a problem for the Hyuga clan to deal with, Hiashi stated coolly. White eyes surveying the room. When Kazama-san returned with news of my brother, I requested that this matter be dealt with quietly and discreetly. It could cause a potential war with Kumogakure if a spy was discovered to have been in their territory, and by handling this issue as we have, Kumo cannot claim ignorance of my brother's survival. His gaze hardened here. As they did on the attempted kidnapping of my eldest daughter 9 years ago. A quiet murmur spread across the room and Sarutobi watched Inoichi and Shuza nod in acceptance of this justification while Shikaku remained still in his seat, a calculating glint in his eyes as his attention remained on the redhead standing behind Sarutobi. He said nothing though, and the Sandaime let his gaze move on to the other occupants of the room. The civilian representative was frowning heavily, occasionally glancing at Danzo further back in the room. Danzo remained expressionless, seemingly weighing Hiashi's words as Homura and Kaharu exchanged a few words between themselves. Very well, Hiashi-sama, Kaharu accepted grudgingly, nodding at Hiashi as the man sat down again. This issue seems to have been handled quite efficiently. We will now be able to demand compensation from Kumo's rakeage, which will be quite beneficial for Konoha. And wonderfully executed, Kazama-san, Inoichi added, blue-green eyes on the Junin at Sarutobi's side. Heruki dipped his head in acknowledgement. Thank you, Inoichi-sama, but credit must also go to Hokage-sama and Hiashi-sama, as well as Hizashi-sama. I simply followed their plan as instructed. Quote, Sarutobi remained neutral on the outside, but he felt a thrum of worry inside. The plan was undoubtedly suggested by Heruki. For the future Hokage to downplay his skill as a strategist. Sarutobi knew the redhead wanted to remain unnoticed for as long as possible. And to blatantly lie in front of the council, the Sandaime wondered just how dangerous Danzo was to make Heruki this cautious. Of course, Shuza nodded from next to Inoichi even as Shikaku cocked his head and the interest on his face went up another notch. It was here though that Danzo finally spoke up, shifting forward to stare intently at Sarutobi. I do wonder though, Hokage-sama, where this Kazama-san came from. I have never seen his face before, nor do I recall sending any Junin to Kumo for infiltration. Sarutobi didn't even blink. I destroyed all his files, down to his academy records before sending him to Kumo as a spy. If he had been caught and traced back to Konoha, Kumo could demand much worse from us. And I do not remember needing to inform anyone before sending out any of my shinobi on a mission. The reprimand was subtle but sharp and Danzo reluctantly backed down, inclining his head as he settled back in his seat. There was a slightly tense silence as Sarutobi glanced around the room before speaking again. Then for now, this matter is closed. I will send a courier to Kumogakure to request a meeting with the Hokage, but everything we have discussed here obviously cannot be leaked out. Concurrent nods responded this statement and Sarutobi continued. Then this meeting is adjourned. As everyone rose and bowed to the Hokage before making their way to the doors, Sarutobi glanced over his shoulder at the impassive redhead. Get some rest, Heruki-kun, he said softly. You've done very well. Come by the office tomorrow and I'll have your paycheck ready. Heruki blinked, his neutral features never shifting as he sketched a slight bow before heading to the door as well. He waited patiently for the others to file out first, never missing the drilling stare from across the room where Danzo still stayed seated, before making his own way out of the Hokage tower. His shoulders relaxed slightly as he stepped outside but stiffened again when he felt a somewhat familiar presence approach him. Heruki-san. Heruki turned to face Shikaku, maintaining an iron control on his expression as he gazed back at the scarred features of one of his future best friend's father. He had gotten to know this man in his own timeline, spending hours at a time crouched over battle plans with him and his son. The Junin commander had an odd, crooked smile on his face, the one Heruki had come to recognize as one that Shikaku always wore when he had discovered something particularly interesting. At the moment, it was an unnerving expression for Heruki. May I help you, Shikaku-sama? He asked politely, remembering the correct honorific for the strategist. Shikaku only waved a lazy hand in the air before tucking it back into his deerskin coat again. Shikaku is fine, and perhaps you could. Intelligent dark eyes sharpened as the smile widened fractionally. How would you like to play a game of shogi with me? Kaden. Gokaku no Jutsu, Fire Release. Great Fireball Jutsu Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Haremu no Jutsu, Harem Jutsu. Konoha Senpu, Konoha Whirlwind Taijutsu. Sweden. Kagami no Mizu, Water Release. Water of Mirrors Kaze no Kuni, Land of Wind. Hai no Kuni, Land of Fire. Yu no Kuni, Land of Hot Water. Shimo no Kuni, Land of Frost. Okay, I am so finished with this chapter. I just couldn't find a good place to stop and it ended up crazy long. This seemed like an appropriate place to stop, so that's all for now. Please review and tell me what you think. Next chapter, Heruki will start meeting the other Genin teams, finally get around to telling Sarutobi what will happen during the Chunin exams, and a shogi match with Shikaku that will definitely result in an interesting conversation. To reign Haruto. Yes, Heruki and Shikaku will be playing a game of shogi in this chapter and Heruki will find an interesting friend in Shikaku. Their interaction will be fun to write for me. To schoolgirl. There'll be a few misunderstandings along the way, but not just yet. To Midnari. Like I said above, this won't be yaoi. Heruki will just be friends with the others. I personally have no problem with yaoi and I like reading some fics with yaoi in it, but I'm not all that interested in writing it. Friendship fics are more my thing. Sasuke from the future is just one of Naruto's closest friends. Other pairings might be mentioned, especially if Heruki Naruto recalls his friends from his own timeline, but they aren't the point of the story. To BTB, like I said, this won't be yaoi and there definitely won't be any lemons in this. I don't think I could write a Jiraiya if I tried, and I've never been a big fan of excessive romances. Heruki Naruto will mostly just be creating bonds with other people. To Wolfkin. Heruki Naruto will be fighting, but his first moderately major fight won't be until Team 7's mission to Wave Country. His first major fight will be during the Chunin exams. To Naruto Fanficreator 13123. Again, like I said, this won't be slash. Kakashi and Heruki Naruto will just become really good friends. I like Guy well enough, but honestly, he scares me too and I can't even imagine pairing him with Heruki Naruto. To DBZ Sotram 9. As I said, I won't be doing pairings in this FIC. And Ayame is 17 while Heruki is 26. While that's not completely impossible, Ayame, especially this time's Ayame, could never understand everything Heruki has gone through. By the time Heruki reached his apartment, he was tired, hungry, and beyond irritated. Really, did he have spend time with me tattooed on his forehead or something? Tossing his coat onto the couch, he made his way to the kitchen, grimacing as he remembered B. Aang accosted by 3 different people before finally reaching his flat. Earlier. How would you like to play a game of shogi with me? Heruki stared for a long incredulous moment, mind racing to find a good excuse to turn Shikaku down. Naruto never did anything for no good reason. Of course, they thought not doing something because it was troublesome was a good reason, but there must have been an alternative motive for the Junin commander to ask. I'm not all that good, Shikaku-san, Heruki voiced uncomfortably, slipping his hands into his coat pockets to hide their minute restlessness. It was true. In his timeline, both Shikaku and Shikamaru had kicked his ass almost every time they had played, though both Naruto had admitted that he had become more and more of a challenge to defeat as time passed. He had even won the last few games he had played with them, but after Konoha had been destroyed, none of them had had time for shogi anymore, and Heruki hadn't so much as touched a piece in over a year. Well, I can be the judge of that. Shikaku's posture was still in a somewhat lazy slouch, but his eyes never wavered from Haruki's. Shikamaru has training tomorrow until late afternoon, eh? The other people I usually play with are all busy, so I won't have a shogi partner. Here, Heruki snapped mentally, you have an entire clan of shogi partners. They can't all be busy. And you're the clan head. You can order them to play with you if you want your shogi fixed so badly. You can come over to the Nara compound any time before that. A dozen excuses raced through his mind, just as quickly dismissed a second later. Shikaku would counter every one of them anyway. It wasn't that he didn't particularly like playing shogi, he really had nothing against it, but to Heruki, he would technically be sitting across from a dead man, most likely fielding questions the entire time because he had no doubt Shikaku had seen through the earlier farce and would probably want answers, and that was fine because Heruki had expected it. What he hadn't expected was for the Nara to come straight to him. He had figured that Shikaku would go bug the Hokage and Sarutobi would be the one stuck with dealing with the Junin commander. And the other problem he found with Shikaku's request was the fact that he knew Shikaku's playing style inside out. This didn't matter in his timeline since Shikaku knew his playing style as well, not to mention that it had been the father and son whom had taught him how to play in the first place. But here in this timeline, Naruto would have quite a bit of an advantage, and it wouldn't be fair to Shikaku. So here he was, impassive on the outside but somewhat frantic on the inside as the Nara clan head waited for his reply. Somewhat belatedly, Heruki realized that he had been silent for several long seconds already, and though Shikaku looked as patient and unbothered as ever, the silence around them was beginning to turn awkward. I am busy tomorrow, Shikaku-san, Heruki finally threw out, shoving down a flush of embarrassment when the Nara clan head raised a half-skeptical, half-amused eyebrow at him. Oh, the Junin commander cocked his head, and the slightly mocking edge that his smile had taken on was definitely calling the redhead out on his bullshit. With what? Perhaps we could schedule the match afterwards. With Heruki casually to RNED to his left and gestured vaguely in that direction to stall for time. And lo and behold, his gaze fell on a familiar figure and he almost cheered when he realized his excuse had, quite youthfully, presented itself to him. With training, Heruki announced triumphantly as he turned back to the waiting Nara. I promised Gai-san I'd train with his team as soon as I got back. He turned away again, unconsciously forgetting his current Junin status and reverting back to his Kage voice, as Sasuke liked to call it, in his haste to bow out of this conversation with Shikaku as soon as possible. As it was, his voice, now sharp with command, cut through the murmur of other ongoing conversations around them as he barked out, Gai-san. Heruki didn't notice the slight widening of Shikaku's eyes, nor did he notice the immediate instinctive straightening in the Junin commander's posture, but he did take notice when everyone within earshot abruptly stopped talking, slightly bewildered expressions all turning to face him. With one word, Heruki had managed to seize the attention of all those in the area. Quickly realizing his mistake, Heruki only let slip his alarm for a fraction of a second before he clamped down on the rush of anxiety welling up inside him and walked forward to meet a stunned-looking Guy, ignoring those around him. It wasn't as if he had even shouted. His voice had been the same volume as it always was. He had simply changed the tone, albeit reflexively. Gai-san, I promised a training session with your team after I came back, didn't I? He managed a small smile. For the Junin and guy seemed to give himself a mental shake before his usual bright grin spread across his face again. Indeed you did, Haruki-san. You are truly a man of your word. Guy glanced distractedly at Shikaku still standing a few feet away but hesitated to greet him when he realized that the strategist's entire attention was solely focused on the redhead. Shikaku hadn't really meant to approach the recently returned Junin on their way out of the Hokage Tower. Oh, he knew the story Sarutobi had spun had been just that, a story, with bits and pieces of half-truths slipped in to hold the entire thing afloat. It had been put together quite nicely, with a few small holes here and there that, had he been privy to the truth, Shikaku would have patched up without a problem. Sarutobi's place. Ands usually did have minute gaps in them as the Hokage didn't always catch all the minuscule details and left that up to the Junin commander to take care of, but it was also this exact reason that Shikaku knew that the red-haired Junin was hiding something big. Sarutobi's plans always had at least a few tiny flaws in them, but the approach that Heruki insisted that the Hokage, along with the two Hyugas, had supposedly come up with was completely airtight. It was the exact method Shikaku would have used in that same scenario because it was the best course of action with the least amount of backlash. And it was completely different from the Sandame's style of approach. The plan brought up questions of course, like where had Heruki come from, because there was no way an entire village could have no knowledge of one of its shinobi no matter what records Sarutobi destroyed, and how had the Junin managed to get to Kumo and back within the hypothetical 4 days it took for Hizashi to make the return trip, while stopping several times along the way to henge into the Hyuga clan head's brother to spread rumors, but Shikaku wasn't interested in these questions. It was obvious to anyone with eyes and half a brain that Sarutobi trusted Heruki explicitly, and Shikaku trusted his Hokage enough to not question this line of thought any further. No, what interested him was the core of the plan itself. The tactic that Shikaku knew had not come from Sarutobi or either Hyuga. The Nara had worked with all three at one point or another and he knew that none of them could have come up with a plan so similar to one Shikaku himself would make, which only left this Kazama Heruki as the only other option. It was brilliantly done. Within less than 2 weeks, the red-haired Junin had returned Hyuga Hizashi alive and safe, protected Konoha from any outside force looking to gain something from this incident, achieved a concrete standing within the ranks of Konoha's ninja as a loyal and capable shinobi in the eyes of most, if not all, of the council, secured the favor and debt of 2 of the most powerful Hyugas in the Hyuga clan, and finished off the entire performance by cornering and crippling Kumo in one decisive strike, delivering to the Hokage a golden opportunity for Konoha's economy on a silver platter. Shikaku had seen and heard all this under the incomparable fiction that Sarutobi had recounted. And, sitting there in the council chamber and not seeing any true comprehension on any of the others' faces, it had been one of the rare times that the Junin Commander had felt truly frustrated towards the less insightful minds around him. He had felt a little like bashing heads together and a little like screaming because none of them, not even Danzo whom Hikaku knew had also seen through some of the layers of deception, none of them had been able to see the true beauty of what Heruki had done. Heck, Shikaku wondered if even Heruki knew what he had done. Standing there with stony features that seemed unsettlingly out of place on a frighteningly familiar face, all the while downplaying his own skills and redirecting the credit to the more powerful players in the web they had spun. But either way, it had been Heruki who had come up with the plan, and it was Haruki's mind that now intrigued him to no end. So, in an uncharacteristic move on his part to satisfy his own curiosity, Shikaku had called out to the red-haired Junin, and he had found himself amused when he realized that Heruki couldn't lie at all. How could this man possibly be a spy, if he couldn't even lie to his own allies who wouldn't be looking for anything suspicious? No wonder Heruki had stayed so quiet back in the chamber. And Shikaku believed that right up to the moment when Heruki had called out to Maida Guy, which had then promptly blown the Junin commander's conviction clear out of the water as he had found himself automatically straightening to attention at the tone of voice the redhead had used. Sharp, even with the weight of command, and quiet, even with the expectancy of respectful deference, Shikaku would swear blind up to the day he died that he had been listening to a Kage speak. A Kage used to snapping short rapid-fire commands out of necessity that those who reported to him could and would immediately understand and obey. And now, here he was, STILL standing in front of the Hokage tower, more determined than ever to con the man back to the Nara compound for at least one round of shogi. He wanted to know how this man thought, and there was nothing more telling than a game that pitted one mind against another. Guy, Shikaku finally dragged his gaze to the spandex-clad Junin standing beside them and nodded a greeting at him. Guy sketched a quick salute, a wry glint in his eyes as he studied his commanding officer. Shikaku let his frame relax again and tucked his hands back into his coat. He sometimes forgot that Guy was one of the sharper Junin under his command. "What time should I come by?" Heruki was asking now, and the calm demeanor and steady gaze made Shikaku wonder just how he could think that this man was not capable as a spy. Guy struck a thinking pose before flashing a grin. "Yash, Lee's youthfulness usually has him training by 5, but the official meeting time is 6. You can come to training grounds 14 anytime between then." Heruki inclined his head. "I will be there. Do your students specialize in any area?" Lee is a youthful taijutsu specialist while Neji has his clan's gentle fist. A fleeting frown passed over the Junin's face. "And Tenten is excellent with a wide variety of weapons." He seemed about to add something more but changed his mind at the last second and grinned again. "I will go tell my students that we will have a youthful guest for training tomorrow. We will aim to impress." Heruki smiled and nodded, and Guy clapped a good-natured hand on the redhead's shoulder before snapping another salute at Shikaku. Before he could run off, Shikaku quickly cleared his throat, sharp eyes darting momentarily back to Heruki and just managing a glimpse of the slight stir of relief under the redhead's neutral features. "Oh no you don't," Shikaku scoffed inwardly. As if a training session could put him off if he really wanted something. "Guy," he spoke aloud. "Heruki-san is unsure whether or not he can make the shogi appointment with me tomorrow. Around what time would you be willing to let him go?" Guy looked surprised but smiled broadly, missing the dark look that Heruki tossed at both of them. Shikaku smirked inwardly, so there was a fire somewhere under that placid facade. "Do not worry, Heruki-san." Guy beamed. "A youthful game of shogi, especially against a master such as Shikaku-sama, is something that cannot be missed. Our training session will end at noon since my team has border patrol tomorrow. Will that be enough time for you to make your appointment?" Heruki's smile ooped strained and Shikaku bit back a chuckle. "Oh, undoubtedly, Guy-san. Thank you for the consideration." "Yes," Shikaku nodded as well. "Thank you, Guy. That will do nicely." Guy just flashed smile before sprinting away in the direction of the training grounds, kicking up dust as he ran. A long moment of silence followed as neither of the remaining shinobi spoke. Shikaku spent the time studying the redhead. Unconcerned that his open observation might seem rude, he idly speculated whether Heruki would get angry or not, and if he would insist on turning down the shogi game anyway. The Nara might be the Junin commander, but that didn't mean his Junin needed to obey him in matters unrelated to work. And for a reason he had yet to figure out, he very much doubted that this man was suited to obey anyone. But after a few drawn-out seconds, the redhead only sighed and pinned him with a piercing cerulean gaze. "You are used to getting your way in the few times you want it, Shikaku-san," Heruki said at last. Shikaku blinked in surprise but relaxed with a lazy smirk playing on his lips a heartbeat later. "And you are much more straightforward when you lose that act you parade around in." Heruki shrugged. "I prefer being straightforward." Shikaku's gaze sharpened. "Then be straightforward. I'm not calling you out for work-related issues, Heruki-san. It's just a shogi match between two colleagues. Work has nothing to do with this." Heruki studied him for a moment longer before his whole bearing seemed to change in front of Shikaku. He watched as the redhead relaxed somewhat. Tea in his presence and the walls that had been resurrected in his eyes fell away, revealing amusement and faint annoyance behind them. His mouth twisted up a little in a faint smile as one of the Yoni's hands reached up to brush back a few strands of crimson bangs. "All right then, Shikaku-san." Heruki dipped his head before stepping away, more as acknowledgement than anything else. "I will come by the Nara compound tomorrow at 1. Do try not to be too disappointed when you fail to find out what you want to know." And with only a passing wave goodbye, The redhead disappeared a moment later, unshinning away from the Hokage tower and leaving a mildly shocked Shikaku behind. Shikaku stared after the Junin before huffing a laugh, shaking his head as he turned towards his own home. He could honestly say that no ninja under his command had ever left his presence like that, without all the tedious bowing and saluting that his position called for. It was an interesting change, and he found himself mildly impatient for tomorrow to come. He always found out what he wanted to know in the end. It was just a matter of how long Heruki would manage to put him off. Running across the rooftops, Heruki grumbled wearily to himself. Now he was stuck with playing shogi with the Nara clan head, and he couldn't blatantly downplay his skill either. Shikaku would catch it immediately and call him out on it, and knowing his luck, Heruki would be stuck with another shogi appointment after that. He would have to be subtle about it or Shikaku would realize just how much Heruki actually knew. A mode. Greatly fast approaching chakra signal made him glance up and Kakashi appeared beside him a moment later, matching him step for step as the copy Nin smiled a greeting at him. Yo, welcome home. Heruki almost tripped at those two words, catching himself at the last moment as his mind momentarily threw him back to the last time he had ever heard them, 2.5 years ago and the final time he had ever stepped foot inside Konoha before the war had kept him on the battlefield. He hadn't returned to his village until Konoha had become the battlefield. He managed to smile and nod but said nothing else as he sped up a bit. Not really wanting to talk, Kakashi seemed to understand and kept his next words short and simple, but very unwelcome to Heruki. The team's coming over to your place for dinner at 7, okay. We'll knock on your door when we arrive. And without giving Heruki a chance to turn the invitation down, the copy Nin pulled away, disappearing over the rooftops in a blur of silver. Heruki would have given chase and kicked the Junin's ass 6 ways to Sunday if he wasn't sure that that would do nothing to get him out of this. So he clenched his jaw and put his frustration in his steps. Instead, being careful not to actually punch holes through the rooftops though. Now here he was, stewing sulkily over a simple bowl of udon as he lounged on his sofa. What was wrong with the people of Konoha? Either they hated him and stayed as far away as possible unless they were trying to hurt him, or they couldn't seem to get enough of his company. Heruki heaved a cig, and swallowed down the rest of his food before placing it on the coffee table and stretching out on the sofa. While he did have large chakra reserves and his need for food and sleep had greatly diminished after spending so much time trying not to get killed on the battlefield, it didn't mean he didn't get tired. 4 days out and about on a diet of soldier pills wasn't healthy but he'd done it before and for much longer periods of time. 4 days was nothing in comparison but he wished he could have a night into himself right after completing the mission. It wasn't like Kakashi wouldn't understand that either. For someone who knew what it was like to come home from a mission and just get some rest, Heruki wondered what had happened in his absence for the copy Nin to seek him out so soon after he had come back. Ah well, he would just have to wait until tonight to find out. For now, a nap wasn't sounding so bad and he would need the extra energy to deal with Team 7 later. A quiet no-CK on his door woke Heruki up and he jerked out of his half-doze to stare blearily at the kitchen clock just visible from his position. 6:30. Well, he had either slept through the entire GHT without knowing and Kakashi had come to wake him up or the copy Nin was shockingly early. Hauling himself off the couch, Heruki ran a hand through his hair and tried to look less tired than he felt before opening the door. Judging by the veiled concern that immediately sprang up in Kakashi's eye when the man caught sight of him, he had probably failed. In no mood for pleasantries, Heruki frowned at the other Junin. Not quite ready to let the man in just yet. This had better be good. Hatake, Naruto and Sasuke had a fight. Without a word, Heruki stepped back from the door to let the copy Nin inside, closing and locking the door behind him before joining the Junin on the couch. Sighing, Heruki settled down against one arm of the couch and motioned for Kakashi to start talking. Copy Nin absently fingered the orange book tucked in his jacket but didn't take it out. I took them to Naka River to practice walking on water, Kakashi finally started, an uncharacteristic agitate on in the subtle way that his left fingers tapped out a random rhythm. Heruki would have thought nothing of it if he didn't know the copy Nin so well. The boys finally finished with the tree climbing after the second day, so I started them on the next step. I still can't do that jutsu yet, Kakashi added with a disgruntled note to his voice. Anyway, they started out with the usual falling in and splashing around. Sakura's gotten pretty good and I started her on walking through the rougher parts of the river, but she was close enough to give them pointers too and they both gradually got better. Overall, it went pretty well. Heruki raised an eyebrow, question silent but clear. So what's the problem? Kakashi sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose through the cloth of his mask. The problem was when they took a break from water walking. On the day they started that exercise, they broke for lunch. And started sparring after they finished eating. The Junin glanced at the redhead. The boys took your suggestion and started sparring. It didn't end well. Heruki frowned and Kakashi hurriedly tacked on. The spar itself was a good idea. You were right. They saw through a lot of each other's attacks, so they managed to figure out what they still had to work on. That wasn't the problem. The problem was that Naruto won. Again, Heruki let his silence speak for itself. But he could already see where this was going without Kakashi having to continue. Sasuke had never taken defeat well, especially when he was still at this age. It wasn't as if it was a decisive win either, Kakashi continued. They were even until one of Naruto's Kage Bunshins managed to sneak up on Sasuke's left side and disarm him before he could retaliate. But you know Naruto, he gloated a bit, harmless enough, Sasuke was more than a little annoyed, but he didn't really get angry until Sakura cut in. Heruki had to hide a wince. No doubt, Sakura would have said something in favor of Sasuke and mostly insulting to Naruto. Kakashi heaved a sigh, shoulders slumping. She said something about Naruto only getting lucky because Sasuke didn't expect him to do something as cowardly as sneaking up from behind. Naruto didn't take that well and said that Sasuke would have done the same thing if he had been strong enough to produce more than a couple Kage Bunshins, and things just went to hell from there. I don't even remember all the insults they shot at each other, something about Naruto being weaker than Sasuke, and Sasuke never being able to get strong enough if he couldn't even defend against a Kage Bunshin. And then parents were somehow thrown into the mix before I could shut them both up. Naruto's an orphan and Sasuke's clan's gone, so that didn't go over well and they were full out brawling before I could stop them. He ran a hand through his messy hair and shook his head. I managed to pull them apart and send them home. After that, but the team dynamics are completely skewered. Naruto and Sasuke refuse to work with each other and they're both ignoring Sakura. The poor girl's already apologized multiple times to both of them and I'm pretty sure she went home crying after yesterday's failed D rank, but Heruki closed his eyes and tried to force back a building a headache. He should have known the camaraderie he had seen between Team 7 was too good to last. He opened his eyes again, FTing to cross his legs on the couch and shot the Junin an inquiring look. So what exactly do you want me to do about it? Kakashi rubbed the back of his head uncomfortably as he leaned back against the couch. I need help. I've tried talking to Sasuke, and I told him that he would get stronger and encouraged him to, but he just shuts out everything I say. Why? Why does he listen to you? Haru. He stayed silent for a long contemplative moment, propping his head up in one hand as he used one knee as an elbow rest. He studied the copy nin for a while, watching him slowly stiffen uneasily under his blatant stare. You know what your problem is, Kakashi? Heruki finally asked when he felt that the Junin had suffered enough. The Kakashi in his timeline had eventually realized his mistake, not until it was too late and Sasuke was long gone from the village. Without waiting for a reply, Heruki continued, straightening up as he dropped his hand back onto his lap. You're too soft on Sasuke. The copy nin's visible eye widened fractionally and Heruki sighed and explained, why did you only talk to Sasuke? Naruto may have won and Sakura may have inadvertently started the fight, but it wasn't as if Sasuke hadn't done anything wrong either, and he knows that. And yet you're singling him out, and I know you're trying to make him feel better by telling him that he will get stronger, but he doesn't see it that way. Sasuke called Naruto weak as well, but you didn't tell Naruto that he would get stronger too, did you? By singling Sasuke out, to him, you're telling him that he is weak. Because you obviously think that he needs his hand held, unlike Naruto or even Sakura. But I don't think that. Kakashi was blinking, looking mildly stunned as one hand jerked in unconscious denial. Yes, you know that and I know that. Heruki pointed out calmly. But Sasuke doesn't. I told you, Kakashi, to pay them all equal attention. I didn't just mean for training. You have to be careful of the way you act around them as well. You're their sensei. They'll always be watching you. If you keep treating Sasuke differently, his eyes darkened with memory. Not only will you push Naruto and Sakura away, you'll lose Sasuke as well. Quote, what could be seen of Kakashi's face paled as he slumped back against the couch. He wants to become an Avenger, Kakashi revealed after a long moment of silence. There was a note of helplessness in his voice that startled Heruki. The Hokage, he assigned me Team 7 on purpose. He thinks I can help him for some reason. It isn't just because I can teach him how to use the Sharingan either. The Sandaime thinks I can somehow keep him from going off on his own for revenge or something. There was a disquieting amount of self-doubt in Kakashi's eye when the copy nin made eye contact with Heruki again. How the fuck am I supposed to do that? Heruki could honestly say that, after everything he had been through, he had never thought he could ever be truly surprised again. But this was a side of Kakashi that he had never seen before, not in all the long years he had known the man. Had his times. Kakashi felt like this. He must have since he was Technica. LLY an alternate version of the same man. But Kakashi had always seemed so self-assured when dealing with their team. He had never shown any uncertainty when handling them, and he and Sakura had a vent. Ally assumed that Kakashi just favored Sasuke, liked him. Better perhaps because he hadn't been as annoying or as undisciplined as they had been. But now that Heruki thought about it, he realized at the copy nin had never had to deal with children before Team 7. Kakashi had said so himself. He had failed every genin team before them, and to be suddenly told that the first team he had ever passed and taken on consisted of an angry 12-year-old bent on revenge that he was responsible for keeping on the straight and narrow would unnerve anyone. And yet, Heruki had never seen it, had always just thought that Kakashi hadn't seen much in him as a 12-year-old. But what if the copy nin had only been trying, in the way he had thought was best, to keep the team together and prevent Sasuke from defecting? What if it hadn't been favoritism after all? Well, he had proof right in front of him. Kakashi looked as uncertain as one could possibly look under the circumstances. I'm sorry, Heruki spoke up abruptly. Kakashi looked taken aback. For what? For misunderstanding, Heruki voiced softly before giving himself a sharp mental rebuke. Never mind. Well, if Sasuke wants to become an Avenger, then all we have to do is get it into his head that cutting ties with this village is the last thing that will help. Kakashi scratched his head, shifting with a nervous sort of energy. Heruki snorted, rising to his feet and grabbing the empty bowl still sitting on his coffee table before moving to his kitchen. Well, I certainly hope it's, You've already decided to turn my apartment into your base of operations. Kakashi followed him into the kitchen, having the decency to actually look sheepish as he leaned against the counter. You're good with kids, and especially with them. Sasuke wouldn't want to go anywhere near Naruto's place right now, and it would be a cold day in hell when he invites us into the Uchiha compound. I don't want to scar Sakura's parents for life if the boys end up in another fistfight in Sakura's house, and my place. Kakashi shrugged, a slight smirk made its way onto his face behind his mask. My precious books are there. I didn't want anything destroyed. Your place was the only one left. Heruki threw him a dirty look as he put on the kettle. So it's all right for them to destroy my place then? Kakashi stared pointedly first at the empty bookcase outside the kitchen. The only book Heruki had bought was on his bedside table, then at the bare minimum of dishes and bowls in the cupboards, before waving a hand in the general direction of his apartment's bare walls. Your place is practically empty. And I'm willing to bet that there are seals everywhere. If the boys get into a fight, the only cause for concern is the damage they'll do to each other. Besides, this was the only house I could convince them to come to without too much fuss. I told them you wanted to see them. Heruki rolled his eyes before settling back into something more serious again. Kakashi still looked a little unsettled, and Heruki sighed before catching the Junin's eye again. You asked earlier why Sasuke listens to me. Heruki started softly, finding It rather sad when Kakashi seemed to hang on to his every word. How could this man be so afraid of letting his students down, yet Heruki had never realized it. He listens because I treat them all the same. He knows I'm fair and that I'm just as hard on him as I am on his teammates. He's seen that firsthand when I made sure to give them all an equal opportunity to train with me. I pointed out what he and Naruto could work on, and what areas they were good at. I made them figure out each other's strengths and weaknesses after I sparred with them to force them to acknowledge each other as equals, not just a prodigy and a dead last. And I made sure Sakura got the attention she needed when it was obvious she was much better than either of the boys at chakra control. No singling them out. Pay them all equal attention and push all of them to be the best they can be in their own way. As Heruki finished, the silence that descended on them was only broken by the quiet ticking of the kitchen clock. The redhead couldn't quite decide what Kakashi was feeling at the moment, since the Junin had his best poker face on as they stared at each other. But it was Kakashi who finally chuckled and relaxed, returning to his typical laid-back air. "Just so you know," the copy nin informed him cheerfully, voice light again. "I don't believe any of that. Not teacher material, stuff you insist on. Elise, you just gave me a lesson on my own students, right?" Heruki rolled his eyes and started pulling out drawers to start on dinner. "Whatever, Hitaki. When your students get here, you can talk to them in the sitting room. I'll start on dinner while you give them the third degree. If they don't shape up, you'll be stuck failing D-rank missions with them for the rest of your life." Kakashi offered him a lazy salute and sauntered out of the kitchen to make himself comfortable on Haruki's couch again. The redhead smiled a little when he saw that the languid confidence had returned to the copy in slouch and silently activated the privacy seals around the sitting room when a knock came at the door. This was no longer his Team 7 anymore, and it was up to them now to pull themselves together. Heruki could give a nudge now and then to move them along, but he wouldn't be here forever and Team 7 would have to stand on their own someday. When Heruki finished making dinner, miso soup, rice, tomatoes, tempura, deep-fried tofu, and a side dish of dumplings, one favorite of each of the members of Team 7, he made his way to the sitting room, deactivating the privacy seals when he found them sitting around his coffee table and chatting companionably. Or at least Naruto was talking while Kakashi and Sakura contributed, occasionally as Sasuke listened on, but any rift between them seemed to have disappeared. Naruto and Sasuke were sitting beside each other on his couch, faint bruises marring a cheek and an eye but fine overall, while Sakura had taken the armchair by the window, now bright green eyes slightly red but still smiling at something Naruto was saying, and Kakashi had settled on the floor, leaning against the wall opposite the couch. He was much more relaxed, Heruki noted, and there was a certain pride in his visible eye as the copy nin surveyed his students, not all of it for them either. Heruki looked too, at the contented faces of his old team members and at his own younger counterpart. For once comfortable in his own skin in the knowledge that the company he was keeping welcomed him, and he couldn't quite help the jealous resentment and overwhelming loss that welled up in his chest and clogged his throat for a moment. "It isn't fair," a part of his mind whispered. "This is the team I want. It isn't fair that they get it and I never did because my team never had help. We were left on our own and tore ourselves to pieces trying to stay together. It isn't fair, Heruki." Kakashi's voice snapped Heruki out of his thoughts, and the redhead was immediately ashamed of himself. This was his job, his duty to make a better future for everyone in this timeline. He had no place actually trying to fit in. There was no point anyway, he would disappear once his time was up. Kakashi had noticed the moment Heruki had pulled down the privacy seals, of course, and had seen him approach. He had assumed that the redhead would join them or at least call them for dinner, but the other Junin had stopped just outside his students' line of sight, hovering in the doorway and half hidden in the shadows to watch them. Out of the corner of his eye, Kakashi had observed the Florida shish of jealousy and that crushing depression that sometimes surfaced on the redhead's face when he thought no one was looking. And it was his team that had caused it, of that there was no doubt, as the copy nin watched the man stare at them with a painful sort of longing twisting his mouth down. So he had quickly called out, intent for the Junin to join them. Heruki had been a big help in pulling his drifting team back together, and Kakashi's task of keeping Sasuke from going off the deep end didn't seem too out of reach anymore. What he hadn't intended to do was draw out the immediate shame that followed his greeting. Shoved away under neutral features again before his students had even turned his way. Heruki only turned back to the kitchen again, tossing a quiet, "Dinner's ready," over his shoulder before disappearing from their sight, and Kakashi wondered if Sasuke was indeed the one who needed support right now. "Nay, sensei, is Haruki-san alright?" Kakashi glanced distractedly at his blonde student as he rose and headed after their host. Honestly, he didn't think the redhead was alright at all, hadn't thought that since the very first time he had met Kazama Haruki, but he couldn't exactly say that to Naruto, could he? Of course, Naruto. Kakashi eyes smiled down at the boy, remembering to include Sasuke and Sakura as well when he noticed their attention on his answer. He's probably tired. He did just come home from a mission today. Then why are we bothering him? Shouldn't he be resting? Sasuke's accusing glare told Kakashi that the Uchiha knew exactly why Kakashi had told them to meet at Haruki's apartment and was obviously not pleased that they seemed to be cutting into the redhead's life again before he even had a chance to settle back in. Kakashi found it rather cute that his moodiest student could worry so much in his own subtle way. "It's fine, Sasuke." Haruki's voice caught their attention and they entered the kitchen to see Haruki setting the table. Even in the dim kitchen light, there was no mistaking the pronounced shadows under weary cerulean, but the redhead only continued, "I took a nap earlier and I do need to eat. Come sit down." Sasuke only shot another glare in his sensei's direction, who at least had the decency to look a little guilty, before moving forward and reaching out a hand for the dishes that the Junin was juggling. "I can set the table, Haruki-san. You've already made us dinner." He found himself under Haruki's appraising stare and forced himself to look back steadily. There was something about the older man's stare that made Sasuke not uncomfortable, but maybe a little anxious, whenever that sharp scrutiny was turned on him. It never made him feel inferior or as if he had to prove something to the Junin like he had felt when the teachers back at the academy had always expected him to be the best, but Sasuke found himself wanting to do better because the only expectation he ever found in Haruki's eyes was for him to give his best, nothing more, nothing less. He sometimes thought it might be easier to look away when that blue gaze pierced him, but somehow, he knew instinctively that that would disappoint Haruki more than anything else. "So long as you can meet my eyes without fear or shame," the gaze always seemed to say. "There is nothing you could ever do to disappoint me." And for a reason Sasuke had yet to figure out. He didn't want to disappoint this Junin that had already helped him with his training without holding back all that needed to be said. Praise and criticism came in equal amounts from Haruki, which was already more than Sasuke had gotten from any of the instructors back at the academy. He wasn't quite sure what to make of Kakashi yet, though he had been leaning towards Scorna. The copy nin had kept trying to single him out for the past few days, but he had decided to withhold his judgment after the discussion earlier. Kakashi had been uncharacteristically sharp with all three of them, forcing them to apologize for their own actions and not letting them so much as twitch from the sitting room until they had managed to sort out their differences. Sasuke had to wonder if Haruki had given their sensei any advice on dealing with his team. He must have. Sasuke hadn't ever seen Kakashi early for anything. "All right," Haruki interrupted his thoughts with a slight smile as he handed the dishes to Sasuke. "Thanks. We'll help too." Sakura bounded into the kitchen with Naruto half a step behind her, and the three genin were soon bustling around the dinner table, setting out plates and bowls and chopsticks. Kakashi had shrugged and taken a seat beside Haruki, ignoring the stern looks of disapproval from his three students. Leaning sideways, he murmured, "Mind telling me how you got them to wait on you hand and foot?" Haruki kicked him gently with a scowl marring his features, and Kakashi grinned back unapologetically. The depression seemed to have lifted some. And the copy nin would count that as a victory. "This is really good." Several minutes later, they were all seated around the table, digging in with enthusiastic delight after the first bite. Haruki chuckled quietly, thanking the kunoichi with a nod. "Nay, Haruki-san, where did you learn how to cook?" Naruto stared back at him, blue eyes curious. Haruki's mouth twisted a little, eyes hardening briefly before softening again. My godfather taught me a while back. He was a bit of a traveler and he insisted that any ninja who didn't know their way around ingredients were as good as dead if they ended up stuck in the middle of nowhere with no provisions. He paused before quirking a rueful smile at his guests. Then he told me that I had to know my way around a kitchen because he was as good as dead if he had to keep eating the stuff that the people at the hotel we were staying at served us, and he didn't want to work. So, Heruki shrugged, snickering inwardly at the incredulous looks on his audience's faces. I learned how to cook. Wow. Naruto scratched his head. Your godfather is really lazy. Kinda like Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi twitched, shooting an annoyed look at the blonde. Heruki laughed outright at that. Oh, he's exactly like Kakashi. You could ask anyone who knew him. They would all describe him as lazy and perverted. Sasuke snorted, a smirk twitching at his lips. While Sakura giggled and Naruto grinned on either side of the Uchiha. Kakashi turned his annoyed expression on him, kicking him back for the comment. Heruki grinned openly at him and said nothing more, picking up his rice bowl again. None of them mentioned the noticeable past tense that Heruki used when talking about his godfather, content to simply take the redhead's words as Heruki wanted them to. The rest of the evening was spent making idle conversation as the three kids took turns recounting the embarrassing failure of their D-rank mission yesterday. The tension between them was gone, and even Sasuke stayed relaxed in his seat when Naruto teased him about his abysmal performance during the mission. Of course, the Uchiha pointed out the blonde's mistakes right after that and the two-day send it into a light banter of who had been worse, while Sakura claimed that they had both been just as bad as each other but neither had been as good as she had been. Kakashi had done a good job, Haru. He thought reflectively as he nursed a cup of tea in his hands and watched the three kids bicker good-naturedly. If they kept moving forward like this, then they would be ready for the Chunin exams. At the same time in the Hyuga compound, Neji was pacing his room, having been stuck between shock, anger, disbelief, happiness, and downright fear all day. When he had heard the first whisper that his father was alive, Neji had refused to believe it and had tracked down the Hyuga who had spoken of this and promptly sent him to the hospital. Strangely enough, he hadn't even been reprimanded. The entire compound had soon started talking about his father, as if the man would come strolling back into their home any moment, so Neji, seething, had stalked back to his room and shut himself inside. Ignoring the muffled voices outside, it hadn't been until a timid knock had sounded at his door that he had stirred from his meditation. He had said nothing, waiting for his cousin to get discouraged and leave. But the girl hadn't retreated, calling out in her usual stutter that his father was waiting for him in the meeting room. Enraged, Neji had all but ripped the door aside, startling Hinata enough that she stumbled back and fell, recoiling away from his anger. He had opened his mouth to shout at the girl, but a stern, painfully familiar voice stopped him before a single syllable could slip out of his mouth. Shaking, he had turned stiffly to the right, only to see two copies of his uncle. No, not a copy because his father looked different from his uncle, even if they were twins standing at the end of the hall. The one on the right had approached him, footsteps steady even as the man's Byakuyan eyes had shown a sense of wonder as they looked back at Neji, only the slightest current of hesitation swimming under the warmth of that gaze. Neji had unfrozen only enough to take an unsteady step back before tripping over thin air, falling to the ground with a thump and just catching himself with his elbows. He had remained still, a flush of embarrassment rising in his cheeks because this uncharacteristic clumsiness was not what he wanted his father because this was his father, damn it. He had known that the moment he had sensed the foreign but familiar chakra signal enter Konoha and seen his uncle rush out of the compound to see after 9 years apart. But Hizashi had just quickened his steps, dropping carelessly to his knees in front of Neji, and Neji remembered the biggest reason he had for loving his father. Hizashi, unlike his twin and most of the other adult Hyugas in the clan, never allowed etiquette or reputation to stop him from showing affection to his son and extending a tentative hand to help Neji sit up. Neji had stared at the hand without comprehension for a long moment, absently wondering if he had finally snapped and gone insane and this was all just a figment of his imagination. But if this was his imagination, then there was no way he would have embarrassed himself like this. Which logically meant that this had to be real. So he had reached out slowly, his own hand hovering uncertainly over his father's as his gaze flickered up to meet Hizashi's gaze. For a moment, Neji had felt a brief flash of irrational fear at the thought that maybe this man would disappear again if he touched him and had made to retreat, but his father hadn't loaded and had been quick to wrap a strong hand around his own, squeezing tightly for a fraction of a second before hauling him forward in one decisive pull and sending Neji tumbling forward. The meant Neji had collided against his father's chest. Hizashi's other arm had snaked around his back and Neji had found himself crushed against his father's body in a desperate hug that spoke of apologies and relief and love. And Neji hadn't even realized he had been crying until he had finally pulled back and found his father crying too. Minutes after that, Neji had been more than reluctant to let his father out of his sight, but Hizashi had assured him that he simply had to report to the Hokage and the council and that he would be back in a few hours, and then they would sit up all night catching up if Neji wanted to. Neji hadn't even remembered to feel embarrassed when he had immediately nodded in agreement. Now here he was, pacing the length of his bedroom while reciting ninjutsu theory. Mentally going through all the different katas of the gentle fist, and ignoring the fact that he was keeping his Byakugan deactivated because he didn't think his heart could take it if he knew his father was coming. What if his father didn't like him? The last time Hizashi had seen Neji had been when he was a 4-year-old boy. What if his father was disappointed in the way he had grown up? If his father was disappointed in him, Neji would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. He didn't think he could stand. His head jerked up and he froze in the middle of his room when muffled footsteps approached his room. Growing louder as each second passed, Neji swallowed convulsively and dimly knew he should probably sit down or straighten to attention and not remain standing like a fool and gaping like a fish in the middle of his bedroom. But before he could make up his mind, a quiet knock sounded at his door, echoing like a gong in his head as the telltale voice of his father called out, "Neji, may I come in?" It took Neji 3 tries before he managed to pull himself together and get his voice working. "Why yes, please come in." He almost slapped himself when his words came out stiff and impassive as he had trained himself to speak. Kami-sama, his father was going to think Neji didn't want him here. The door slid open smoothly and Hizashi stepped inside, gaze instantly finding his son. He couldn't quite hide a frown as he watched him stand at attention, hands clasped behind his back and his face utterly blank. The Neji he remembered had been much more open. Granted, he had been a child. But surely Neji couldn't have changed so drastically. Hiashi was in for one hell of a reprimand when he got some free time. With an inward sigh, he closed the door behind him and stepped further into the room. Scanning the bedroom discreetly, there were no toys, no pictures, not even one of his genin team that Hizashi had heard about when Hiashi had informed him of his son's rank on their way back to the compound. The room didn't seem to have much life in it and was as bland as one of the elders' rooms. He would have to work on that. He knew that the fire his son had always possessed was still in there somewhere. For now, Hizashi offered a small smile and glanced questioningly at the wooden seat tucked into Neji's desk. His son stiffened and Hizashi caught the faint flush briefly stained his cheeks before the boy quickly moved to his desk and pulled out the chair, offering him the seat. After a moment of hesitation, Neji took a seat across from him, perching awkwardly at the end of his bed. "Now then," Hizashi began, choosing his words carefully. There was one thing he wanted to say before they got into anything else. "First of all, I would like to apologize for leaving you alone all those years ago. It must have been difficult to grow up without a father, and I am truly sorry for putting you through that." Neji had sprung to his feet by the end of his apology, and the boy was already shaking his head. "No," he denied, "it was not your fault. Hiashi-sama ordered it." Hizashi quickly held up a hand to quiet his son and, after a moment's contemplation, rose to his feet and shuffled Neji over before sitting down on the bed and pulling the boy down beside him. He could feel his son's tense frame and felt a stir of anger that Hiashi would let Neji become so unused to affection. But again, that was a matter for another time. For now, Hizashi contented himself with holding the boy's hand in his own. "Neji," Hizashi began again, "how much did your uncle tell you about what happened 9 years ago?" Neji frowned. shoulders relaxing ever so slightly as he adjusted to his father's presence. He did not tell me anything. He did not have to. Everyone in the clan knows what happened. When the elders talk about it, they discuss Hiashi-sama's decision to perform the switch as a wise one. The bitter anger made Hizashi's eyes close and he mentally cursed the elders. They are wrong, Neji. He finally spoke, opening his eyes to look down at his son. Your uncle never made that decision. I did. And he proceeded to explain the events of the Hyuga affair, watching a desperate edge crack the wooden expression on Neji's face as he did so. That's not true. Neji tried to pull away but Hizashi only tightened his grip on his son's hand. Hiashi-sama never said anything. Even when the elders praised him for it, he only nodded and said nothing to refute them. Hizashi scowled at this. That's stupid. He cut himself off when Neji flinched a little, and heaved a sigh instead. Your uncle is a very stubborn man, Neji, Hizashi finally said, turning to face his son again. When he makes up his mind on something, it would take quite a lot to change it. He decided a long time ago that my supposed death was his fault. By incurring your hatred, he believes he is atoning for his mistake. Hizashi fell silent and observed his son. Neji seemed a bit pale as he stared ahead sightlessly. The hold he had on Hizashi's hand was bordering on painful but he really couldn't care less. At least his son wasn't shying away from him. But then, Neji finally spoke, voice barely above a whisper. The fate of those in the branch house is to sacrifice ourselves for the main house. Why would Hiashi-sama not make that decision? Because he is my brother, Hizashi said simply. No matter how indifferent he may seem, Hiashi does care. But he is clan head and sometimes, that burden is easier to bear if he pretends not to care. He paused, cocking his head in consideration. And who said that our fate is to sacrifice ourselves for the main house? I'm back, aren't I? And it was my choice to take my brother's place, not the other way around. Seeing the bewilderment in his son's eyes, Hizashi only smiled again. Trust me, Neji, I know your uncle better than anyone. I know what he is like. When Neji remained silent, Hizashi slowly released his hand and circled his arm around the boy's shoulders instead, ignoring the immediate stiffening in his posture. I am not asking you to change your mind about Hiashi or the clan in general right away, Neji. Just give it some thought. He smiled inwardly when he felt Neji slowly relax before nodding in acknowledgement. Good. Hizashi turned a lighter smile on the boy beside him. Now let's talk about you. You are a genin now. Who is your sensei? Your teammates? Neji had automatically stiffened again at the questions and his hands twisted nervously together in his lap. Maeda Guy is my sensei. He paused. And glanced up to gauge Hizashi's expression. Hizashi couldn't quite hide the twitch of one eye but cheered inside when Neji's mouth quirked up as well. Good. His son could still smile. This would be easier than he had first thought. Tenten and Rock Lee are my teammates. Rock Lee is the second coming of Guy Sensei. Neji had said this all with a deadpan expression and Hizashi couldn't help the chuckles that slipped out of him. A second coming of Guy. Is he difficult to work with? Neji shook his head, his whole body finally having relaxed beside Hizashi. He challenges me to ridiculous N tests every other hour and he is very loud. But he is a taijutsu specialist and he works hard. He works very hard and he is beginning to become a challenge against my gentle fist. Neji's voice slowed near the end as if he had just realized something but he continued before Hizashi could ask. And Tenten is a weapons specialist. She can wield any weapon you give her. Hizashi nodded thoughtfully. You have training tomorrow. Do you not? At Neji's nod, Hizashi smiled and suggested, then perhaps I could come watch. I would like to see my son train with his team. Neji seemed torn betway. Pride that his father wanted to watch him train and worry that he would disappoint him. Pride seemed to win out in the end as Neji nodded firmly. Practice is at 6 tomorrow, and Guy Sensei says we have a guest joining us. Akazama Heruki. He is. The boy trailed off when Hizashi stiffened in surprise. Otu-sama. Hizashi glanced absently down at him and shook his head. Not Otu-sama, Neji. Otu-san is fine. That is what you have always called me. Neji seemed to hesitate before dipping his head in acquiescence and prompting, is something wrong, Otu-san? Hizashi hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. If you are training with Heruki-san tomorrow, Neji, pay attention to what he has to say and show you. He is an intelligent man and you could learn a lot from him. Neji blinked up at him. You know him. Hizashi inclined his head. I have met him. He is a good man. He glanced sidelong at his son but said nothing more. He wished he could tell Neji that it was Heruki who had brought him back. Knew that would most likely cement his son's loyalty to the redhead for the rest of eternity, but the secret had to be kept and he didn't think Heruki would appreciate it much either. Now tell me about your life, Hizashi encouraged. I have missed out on far too much. You must tell me everything. Hizashi considered the faint blush and pleased smile on his son's face a huge victory for the moment and settled down to listen to his son speak for the first time in 9 years. Guy-sensei, if I cannot do 300 push-ups, I will do 600 sit-ups. I will be ready when the youthful Heruki-san arrives. That's the spirit, Lee. Do your best. Before anyone does their best, can we do introductions first? The light voice behind them made them both spin around, and I took a moment to wonder just how the red-haired Junin managed to hide his chakra signal so completely. Heruki-san. Lee had already jumped forward, bowing from the waist in greeting. Guy-sensei has told us of your youthfulness. I, Rock Lee, the valiant green beast of Konoha, am honored to make your acquaintance. Guy beamed proudly at his student's youthful greeting and cocked his head to observe Heruki. Most people seemed to find Lee's exuberance unnerving, but if he was right. Heruki chuckled and sketched a quick bow himself. It's an honor to meet you too, Lee-kun. The boy beamed and Guy chuckled. He absently wondered if Heruki could be unnerved by anything. Stepping up beside his student and flashing a grin at the redhead, the Junin did a quick scan of the other's face. Well, Heruki certainly looked better than he had yesterday. There were still bags under his eyes, but they were less pronounced and the man no longer looked like death had warmed over. You were quite early, Heruki-san. Guy said aloud. Lee has just finished his first set of warm-ups. Ah, the redhead reached up to rub the back of his head. I couldn't sleep and you did say I could come anytime between 5 and 6. It's around 5:10 right now, I think. Guy shook his head, hiding the brief concern that surfaced inside him. Heruki certainly looked like he could do with some sleep. We don't mind. Now that you're here, we might as well start. Turning to his student, Guy clapped a hand onto Lee's shoulder and smiled at him. Lee, stretch for a taijutsu spar. Lee straightened to attention. Hi, Guy-sensei. As he jogged off, Guy turned back to the waiting redhead. Can you spar with Lee? I'm not quite sure what you specialize in. If not, I can spar with him so you can assess him. Ha, Heruki only offered a slight smile as he shrugged off his coat and hung it on a nearby tree branch before tying up his hair. I specialize in ninjutsu and taijutsu, among other things. Just don't get me to teach anyone genjutsu. I'm terrible at those. Guy chuckled. You'll define then. Lee is training to become a master in taijutsu alone. Heruki nodded silently, eyes already taking in the smooth, sharp movements of Lee's katas. Already, he could see the powerful shinobi Lee would eventually become. He still had a long way to go, but the beginnings of his full potential could already be seen. A few minutes later, Heruki was standing opposite of Lee, with Guy stationed several feet away, glancing between the two before raising his hand. Taijutsu only, no weapons. Winner is called when one of you yields. Begin. Unlike Sasuke or Naruto, Lee stayed in one spot, body falling into his starting stance as he eyed Heruki carefully. The redhead nodded inwardly. A taijutsu specialist couldn't afford to charge right in when they knew their opponent was stronger than they were. It was better for the opponent to start. So, Heruki decided to start, pinpointing the holes he could already see in Lee's defense before dashing forward. Letting his momentum help him spin on one heel and bringing up his other leg to lash out at the genin's open side with vicious accuracy. Heruki had only dropped his speed enough to allow Lee to defend against him only when the boy was fully concentrating. Lee did not disappoint, his right arm dropping to block his leg and, instead of digging his heels into his position against Heruki's obviously stronger kick, let the blow propel him away from Heruki's striking distance. The redhead allowed a satisfied smile flicker briefly across his face before following Lee, readying his next strikes as the boy stood his ground against him. Several feet away, Guy observed the blows being traded with great satisfaction and no little consternation. Lee was holding up well against Heruki, who had already gauged the boy's level and adjusted his own skill accordingly. But it was Haruki's style that troubled him. He wasn't both Lee and Neji's sensei for nothing. He could see their two styles mixed into the redhead's taijutsu. The gentle fist style could be explained away as Heruki having a friend in the Hyuga clan, but Lee's style was completely his, and some of the moves the redhead was pulling off, though watered down and probably unseen by those who didn't know what they were looking for, were moves that he hadn't even taught Lee yet. Who was this man? I thought we might find something interesting if we arrived early. Guy blinked and glanced behind him. He had sensed Neji approaching earlier with his father and he now smiled at both of them, gaze taking in Hyuga Hizashi. Hizashi-sama, it is wonderful to see you again. You have been missed. His gaze slid down to Neji, who, for the first time since Guy had laid eyes on him, looked completely at peace with himself. The boy was standing as close to his father as he could without seeming clingy, and there was a lightness about him that made Guy breathe an inward sigh of relief. It is good to be back, Guy. Hizashi placed a gentle hand on Neji's shoulder and the boy only stiffened for a second before relaxing again and glancing up at his father with a small smile tilting his lips. Gah, I could honestly say that it was the first smile he had ever seen Neji wear. Well, Haruki-san arrived earlier than expected, so I paired him against Lee. It's an interesting match. Guy kept a BTLEI on Hizashi and Neji as he turned back to the spar, noting the recognition that dawned first on Hizashi's face, and then his own students. Otu-san, Neji spoke up as his Byakugan activated. Haruki-san knows the gentle fist style. Hizashi remained neutral on the outside, studying the redhead carefully. He thought something like this might happen, which was partly why he had suggested coming early. His son would no doubt have questions. Perhaps he has seen Hyugas in battle, Hizashi replied out loud. It seems he has incorporated pieces of the Hyuga style into others. Neji nodded, mostly focused on the spar. But Guy caught the slight flicker in Hizashi's eyes and the vague way he had worded his answer. It seemed Hizashi knew more than he was letting on, but Guy couldn't say any concern from the clan head's brother, so he pushed any remaining worries he had out of his mind. If such a high member of the Hyuga clan wasn't worried that someone outside the clan knew their fighting style, it was hardly Guy's place to make waves. But that still didn't account for the youthful style he could see in Haruki's taijutsu. Even in bits and pieces, slipped in when one least expected it. Guy could see that the other Junin knew his style, and knew it well. Guy-sensei, Neji interrupted his thoughts. Isn't that your style mixed in as well? Guy mentally winced at Neji's acute observations. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Hizashi stiffen and look over at him. The man's expression was as unreadable as ever, but Guy sensed that what he said next would be very important. In what way or to whom, he didn't know. But he was beginning to sense that there was something bigger in the process of being carried out right now. It seems Haruki-san is able to pick up different taijutsu styles quite quickly. Guy finally settled on a compromise. He hadn't lied. He could see at least half a dozen styles in Haruki's taijutsu, and even if the redhead had years to practice, it would take a high level of skill to incorporate it all together as flawlessly as Heruki had done. His answer was as vague as Hizashi's had been, but he liked Heruki. The man had never shown any discomfort towards him or Lee. And there was something about this whole situation that set off warning bells in his head and told him it would be best to get the full story before saying anything concrete to anyone. Beside him, Hizashi's shoulders relaxed again and Guy knew he had said the right thing. For now, he would simply keep an eye on the red-haired Junin. It didn't hurt that he was a great sparring partner as well. Heruki was pushing Lee to his very limits. In the training grounds, Lee was astonished at the speed at which Heruki was delivering his strikes. Guy-sensei was still the epitome of cool. But Heruki here, he had to completely stop thinking as he dodged and defended against a sudden flurry of punches and kicks, as if the redhead knew he wasn't completely concentrating, was somehow tasting every single aspect of his training, forcing him to block properly and strike at just the right places, or his attacks would be met with an iron wall of defense instead of just a simple block. And slowly, as Lee got used to the speed, because this Junin was teaching him to settle into a faster-paced fight instead of slowing down for him, pushing him to stop thinking and simply go with his instincts. He realized that Heruki wasn't just sparring with him, he was fixing the spots Lee knew he was still prone to leaving open. Striking anywhere other than the center of the sternum and then the A.B. domain when executing a Konoha Senpu got him tossed back by a swift uppercut. And the simple rear spinning low kick when he tried the Konoha Reppu only got himself knocked off balance by the redhead. If his leg was so much as an inch off from the best position. This form of teaching forced Lee to learn on the spot, to fix his mistakes after the first time around or risk getting dumped to the ground again. It was hard and it forced him to concentrate solely on perfecting his entire fighting style, stance, alignment, offense and defense strength, and timing, instead of just parts of it as he ally did when he sparred against Neji or Tenten. It was hard and Lee couldn't remember the last time he had had so much fun sparring against someone else. Heruki wasn't trying to defeat him, he was trying to teach him. Finally, as Lee lashed out with a roundabout high kick, Heruki simply ducked around him, one hand catching his wrist. Lee ruefully noted that his arm should have been tucked more closely to his side and the other clapped onto his left shoulder, bringing him to the ground and expertly pinning his left arm behind him. For a long moment, all Lee could hear was his thundering heartbeat as he gasped for breath. The spar had finally come to a stop and only now did he realize how fast he had been moving as his muscles felt like liquid fire as struggled to stay upright. A light chuck came from behind him and Lee found himself released and gently pushed into a sitting position. A bottle of water was suddenly produced and Lee took it with a grateful smile. He was too tired to say anything out loud. Clapping reached his ears next and Lee turned to see Guy-sensei approaching them, Neji and another Hyuga behind him. Lee blinked in surprise. He hadn't even sensed them in the clearing. Great job, Lee. Guy-sensei dropped into a crouch in front of him, clapped him firmly on the shoulder. I have never seen you move so fast or attack so accurately. Lee managed a grin as he rubbed an arm across his forehead. He looked up to see Heruki standing a few feet away, quiet as his gaze met Lee's. The Junin hadn't even broken a sweat. Lee forced himself back to his feet, wobbling a little but finding his balance before Guy-sensei could offer him a hand. He stood in front of Heruki and bowed deeply. Thank you very much for the spar, Heruki-san. When he straightened again, he made sure to stand tall despite his nearly shaking legs. Heruki observed him for a moment before nodding once and asking, did you learn anything? Lee nodded immediately, breaking out into a determined grin. Yes, I did. Your training method is amazingly youthful. I promise I will fix everything you pointed out today before our next sparring match. If I cannot do so, I will run 100 laps around Konoha before practicing everything again. Quote. Heruki smiled faintly at him and nodded again. Good then. You're welcome. Lee beamed at the redhead before spinning around to face his sensei, only to lose his balance and tip backwards as his legs protested against the movement. Instead of meeting the ground though, Lee collided with a softer material and he glanced back to find Heruki standing behind him. He directed a sheepish look up at the Junin but Heruki only shrugged and steadied him again. Lee, was this spar helpful? Lee turned back to his sensei, grinning excitedly at him. Guy-sensei was so cool. To invite someone like Heruki to practice with them was a stroke of genius. Hi, Guy-sensei. Heruki-san improved my accuracy and speed and timing and he trailed off as he realized the Lee Saint was a bit long but Guy just laughed and nodded. Good. Starting tomorrow, you will go over what Heruki-san taught you today. For now, cool down and do your katas after you get your breath back. He nodded and then turned to Neji and the man standing beside him. Wait, wasn't that his uncle? Seeing his teammate's questioning look, Neji took a step forward and motioned to his father. Father, this is Rock Lee, one of my teammates. Lee, this is my father, Hyuga Hizashi. To his credit, Lee only looked mildly surprised before his face split into a wide grin again as he carefully moved forward. Neji couldn't believe that Lee, with his stamina, could be so completely exhausted after one spar with the Junin that even his father praised. As soon as he finished the introductions, he would ask for a spar of his own. And greeted his father, youthfully. It is very nice to meet you, Hizashi-san. I am youthfully surprised by your unexpected presence today. Neji had to stop himself from face-palming. Why did his team have to be so damn weird? Luckily, his father didn't seem too perturbed and only inclined his head in greeting. It is nice to meet you too, Lee-kun. With the introductions over for now, all attention now turned back to Heruki, who had been standing off to the side, patiently silent as he observed their interactions. Hizashi hadn't missed the way that the Junin had seen me. Unable to tear his eyes away from his son, regret and sorrow mingling in darkened cerulean. If he had had any doubts about Haruki's origins before, they were all gone now. It seemed that his son and Uzumaki Naruto had been good friends in the redhead's timeline. He didn't want to know how his son had died to put that expression on Haruki's face though. Good morning, Haruki-san, Hizashi greeted instead, and watched as the redhead stirred, his usual impassivity surfacing again as Heruki looked at him. Good morning, Hizashi-san. This is your son then? Hizashi had to hide a wince when the head tried to smile at Neji, but the action came out pained and even his son looked startled. Yes, this is Neji. Neji, I believe you have training now. Neji nodded briskly and stepped forward in the redhead's direction. He wasn't quite sure what to make of the odd expression Heruki had when the man looked at him but bowed respectfully anyway. Good morning, Heruki-san. I would like to ask for a spar as well. Your match with Lee was very interesting. Heruki nodded once. Warm up first. We can spar afterwards. Neji nodded and quickly moved away to begin his katas. If his spar would be anything like the one Lee had been put through, he would need to be in his best condition. As Neji started his warm-up, Hizashi remained beside Heruki as Guy and Lee drifted further away to discuss his training. Glancing sidelong at the redhead, Hizashi couldn't help asking, voice low so as not to attract the other's attention, you were good friends. Heruki flinched minutely, hands tucked in his flak jacket as he stared ahead. Avoiding Hizashi's gaze, the best of friends, he finally revealed, just as softly. We knew each other since we were both genin. When the war started, we were assigned to the same Anbu team. Hizashi was captivated. Unlike last time, Heruki was actually revealing specific parts of his past. And though the Neji Heruki was talking about belonged to a different timeline, Hizashi still felt a glow of pride that his son would one day become Anbu. I was promoted after a while. Now that Heruki had started, it didn't seem like he could stop until he finished. Anbu captain. I picked Neji as my second on my squad. When I became general, I made Neji captain of his own squad and my second in command of the Anbu troops. He was silent for another long moment, and Hizashi waited patiently for the redhead to finish. And when I became Hokage, Neji became one of my Anbu generals. Anbu general. Hizashi watched his son go through a kata, smooth and well practiced. He had no doubt that Neji could become great, but it was a pleasure all the same to hear what his son had become in another time. One of your generals, Hizashi continued lightly. He wasn't surprised that Heruki really was a Kage. He talked to Sarutobi as an equal, after all. But a Kage usually only assigned more than one general when there were too many men to lead. Heruki shrugged. Few of the other countries had fallen and requested to join us. We needed all the help we could get. So I assigned 2 people as my generals. Hizashi frowned. The other countries had fallen. If that was what would eventually happen. No wonder Heruki had traveled back in time. He didn't ask anything more though. The redhead seemed to have used up his sharing quota for the day and was already moving towards his son as Neji finished his last kata. Again, Guy started the spar and, like Lee, Neji held back and waited for Heruki to make the first move. Heruki closed his eyes briefly, firmly reminding himself that this was not his time's Neji, not as strong, not as knowledgeable of his movements, not him. And then he opened his eyes, and attacked. He knew the Hyuga style's strengths and weaknesses. Knew them like he knew the back of his hand, having sparred with Neji even more than he had with Sasuke. So the standard gentle fist style, the one Neji had used before he had modified and improved it, was slow and predictable to Heruki, so much that he could predict each attack several seconds before Neji even started executing it. Heruki sighed inwardly as he easily fended off the blows. This wouldn't work. It was obvious that Neji was already quite good at the style and he had the skill to move on. He also knew that Neji had already learned, if not mastered, some of his clan's secret techniques, and Heruki wouldn't force Neji to show them here. But perhaps, Heruki could get the boy started on his future style. Jumping back, he raised a hand to pause the spar, and Neji pulled up, a slight frown on his face. Neji-kun, I think you can see that I know how to counter the gentle fist style quite well already. Heruki paused and Neji nodded stiffly, obviously not knowing what to do about it. If you wish, I could teach you a more advanced style. The silence that descended on the training grounds was loud and tense as Neji looked stunned at Haruki's offer. He seemed to waver, and then turned to look at his father. Heruki tilted his head as well, gauging Hizashi's reaction. The man was frowning, not with disapproval but concern. Are you quite certain, Heruki-san? Hizashi called out after a moment. Heruki heard the unspoken question. Can you afford to show your hand here? Heruki glanced at Guy and Lee. Neither said anything, observing silently at their exchange. But Heruki knew them. They understood that training secrets were not to be given out unless permitted to. They would not say anything about this to anyone. Hizashi already knew the truth, so, I am sure, Heruki replied as he turned back to Neji. Neji-kun, what I want to teach you is not a completely new style. More like your gentle fist style with more layers added to it. He paused, watching the genin. I would appreciate it though if you kept quiet about where you learned this. Neji stayed silent, weighing his options. To learn something new on top of his gentle fist would be very beneficial. And he was interested to see what someone who wasn't a Hyuga could teach him on said style. If the price was simply to keep his silence if questioned on this new style's origins, so be it. I would like to learn, Heruki-san. Neji straightened from his stance. And I will not say anything to anyone else about this. Heruki nodded, satisfied. This style would help, especially in the Chunin exams when Orochimaru attacked. Any extra strength Heruki could give them would keep them alive that much longer. Alright then, start in your usual stance. Heruki watched the genin settle into the stance. Recalling the lessons his times Neji had given him. When the Hyuga had started giving him lessons, Neji would attack in specific places and Heruki had gradually learned his friend's style by defending against those attacks. He had complained once that he had only been defending, and had asked Neji how he could learn a fighting style when he wasn't even fighting. Neji had laughed at him and invited him to attack in return, using the gentle fist style as a basis. Naruto had been astonished when his body had immediately followed the movements Neji had been drilling into him for weeks. Yes, he had been defending. But the way his muscles had moved when he had defended had automatically given him a powerful offense, hidden behind an iron wall of defense. So, defend yourself only while I attack, Heruki ordered. And then shot forward, pinpointing all the tenketsu points Neji had aimed at when the Hyuga had taught him. And so it went for the next half hour, with Heruki attacking in swift, precise movements. And Neji defending accordingly. On the sidelines, Hizashi hadn't been able to stop himself from activating his Byakugan and following the movements, his own arms twitching to learn as well. Though Neji was only defending, he could see a new style coming together. Where Neji was blocking with an open here and a forearm there, Hizashi could see the potential this defa NCE could become when Neji reverted it into an offensive style. Hizashi's muscles hadn't weakened too much due to the life suspension seal, but he still needed to start training again. When Neji managed to pick up enough of this style to start practicing the offensive part on his own, he would ask his son to teach him as well. Or maybe he could just corner Heruki when the redhead had some free time and ask for training too. That could work, but what amazed him the most was the thought of where Heruki had learned this fighting style. He had obviously been taught by a Hyuga, which meant that one had to develop it in the first place. Heruki had seemed to imply that Neji was one of the few Hyugas he had associated with. Did that mean that his own son would eventually develop this style? And if he had, did that mean that Neji would be able to create something even more powerful if Heruki was teaching him this style now? Barely able to think, Neji was defending for all he was worth. Haruki's attacks were different, tugging Neji's arms and legs to positions that were similar to his usual fighting style but not exactly the same either. It was strange and he couldn't quite see how this would build up to better taijutsu. But he had caught a glimpse of his father's face when he had been forced to twist away from a sharp jab and follow through with a diagonal block of an open fist heading towards his side. His father had looked openly interested, Byakugan activated and never wavering from the battle. Hizashi must have picked up on something Neji had yet to see, enough so that it had drawn his complete attention. Either way, Neji was at least building up a very powerful defense. What's going on? Guy glanced back and offered a distracted grin to his final student jogging up to them. Tenten, Heruki-san came a bit early and we decided to start sparring. Start stretching while you watch. You're up next. Tenten was a little on the bewildered side at her sensei's abrupt ness but understood when she caught sight of the ongoing spar. Falling into her katas, she almost gaped at how fast the red-haired Junin had pushed Neji into moving. And was her teammate defending on purpose? There was a few times where he could have attacked, although Tenten had to admit that Heruki was leaving very little opportunities. 10 minutes later and the spar was over, Neji panting for Br. Eth as he leaned his weight on his knees. Heruki simply reached into his jacket and withdrew a scroll, unsealing a bottle of water for the Hyuga as well. Neji managed a nod of thanks and quickly downed a third of the bottle. A full workout was not what he had been expecting when he had woken up this morning and it wasn't even 7 yet. Neji-kun, keep practicing the movements you went through today. Treat them as katas even. Neji tried to settle his breathing as he straightened and nodded. His muscles remembered each move, even if his mind didn't. But he could see a pattern to the movements, a little strange. But now that he had the time to think instead of just react, he was also starting to have an inkling of what the Junin was trying to teach him. Thank you for the spar, Heruki-san. He sketched another bow and made a mental note to ask Guy after practice if it was possible to invite the Junin again next week. That way, Heruki could point out any flaws in his new training. Moving over to his father. He caught sight of Tenten and quickly introduced his father again. The words felt nice on his tongue. He had never been able to introduce anyone as his father before. Tenten also looked surprised but greeted Hizashi politely as she straightened from her katas. Neji knew that the Hokage was going to do a village-wide announcement of his father's return sometime soon, so there would no doubt be quite a number of shocked people if Hizashi decided to walk through Konoha. Soon, Tenten was standing in front of Heruki while the redhead studied her with a critical eye. She inked and shifted a little nervously as she got into her taijutsu stance. Was there something wrong with her stance? She was quite good at taijutsu but she preferred having some sort of weapon in hand whenever she fought. Wait, Tenten pulled up short as Heruki shook his head. Do you have a katana or a ninjutsu? Or even just a tanto? Tenten immediately brightened, nodding eagerly. Are we going to use weapons? Heruki inclined his head, turning to glance at Guy. Guy-san, I'd like to see Tenten's skill with a weapon, if that's alright. Guy was already nodding. Go ahead. Tenten is at her best when she is wielding a weapon. Tenten flushed a little but pulled out a scroll and unsealed a pair of tanto. Heruki nodded in approval and pulled out his own scroll, unsealing a beautifully made katana that Tenten instantly recognized. Hey, that's from my family's store. She stared wide-eyed at the Junin. My dad talked about you. He said you must be great at kenjutsu since you knew exactly what you were looking for. Heruki glanced down at the blade before nodding at her. My old one was destroyed. I had to get a new one and this was the closest I could find in Konoha. Now then, shall we? As metal clashed against metal, all those watching noted the difference immediately. Heruki was good, very good, when only using taijutsu, but he was great with a sword in hand. The Junin cracked, Ikuli danced as he wielded the blade with the skill of a master, and even toned down. No one could deny the power accompanying every strike. Tenten found herself caught up in a whirlwind of blades as she defended rapidly against the red-haired Junin. She knew he was holding back and she could barely take the time to draw a breath as Heruki bore down on her, as unrelenting as the steel he wielded. But once in a while, when she managed to strike back, Tenten caught a glimpse of bright cerulean and she knew that the gleam she saw in them matched the one in her own eyes. Unlike the taijutsu spars Heruki had had with Lee and Neji, Heruki was having much more fun now, even with a mere genin like herself. And this made her grin because she hadn't ever sparred with a kenjutsu master before. Sure, She knew there were Junin in the village who wielded swords, but it wasn't as if they were going to take the time to practice with her. Her eyes followed the katana that thrust at her ribs, and she half jumped, half threw herself back. Already panting but still grinning. "Heruki-san," she called out. "Those blades channel chakra. Aren't you going to use their full potential?" She knew she was pus. Hing it, and if Heruki decided to humor her, his next attack would finish the spar. But she wanted at least a taste of what this man could do at the height of his power with a katana, and if she could see that, then she wouldn't mind ending the spar prematurely. The redhead tilted his head, a few bangs brushing over one cheek before he smirked. Actually smirked. Tenten hadn't thought he ever would. What with the controlled smiles and neutral expressions Heruki usually wore. "All right, you asked for it." And with a flick of his wrist, chakra crackled down the blade in his right hand, curling around the katana like a snake. Tenten's eyes widened, and she quickly raised her tanto again. It would do no good, she knew, but it would be better to at least try to defend herself. On the sidelines, the glow of white chakra had the audience backing up a few steps. Guy almost reeled as he finally got a taste of the other Junin's chakra. How had Heruki managed to hide so much power? Readying his katana, Heruki cut his thumb against the blade and let his blood mingle with his chakra. He didn't need seals for this attack. Raiden. Hu no Soshiku. Tenten remained frozen as lightning exploded around Haruki's katana. The head of a panther forming at the blade's tip and jaws made of pure lightning yawned open as the redhead flashed towards her at a terrifying speed. Before she could even think to move, the teeth of the panther had closed around her tanto and ripped them from her hands with as Haruki's katana came down, slashing downwards across both her weapons and leaving her empty-handed. Mere moments later, the glow of the lightning ebbed before disappearing altogether, and she was left staring at Heruki standing calmly in front of her, katana lowered to his side and her two tanto scattered on the ground. She had no doubt that the redhead had pulled back the jutsu at the last second, preventing it from destroying her weapons. Silence settled over the training grounds, but Tenten couldn't even consider speaking right now. Too busy reviewing the Junin's attack in her mind. The lightning had been channeled into the katana in the form of a panther. The jutsu itself had been directed by the sword. Had Haruki's control of the chakra that had tempered the lightning been even slightly off, he would no doubt have lost control of his blade entirely. That was so amazing. Tenten bounded forward, glee lighting her eyes as she bent down to study the blade that Heruki still held. Without waiting for a reply, she whirled to face Guy, her excitement keeping her exhaustion at bay for the moment. "Guy-sensei, did you see that? Why didn't you invite Heruki-san sooner? He's a kenjutsu master. I mean, did you see that?" Guy's sweat dropped before shaking his head. He had no idea why Ten would want to be a medic nin when it was so obvious that she was much more suited to become a weapons specialist instead. Still, the jutsu Heruki had just pulled off would amaze anyone. "That was very cool, Heruki-san." Beside him, Lee sprang forward, all thoughts of rest gone. "You must have a lightning affinity." Heruki blinked and moved to reseal his katana, but sighed at the stars in Tenten's eyes and passed her the katana. She brightened even further, though Heruki had no idea why. The katana came from her family's store, after all. "No, actually," Heruki replied, tugging the hair tie out of his hair and shaking it out. "My affinity is wind, but I'm all right with lightning as well." Hizashi twitched from where he was standing. "All right," Heruki called that. "All right. Well then, are there any other elements you are adequate with?" Heruki blinked, eyes narrowing a little, and Hizashi was careful to keep his features blank. "Water and fire," the redhead replied slowly. "Some of my jutsus are based on those elements as well." Hizashi's eyes widened. Water and fire were complete opposites, as were wind and lightning. To have mastery over all four. Not earth. Then, he asked lightly. Heruki was quick to shake his head. "I know a few simple ones that I learned as a genin, but that's it. I can't do many earth jutsus." Well, that came as some relief. Hizashi didn't anyone who could proficiently wield 4 elements. Much less 5. Absently, he made the connection that Kazama Heruki was actually Uzumaki Naruto again. This man was the one Konoha had shunned and feared and hated. Some people were truly stupid. "Heruki-san, when can you come back to join us for a sparring session again?" Heruki took back the katana Tenten held out as she grabbed her tanto from the ground. He shrugged and glanced at Guy, who grinned back. Come back anytime, Heruki-san. So long as it's at least once a week. Heruki arched an eyebrow as he resealed his katana and unsealed a bottle of water for Tenten. I don't want to intrude on your own. Guy waved a dismissive hand in the air. Nonsense. You've been here for 2 hours and my students have already become more youthful. You must come back. Heruki blinked before glancing between the 3 students around him. Tenten and Lee were both nodding in agreement and Neji gazed back at him expectantly. You have only just started teaching me that new style, the Hyuga pointed out. I would not be able to advance if you do not make sure I am learning correctly. Heruki sighed and then nodded. I'll come back sometime next week. For now though, doesn't your team have to start actual training, Guy-san? 10 minutes later, Guy had his students running laps around the clearing while Heruki nursed his own bottle of water on the sidelines with Hizashi beside him. Thank you for teaching my son that style, Hizashi spoke up once Heruki had tucked away the bottle. Heruki shrugged. It belongs to him. If I didn't teach him, he'd develop it himself in a couple of years. But he needs it right then. He fell silent abruptly and Hizashi glanced over, a faint frown creasing his brow. Will something happen soon? Heruki was silent for a long moment, debating on how much to say. Everything will start during the Chunin exams. In my time, that's when everything began. Hizashi sorely wanted to ask but held his tongue. Heruki wasn't likely to say more on the subject. He trusted the redhead to tell him when. He needed to know. For now, they watched Team Guy train, slower than usual as all 3 of them were still tired from the spars but still determined to do well. Heruki stifled a yawn as he made his way to the Hokage tower. He had forgotten what training with Guy was like. It was a wonder nobody died when subjected to his regimen. He glanced at the midday sun and sped up his pace. He wanted to tell the Sandame about the Chunin exams before heading over to the Nara compound. As he walked past the Yamanaka flower shop, the Re-D head grimaced at the earlier conversation that surfaced in his mind. Shortly before Heruki had been able to make his escape from Team Guy's training session, Asuma of all people had accosted him with an easy smile and a determined glint in his eyes. The man had told him that he had seen the jutsu Heruki had used earlier when he had happened to pass by on his way to see the Hokage. Unfortunately for Heruki, this had piqued the usually laid-back shinobi's interest and the Junin had proceeded to ask the redhead to join his team for a training session tomorrow. Heruki had wanted to say no, but he hadn't been able to think of a good excuse, and it didn't help that the last time he had seen Asuma, covered in blood and missing an arm while the man had clung to life to say a last farewell to Shikamaru, who had been rushing to the scene at the time, he had promised that he would look after his team. Of course, back then, he had been Anbu second and Asuma's old genin team had been one of the squads under his command. But later on, he had failed all 3 and they had died fighting on the battlefield. Heruki didn't think that Asuma meant for him to carry that promise all the way back in time, but he had failed once. He didn't want to fail again. So, he had agreed. Finally reaching the tower, Heruki shunshined up and through the Hokage's office window. It was so much easier than using the door. Inside, Sarutobi looked up in mild surprise from his paperwork before dismissing the Anbu in the room with a wave of his hand and activating the privacy seals. Good afternoon, Heruki-kun, Sarutobi greeted. Pushing away his paperwork, Heruki offered a half smile and took a seat on one of the chairs in the room. I have to tell you about the Chunin exams. Ah. Sarutobi clasped his hands and his face turned somber. Very well. Quietly, Heruki recounted all that he could remember of the events of his first and only Chunin exams. Of Suna and Oto and Orochimaru, of Gaara and Sasuke and the cursed seal. And of spies and the absence of Tsunade and Sarutobi's own death. The office was quiet when he finished, the silence neither tense nor horrified, just thoughtful as the Hokage digested this new information. We will need to bring Jiraiya and Tsunade back before the exams, Sarutobi finally said, voice grave. Heruki nodded in agreement. They would need all the help we can get. But, getting Tsunade back will be very difficult. I will send word to Jiraiya and have him try to retrieve Suon, but if worst comes to worst, Heruki offered, I will go get her myself. Sarutobi's Tudied him for a few seconds before giving him a small smile. I suppose if anyone would know how to change her mind, it would be you. What should I tell Jiraiya though? I expect you would want to tell him the truth yourself. Heruki nodded stiffly. I'd rather tell them both at the same time. If you could just tell him it's an emergency and that everything would be explained once he got back with her. He trailed off almost uncertainly and Sarutobi quickly nodded in acquiescence. That will be fine. I will send a message to Jiraiya. For now though, that is all I can do. I trust you will KN. Out the right time to deal with the spies and this Gaara. Heruki nodded. Leave all that to me. I will take care of them when the time comes. Sarutobi nodded in satisfaction before opening a drawer and withdrawing an envelope. All right then. Here is your pay for your recent mission. I will get started on researching this summoning jutsu Orochimaru has created. At the flash of worry in Haruki's eyes, Sarutobi smiled reassuringly. Do not worry, Haruki-kun. I will not die this time. I do wish to see Tsunade become Hokage. It would be an interesting change for this village. Heruki sighed but rose to his feet and left with a short bow. He only hoped Sarutobi knew what he was doing. Things would be moving fast before long and they would not be able to afford mistakes then. You're finally here, Haruki-san, Shikaku drawled, waving him inside when he caught sight of the redhead lingering at the gates. Waiting was getting troublesome. He glanced back in time to catch Heruki rolling his eyes and quickly hid a grin. He definitely liked this Junin more than the impassive one from yesterday. I already set up the board. Shikaku waved a hand at the shogi board set up on the wooden tab. Lei and they both took a seat on either side of it. The Junin commander discreetly observed the way the redhead's eyes were already flickering from square to square, no doubt figuring out different starting moves. He scoffed inwardly. Not all that good his ass. You can start first, he offered aloud, watching that cerulean gaze flicker up to meet his. He had finally placed that color after thinking on it yesterday evening. Those eyes were the same as the Yondaime's, and there were gestures that the redhead made that reminded Shikaku of Minato as well. He had a few suspicions on what this meant, but he wasn't sure yet. The Junin commander watched as Heruki slid a pawn forward. A simple enough move and he moved one of his own in return. And so the game began. Shikaku had no time, nor did he have the desire, to make idle conversation as he frowned inwardly at the red-haired Junin's wild playing style. There wasn't much logic to each of Haruki's moves, as if he was simply picking a random piece up and moving it. But after the first time that Heruki had made a seemingly useless decision of sacrificing a lance and 8 moves down the road, Shikaku had found himself caught between losing a knight and losing a silver general. He had sacrificed his knight and never made the same mistake again. But still, there was something strange about Haruki's playing style. Shikaku had never played against anyone who could read his moves so far ahead and counter them accordingly. He had thought that maybe the redhead had picked up on a tell and had glanced up at Heruki several times, but each time, he had found the Junin staring avidly at the board, one arm balanced on a knee when he wasn't moving a piece, the other upright to cushion his head in one hand. Of course, Shikaku wasn't Hokage's chief strategist for nothing, and, after studying the redhead's playing style for several minutes, he was able to counter some of Haruki's moves. And so they played for the next 4.5 hours. Neither able to outmatch the other, but Shikaku had found a diamond-sharp mind behind Haruki's neutral facade, one that intrigued him all the more because every unpredictable move on the shogi board meant one more unpredictable thought. And if there was one thing Shikaku had learned since the beginning of the match, it was that Heruki had a very illogical mind. You are very good, Shikaku finally spoke, breaking the silence for the first time since they had begun. Haruki's eyes flickered up to meet his. It was Shikaku's turn at the moment and Heruki was forced to respond when the Junin commander made no move to continue. I have not beaten you. Shikaku's mouth quirked up into a slight smile. Most people wouldn't measure their skills in accordance to mine. Heruki managed a shrug without dislodging his head from his hand. I am not most people. With that, Shikaku agreed wholeheartedly. And if Heruki was not most people, then perhaps he shouldn't ask his questions the way he would with them. Heruki had said he was straightforward. Shikaku preferred that as well. He left the twisting interrogations to Inoichi. Then, he finally moved his rook forward. Who are you? Heruki countered with a bishop. I'm not quite sure what you mean. Shikaku arched an eyebrow. Alright, I'll be clearer. There are two things I want to know above all else right now. What relation do you have with Namikaze Minato? And what are you planning to do in Konoha? He moved a pawn. To his credit, the redhead only tilted his head and moved a knight forward without looking away from Shikaku. That's what you want to know above all else? Really? Shikaku offered a lazy shrug. I could ask you if you plan to harm Konoha, but that's somewhat pointless. I trust the Sandaime and he trusts you. Explicitly. I could also ask you how you managed to find Hizashi in the first place, but that's even more pointless. You're obviously partial to information I'm not, and I'm not interested in finding out something that's already over and done with. I could ask you how you managed to get from Konoha to Kumo and then back again while stopping multiple times on your way back in only 4 days when it would take an average ninja 6 days to make the entire round trip, but again, you must know some sort of jutsu I don't, and I'm not interested in that as I have no reason to go to Kumo anytime soon. And finally, Shikaku had now propped his elbows on the edge of the wooden table and propped his head on his clasped hands as he surveyed the motionless redhead with sharp eyes. Finally, I could ask you why, when you entered the Nara compound. Shikaku slowly turned his head, gaze still fixed firmly on the Junin as he freed one hand to tug aside a curtain that had been half drawn over the window they had been sitting beside and revealed a seal, glowing a faint red on the glass. Heruki's entire face had frozen over, any remaining warmth disappearing as recognition flickered briefly through cerulean. Did this chakra-sensing seal, given to me by the Yondaime before the Kyuubi attack to pick up any demon chakra should it wander too close to my clan grounds, activate? Shikaku watched Haruki closely for any reaction, but the redhead simply sat there, still sitting in the same position, eyes now focused on the seal. When it was clear that Heruki could not be speaking anytime soon, Shikaku sighed and rubbed at his goatee before reaching out and moving one of his gold generals. I could ask you that, he continued casually. But even though the seal picked up the demon chakra, I still can't sense anything from you. Your control over whatever chakra you have inside you is good enough. As long as you're not about to go insane and destroy the village, it's none of my concern. Your move. Heruki remained still for a few seconds longer, gaze still fixed on the seal before turning back and extending one hand, moving a pawn forward. Half a dozen plays that Heruki could make with that move sprang up in Shikaku's mind, but he dismissed them. He could stop each of them if he took the pawn now. Moving his knight, he secured the pawn. It's not finished. Heruki's quiet voice accompanied his next move as he shifted a lance. Shikaku frowned. What isn't? Heruki flicked a finger at the seal. That seal. The center is not finished. At the moment, it can only detect the Kyuubi's chakra. Shikaku immediately stiffened, eyes narrowing as he realized what the redhead had just told him. But how? The Kyuubi Jinchuriki was Uzumaki Naruto. Who are you then? He asked again, moving his rook to the left. You look like the Yondaime. I can almost see it. Change your hair and you'd be an almost exact copy. Long lost brother, cousin. Heruki gave a half shrug as he moved his lance again. Shikaku scanned the board before moving a silver general and capturing another of Haruki's pawns. Maybe I just look like him. Heruki tapped a finger on the edge of the wooden table before shifting a gold general. Shikaku immediately took the knight that Heruki had failed to move with one of his gold generals. It seemed like the game was coming to an end. Heruki wasn't concentrating anymore. Quote, I highly doubt that, but we'll leave it for now. Shikaku observed the redhead for a moment. So what are you doing in Konoha? You're definitely not one of my Junin. I was Junin commander 8 years ago. I would have remembered sending out any of my Junin. Even if the Hokage didn't inform of it, I would have at least noticed you missing. Heruki finally straightened from his lazy slouch, meeting Shikaku's gaze evenly. Protect Konoha. That's what I've always tried to do. Shikaku frowned. The devotion that now shone in Heruki's eyes was startling. What attachment did he have to this village to show that much dedication to it? The sound of a door sliding open and closed signaled his son's arrival. I'm home. Shikaku quickly pulled the curtain back and turned to face Shikamaru as the boy stepped into the room. Welcome back. How was training? Out of the corner of his eye, he caught the oddly Wistful expression flickering briefly across his temporary shogi partner's face as his focus turned to his son. Strange. Troublesome. Shikamaru had paused to take in Heruki and then the shogi board. Are you the one training with us tomorrow? Asuma-sensei described you. Shikaku blinked in surprise before turning to look at Heruki. The redhead seemed to struggle with himself before producing a strained smile in his son's direction. Yes, he invited me to train with his team tomorrow. Shikamaru nodded briefly, stepping forward as he glanced at the shogi board again. I'm Shikamaru. You'll probably find training with us troublesome. Heruki only shrugged before rising to his feet. Perhaps. We'll see. He turned back to Shikaku and nodded at the board. I believe this game goes to you, Shikaku-san. It was an interesting match, but I'd better be going. Thank you for having me. I'll see myself out. With a low murmur of, see you tomorrow, Shikamaru-kun, the Junin swiftly departed the Nara household, disappearing from sight without another glance at either of them. Shikaku remained in the same position for several seconds after the redhead's abrupt departure. He only stirred when his son dropped down in Haruki's vacated seat, waving a hand at the board to get Shikaku's attention. You were playing. Shikaku hemmed an affirmation. 5 hours. He's good. Shikamaru nodded distractedly, eyes on the board. When he left, why did he say that the game went to you? Shikaku arched an eyebrow and glanced down at the board as well, reaching out to tap one of his silver generals. I would have checkmated him in 3 moves. He was distracted near the end. Shikamaru frowned and scratched his head. Yeah, but if he moved this, his son tapped a simple rook sitting innocently near the left side of the board. He would have checkmated you in the next move. Shikaku sat in frozen silence, eyes glued on the pawn as he reviewed all the moves that had been made in the last 6 minutes and all the possible moves he could have taken or not taken. The 2 pawns and the knight. They had been distractions, mere diversions to draw the gold and silver generals that had been guarding his king away from their positions and remove the knight that had been blocking the rook's forward movement that now trapped his king. If he moved any piece to stop the rook now, he would leave the redhead's lance or gold general free to attack his king. Those 2 pieces, he realized, were the very ones that the redhead had seemingly carelessly moved last, and the 2 pieces that stopped them at the moment were the 2 generals he had moved to capture Haruki's sacrificial pieces. Instead of capturing the pieces in his way, Heruki had simply moved them elsewhere. Instead of going to the effort of cornering his king, he had let Shikaku do it for him. And like any fresh amateur, he had fallen for it, so preoccupied with his questions and Haruki's answers that he hadn't seen it. And the runt had forfeited and given him the win. That damn. He cursed long and hard inside his head when he remembered that his son was still in the room. How dare he? He couldn't remember the last time he had lost a game. And with that thought came a rush of respect as he allowed his short-lived annoyance to leave him in a rueful laugh. Heruki was an excellent shogi player. Even if he had lost, the redhead had still matched him move for 5 hours. The strongest player Shikaku had played before. Heruki had come along had only lasted 3.5. Shikamaru, he barked out sharply as he suddenly straightened. Shikamaru pulled back, looking mildly alarmed. What? You have training with Heruki-san tomorrow? At his son's wary nod, Shikaku continued, a foreboding glint in his eyes. Don't let him get away afterwards. Drag him back here if you have to. I want a rematch. But his son only scoffed and rose to his feet, stretching and making his way out of the room again, no doubt to go cloud watching. As he left, Shikamaru only tossed back, old man, if he can beat you, then the on. Lee one Heruki-san will be playing tomorrow will be me. I've never met anyone who could trump you in a shogi match before. Besides, dragging him all the way back here will be too troublesome. Shikaku twitched as he watched his son leave the room. Damn, brat, he growled, glaring at the board. And then he leaned back and smirked, turning to glance at the curtain now covering only blank glass once more. He had learned some things today, some from his own observations, others that Heruki had willingly imparted to him. He would have to think on it some more, and in the meantime, he would need to calm up with a way to convince Heruki to come back for another round of shogi. Konoha Senpu, Konoha Whirlwind Taijutsu, Konoha Reppu, Konoha Gale Taijutsu. Raiden. Hu no Soshaku, lightning release, panther's bite. Finished. Wow, that's long. 50 pages. Anyway, review and tell me what you thought. To Hitsugaya's Green Eyes, thanks for the review. Towards the end of the next chapter, Team 7 will be assigned the mission to Wave, so about 2 months will pass before that. It'll be a while before the Chunin exams, but I'm planning to have them start around 3.5 months after Naruto Beck. Aim a genin and have a 2-month rest period between the prelims and the finals. To Kusajishi Fukutecho, I'll definitely put in minor characters, Hayate being one of them. To Tristan76, hey, thanks. There'll be more Kyuubi Heruki Naruto conversations in the future. For now, Heruki Naruto is interacting with other people and Kurama isn't all that interested in human interactions, nor is he actually needed at the moment. And yes, he has huge chakra reserves. He's working with Kurama now and their chakra has mixed together over time. To Anime King Mike, while Haruki Naruto's a great teacher, he'll show more of who he really is soon. He's been holding back in front of everyone, but he'll start showing his strength when Team 7 goes on the Wave mission. To Agoge, Heruki didn't go with a full henge because the simpler the henge, the easier it is to hold on to, i.e., sleeping, etc. People like Kakashi or Jiraiya or even Shikaku might see through it sooner or later if he does a full henge all the time. Heruki Naruto hasn't mentioned Sai yet, but he will. When he starts thinking more en route, Sai will be brought into the picture. As for the fox summoning contract, I'll go into that when he meets Jiraiya, and he may have more than one. To Minstrel Savon, I'm probably not going to do a pairing, but Heruki Naruto is definitely not going to just fade away after everything is over. To Close, yes, this is my first Naruto FIC. I keep having to refer back to Wiki to make sure I have all the facts straight. And Heruki Naruto calls Jiraiya Raya or Ero Sennin back in his time. In this time, he's going to start off with Jiraiya-sama as he wants to distance himself from his technically dead godfather. To Templar 627, Heruki Naruto will eventually have to explain that he can't stay forever to someone. But the basic gist of it is that the paradox will erase his existence from this timeline. At the moment, only the seal he drew up is holding it back. To Schoolgirl, the other clans will definitely take notice of him soon. And do you mean Haruki Naruto's name? Well, Kazama is a play on his father's last name, Namikaze. They both have wind in its meaning. And I thought Heruki fits Naruto nicely. Haru can mean clear up, or sun, sunlight, and Ki can mean radiance, shine, or life. Together, Heruki translates to shining brightly. To Narutofan 3, thanks for the review. I'm glad you're enjoying it so far. Shikamaru wants to beat the best shogi player one day, and since Heruki Naruto beat Shikaku, he's interested in playing Heruki Naruto. Heruki Naruto will probably not be Pi Red with anyone in this FIC, as it'll probably be general. To Terra 325. Yes, that's true for the canon, but that doesn't fit in with my FIC. For Haruki Naruto's previous life, I'll be following some of the canon but not all. Also, Heruki Naruto uses a katana since, after so many years of war, he can't just use brute force to defeat the enemy. His style's gotten smoother and his skills have extended to more areas. To Thorian, thanks. Glad you're enjoying the FIC. Nothing's pre-written. I just write as the ideas fully form. Can't exactly say it's standard pace since some chapters like this one are harder to write than others. But I try to get them out as quickly as I can. To Ruvian, glad you like it. Finishing the story is the plan, of course. For your other questions, I don't really want to give away too much right here, so you'll just have to read on. Enko's curse seal is dealt with in this chapter though. As for Naruto's Kyuubi feeling Haruki Naruto's Kyuubi's chakra, no, he can't at the moment since Naruto's Kyuubi is dormant right now. Until the Wave mission, Naruto won't be in touch with Kurama. And as I've stated before, this will probably be Gen, so no pairing. For Heruki Naruto, Haruki Naruto's life, things will still happen of course, but there won't be jumps in days. Are you people going to make sure I return to my apartment every night from now on, or will this stop sometime soon? Lazily. Kakashi glanced up from his book and I smiled a greeting at the approaching redhead from his position against Haruki's doorframe. Yo, you didn't come to practice today. We wanted to make sure you were alright. Beside the copy nin, Sakura was seated on his doorstep while Naruto and Sasuke were lazing in front of Naruto's. Kakashi pretended not to notice the twitch that was developing in Haruki's right eye. You did fine without me while I was away on my mission, Heruki pointed out dryly as he drew to a stop in front of them. And I'm not exactly on Team 7. But Heruki-san, Naruto jumped to his feet. Blue eyes innocent and pleading at the same time. You need to keep up with your training too and joining us would be perfect. Heruki arched an eyebrow at the blonde. Who said I wasn't training? I trained with Gai-san's team today. Kakashi blanched. Gai's team. For the love of God, why? Haruki's mouth tilted up into a slight smile. I promised, remember, I told him I'd train with his team as soon as I got back from my mission. Kakashi blinked. I thought you just said that to get away. Heruki frowned at him. Of course not. Only you'd do that. What's wrong with that team? Sakura piped up, her head cocked in a confused manner. Ignoring Kakashi's muttered, everything, Heruki smiled a greeting down at the kunoichi before replying, nothing's wrong with Gai-san's team. It's just that Kakashi here can't seem to stand Gai-san's enthusiasm for training. One of his students takes after him too. The other two are quieter, Tenten, a weapons specialist, and Hyuga Neji. Sakura frowned a bit as she rose as well, dusting her red dress off. I don't remember them in our graduating class. They're a year above you. Heruki explained. Still genin. But I believe Gai-san will be nominating them for the Chunin exams this year. Chunin exams. Naruto scratched his head. That's the thing we have to take to get to the next rank, right? Sasuke had straightened visibly at this. Getting to his feet as well and now turned to look at Heruki. Are they strong? Heruki gazed back at the Uchiha, carefully considering his answer. In terms of physical strength, he answered slowly. I'd say all three of them are already at Chunin level or just about there. But it takes more than brute strength to pass the exams. Other aspects are considered. Like what? Naruto looked excited now and Sasuke seemed to have a hard time hiding the interest trying to surface on his face. Sakura looked less enthusiastic, but any new information was always well come to her and she paid attention as well. Heruki paused for a moment and glanced over at the copy nin, gauging his expression. Kakashi shrugged at him but nodded fractionally, giving Heruki free rein to tell them what he wished. Turning back, Heruki compromised, it wouldn't be fair to the other teams if I told you anything specific, but from my own experience, I found that they usually test your willpower and strategic thinking. He stopped for a heartbeat, gaze deepening as he stared down at the three genin. And teamwork. Teamwork is huge. Don't let anything tear you apart. A stilted silence followed this last bit and Heruki blinked when he found himself the recipient of three confused stares and an odd one from Kakashi. He plastered on a small smile again and rubbed the back of his head. What I mean is that you're stronger together. And the examiners will take into account how well you can work as a team. Of course, he added, glancing at Kakashi and pretending not to see He faint frown still marring the copy nin's brow. That would all depend on whether or not Kakashi nominates you for the exams. Instantly, all attention was fixed on the copy nin and Kakashi quickly smiled at his students. Absently noting that Heruki was very good at redirecting attention away from himself. Ma, he said aloud. At the moment, none of you are good enough. But the Chunin exams are still some time away. Maybe you'll be ready. Then, Naruto grinned and gave them all a thumbs up. I'll definitely be ready. And Sasuke and Sakura-chan will be too. We'll show everyone that we're the best team ever. Believe it. Sasuke crossed his arms and rolled his eyes but a confident smirk had made its way onto his face. Sakura just shook her head but she couldn't quite hide the anxiety in her eyes and Heruki made a mental note to do something about his old teammate's confidence level. Now, Kakashi straightened from his slouch against Haruki's doorway. Didn't you want to ask Heruki something, Naruto? The blonde's face scrunched up in thought for a second before his expression cleared and he turned eagerly to Heruki. Oh yeah, remember how you treated me to ramen that first day? Well, I've got several paychecks now from all the D ranks we've been doing, so I can treat you to ramen now. Heruki stamped down the amusement welling up inside him and nodded instead. Sure Naruto. Ichiraku's then. Naruto nodded enthusiastically but clutched at his head when Sakura whacked him with a scowl. We're treating Haruki-san today. He treated all of us, remember? We just agreed that you'd be the one to ask him. She turned to smile hopefully at the redhead. I mean, if that's okay, Haruki-san. Sasuke-kun and I would like to repay you too, especially since you cooked for us yesterday as well. Heruki blinked at her before sliding his gaze over to Sasuke. The raven-haired genin nodded an affirmative and Heruki smiled back at both of them. Alright, I expect an extra large bowl then. Naruto grinned brightly up at him before bounding away, Sakura and Sasuke beside him and Kakashi and Heruki falling in behind them. An hour and a half later, only the two Junin remained in the ramen stand. The three kids having left after Kakashi had cheerfully informed them to meet at the bridge for training at 6 in the morning. Heruki had sent a Kage buncheon with each of them, hanged into a bee, as they had departed. And hadn't relaxed again until the buncheon that had followed Naruto home dispersed without fuss. Now, Heruki poked absently at the remains of the large ramen Team 7 had promised him. Beside him, Kakashi had flipped open his book again and had already finished, his mask firmly back in place. Not that the man's face was anything Heruki hadn't seen before, but Kaka's. I didn't know that, and the redhead had made an effort to keep his eyes on his food earlier. Will you train with us tomorrow? The question was voiced nonchalantly, but Heruki glanced up in time to see a the intent glint in the copy nin's visible eye. Heruki shook his head. I'm training with Asuma's team tomorrow. Kakashi looked mildly taken aback. Are you going around training with all the teams? Kurani's the day after maybe. Heruki just sighed and took a sip of sake. No, Asuma just caught me using one of my jutsus today when I was sparring Tenten and managed to con me into going. So you trained with Guy's team all day? That must have been. The copy nin seemed to struggle for an adequate word. Youthful, Heruki offered helpfully. Kakashi's mouth twitched from behind his mask and he nodded. Youthful, times 2. I hear that protege of his is just as bad as Guy. Heruki chuckled. Lee Kun's not that bad. He's a good kid. The redhead tapped his chopsticks against the edge of his bowl for a moment. Gaze becoming distant as his expression became more thoughtful. He'll become a great taijutsu master. Better than Guy-san. Kakashi watched the other Junin curiously out of the corner of his eye. He never could understand the way Heruki said some things, those occasional thoughts that sounded more like facts with the solid amount of confidence and sincerity that Heruki curled around them. They fell silent for a while, comfortable with the lack of conversation as one concentrated on his book and the other turned to look out at the darkened street outside, back Aga. Inst the counter with one elbow balanced on it. So did you really spend the entire day with Guy's team? Kakashi turned as well after finishing a chapter, reclining against the counter as he started talking again. Heruki tilted his head just enough to glance sidelong at him. No, I spent the morning with them. Visited the Hokage in between. Then went to play a shogi match against Shikaku-san. Kakashi stiffened in surprise. Shikaku-sama, really? Why? Heruki shrugged. He invited me yesterday. I couldn't get out of it. Kakashi frowned. He had heard of Hyuga Hizashi's miraculous return, of course. The Hokage had announced it privately yesterday to all the Anbu and the Junin. And Kakashi hadn't missed the coincidental timing of Hizashi's return and Haruki's mission either. He already suspected that the redhead had something to do with it all, but he had kept his suspicions to himself then, and he would keep them to himself now. If the Hokage hadn't said anything, then it had to be a secret. But the council, at least, must have been told, and Shikaku must have found Haruki's role interesting enough to warrant a personal visit. So who won? Kakashi asked absently. He had played the Junin commander once, and had been thoroughly thrashed in 2 hours. He did. Haruki-san did. Both Junin blinked and turned to find the owner of the new voice. Kakashi's visible eye narrowed in concern when he saw Haruki's jaw clench at the sight of the Nara heir entering the ramen stand. Hoping to take the redhead's mind off of whatever was troubling him, Kakashi restated his question to T. He couldn't quite remember the boy's name, making an effort to keep his voice light. So who exactly won? You seem to have a difference of opinion. Shikamaru stepped into the ramen stand, Ha! NDS stuffed into his pockets as he focused on the two Junin. He frowned inwardly when he noticed that the redhead wasn't quite meeting his gaze and was busying himself with drinking his sake instead. With a mental shrug, he turned his attention on the copy nin sitting beside him. Heruki-san won, Shikamaru stated again, glancing at Heruki to gauge his expression. The man had a faint frown creasing his brow but didn't respond otherwise. But he forfeited and left before anyone noticed. Kakashi casted a curious look at Heruki and, catching his eye, the redhead sighed and elaborated, Shikaku-san would have won in 3 moves. And you would have won in 1, Shikamaru quickly cut in. He wanted to know why Heruki had forfeited on purpose. Talking directly to the Junin seemed to finally gain his attention because Shikamaru soon found himself on the receiving end of an endless blue gaze. He stiffened at the flash of grief that surfaced briefly in Haruki's eyes, but when he blinked, the redhead looked as impassive as ever and he would have dismissed it as something he had imagined if it wasn't for the fact that he had seen the exact same expression back at his house when he had first met Heruki. The redhead only shrugged though and went back to his sake. Shikamaru didn't let it go. Why did you forfeit the game? He persisted. Heruki stared into his drink as he contemplated the Nara's question. How the hell had he gotten into this mess? And how could he get out of it now? Of course, he knew exactly why he had forfeited the match. Because Shikaku's interest in him would have reached new heights if Heruki beat the shogi master at his own game. Because the clan head would have tried and probably succeeded in wrangling another shogi appointment out of him. Because he hadn't wanted to answer any more of Shikaku's questions. Because he hadn't wanted to spend any more time in the place that he had gotten to know like the back of his hand in his own timeline. But most of all, it was because of the very person now standing in front of him. He hadn't wanted to continue looking at the younger version of his chief strategist and close friend any longer than he had to. Shikamaru's death had been ugly bloodied chest, half his face gone, broken limbs, stomach sliced open and his organs spilling out, and Haruki's vision had blurred and he had seen the adult instead of the boy, dying on the battlefield with a smile on his face as he was finally allowed to let go of life and follow his friends and family. And it had taken everything Heruki had not to throw up right then and there. He had all but fled the Nara compound, and the walk back home had cleared his head a little. He had wanted to lock himself in his apartment and just curl up in bed and shut everything out. But Team 7 had been waiting for him, and God, when was the last time someone had waited for him? And he hadn't been able to say no when they had invited him out for dinner. Now he wished he had, as he tried to find a suitable answer for the genin he still had trouble looking at. The others he had interacted with so far had had cleaner deaths in his time, still horrible and agonizing, and he had felt a little bit of himself die after each one of them had been killed, but at least their deaths had been less bloody. And by the time Sasuke had gone as well, he had been half out of his mind with grief. Ulraya die and total recall of his general's body only came in his nightmares, so they had been easier to deal with. But Shika, I did not wish to continue playing, Heruki finally voiced, eyes focused somewhere over Shikamaru's left shoulder. And your father would have asked for another match had I won. Shikamaru's frown was now more pronounced as he tried to catch that cerulean gaze again. Would that have been so troublesome? It's shogi. Heruki downed the rest of his sake in one gulp before getting to his feet, placing some money on the counter to cover the cost of the alcohol. Next to him, Kakashi also slid off the stool, eye darting between Heruki and Shikamaru. I can handle a shogi match now and then. Heruki steeled himself and finally turned his gaze on Shikamaru, keeping it there for more than a few seconds this time. But a game with your father takes time and concentration. He's no pushover and I can't afford to be distracted when I play him. He managed a slightly strained smile at the boy and forced down the bile that was rising at the back of his throat because his face should be torn apart, his body shredded. I have other things to concentrate on as well at the moment. Perhaps we can play again later. Barely pausing to nod a goodnight at Chuki, Heruki stuffed his hands into his coat pockets and ducked out of the stand, offering a hurried, "Good night, Shikama." Ru-kun, to the bewildered genin still standing inside the shop before disappearing from view. Behind him, Kakashi hastily tossed his own money down, nodded at Chuki and Shikamaru, and then quickly ducked out as well. falling into step beside the fast-paced redhead. Kakashi didn't ask, though he sorely wanted to, but there were some things that one simply left alone until it was brought up on its own, and the copy nin respected the other Junin's privacy. So he simply kept pace with Heruki until he had to turn off towards his own apartment, parting with a simple nod that the redhead returned "See you RTLY" before turning down a street and quickly melting into the evening shadows. Kakashi watched him go for a moment, recalling the Nara heir's expression when he had been interacting with Heruki. The genin had looked just as confused as he felt. What had set the redhead off like that? With a sigh, the copy nin started making his own way home. This was just another piece of the puzzle that was Heruki that he was trying to put together. Shikamaru shoved his front door aside with uncharacteristic irritability, making his way into the kitchen and dumping the takeout ramen in front of his dad at the dinner table. "There you go," he announced distractedly, not noticing the odd look his father was sending his way. "Next time, get your own dinner. Just because Ka-san is out doesn't make me your delivery boy. How troublesome." He opened a cupboard for a glass and poured himself a cup of water before leaning back against the counter, still frowning in thought. "Did something happen, Shikamaru?" His father's voice made him blink, and Shikamaru glanced up to meet Shikaku's gaze. He shrugged, taking a sip before speaking. "I bumped into Heruki-san at Ichiraku's." He paused and noted the immediate interest surfacing on his father's face. "We talked." "I talked," he mentally amended. He just wanted to get out of there. "What about?" Shikaku prompted. "His match with you." Shikamaru gulped down the rest of the water and placed the glass in the sink. Kakashi-san was asking him about it. "He said you won." I arrived in time to correct him. "And what did he say?" At this point, Shikaku had lowered the newspaper he had been reading and turned his full attention on his son. "Not a lot." Shikamaru scratched his head and made his way to the dinner table, taking a seat across from his father. "He said he didn't want to continue playing, and that you would have asked for another game if he had won. He said he wouldn't mind playing you again, but he doesn't want to play too often. He said he would need to fully concentrate when playing against you, and he had other things to think about at the moment." "Those all sound like excuses," Shikaku observed after his son fell silent. Shikamaru just shrugged again, slouching back in his seat and stuffing his hands into his pockets. "Did you do something to him?" Shikaku frowned, noting the troubled scowl on his usually laid-back son. "No, we just played a game of shogi. And did 20 questions in the process," he added fairly in his mind. Shikamaru glanced at him, expression suspicious. "Are you sure you didn't insult him or something? Oh, or did he move here from a different country and you killed one of his family members on a mission?" Shikaku placed his newspaper aside, straightening in his seat. "What are you talking about, Shikamaru? We played shogi and we talked a little. I've never met him before yesterday." "What did he do?" Shikamaru ran a hand through his ponytail, tugging at the ends in frustration. "I don't know. I didn't understand. He could barely look at me." Shikaku's frown deepened. "What do you mean? He didn't look at you when you were talking to him?" Shikamaru heaved a sigh. "No, I mean yes. He did. A couple of times. Briefly. It's not that he didn't look at me. It's that he tried and it was like he couldn't bear to." He stopped talking for a moment and gauged his father's expression. The man was still roaning, but there was confusion in his features now. Near the end, he managed to keep eye contact for longer than a few seconds, but the look in his eyes, Shikamaru held back a shudder because even as young as he was, he knew he never wanted to look into a mirror and see that same tortured despair stare back at him. He wasn't quite sure, but he expected that that had been the look of someone who had lost everything. "I've never seen someone look like that before." And then he got out of there so fast you would have thought he was running away. "Actually, I think he was running away." Shikaku leaned back in his seat. He had noticed the air of depression shrouding the redhead during the shogi match and even yesterday after the council meeting. But it hadn't been well hidden. And the amount sorrow Shikaku had felt had been small. Every shinobi carried their own grief, buried away so others wouldn't see it. But what if that grief was well hidden? It was obvious now that Heruki could hold a poker face with the best of them. So very good at keeping his thoughts and feelings from being noticed, and yet Shikaku had still sensed that sorrow. And this was when you entered the picture. Shikaku prodded. Maybe it was Kakashi who. Quote. Shikamaru was already shaking his head. No, they were on friendly terms. He definitely started looking like that after I stepped inside that ramen stand. Shikaku rubbed at his goatee before sighing and reaching for the ramen. You mentioned a look. What did he look like when he looked at you then? Shikamaru shook his head, accepting one of the boxes his father handed to him. I don't know. I can't describe it, and I don't think it was actually me he was seeing when he looked at me. Shikaku nodded and started on his ramen. It probably wasn't. Heruki hadn't even met his son until today. Someone who looked like him then. Shikamaru was a Nara through and through. But Shikaku had seen none of what his son had obviously witnessed, so it couldn't have just been physical similarities. Maybe I shouldn't go to practice tomorrow, Shikamaru grumbled from across the table. Shikaku blinked in surprise. He wouldn't be startled if his son was skipping out on practice because it was too troublesome, but this was because of some stranger he had just met. It's not like you to go out of your way for someone you don't know. Isn't it too troublesome? Shikamaru shrugged, chewing on his ramen. You didn't see his face, Chu-san. He just can't stand looking at me. Shikaku sighed but refrained from saying anything when a knock came at the door. Frowning, he rose to his feet and went to answer it. Outside, a member of his clan nodded respectfully at him before gesturing in the direction of the front gates. Shikaku-sama, a Kazama Heruki wishes to speak to Shikamaru-sama. Shikaku arched an eyebrow, taken aback for a moment before nodding. I'll handle it, thanks. The man sketched a quick bow before strolling off, the Nara's signature lazy slouch in his gait. Shikaku turned back into his house and called out, Shikamaru. Heruki-san's at the front gates. He wants to talk to you. His son appeared a few seconds later, looking confused. Me, why? Shikaku shrugged and motioned for him to get going. I don't know. Go see what he wants. Shikamaru sighed and slouched out of the house. Troublesome. You could have just invited him up to the house. In truth, he just didn't know what to do when the redhead faced him again. Why would Heruki want to see him when it was obvious that he really didn't? Heruki had been halfway home when his mind had finally caught up to him and shoved his memories back into the darkest corner of his head. Then he had stopped, right in the middle of the street, and remembered the look of slightly troubled bewilderment on Shikamaru's a younger one, a different one face. And knowing the Nara, the genin would realize that Heruki didn't want to see him. That would, in turn, most likely throw a wrench in Team 10's dynamics tomorrow if Heruki couldn't even get his act together around the Nara heir. Sighing, he ran a hand through his hair before turning decisively in the direction of the Nara compound. Enough was enough. That was twice he had run out on Shikamaru, and if his times Shika was here, the strategist would have laughed at him for being an idiot. They were not the same person and he had to stop seeing his chief strategist in this Shikamaru.